place I wanna go. 15 miles to the coast, where the sun always shines, right down on the borderline. Here in Barbados, Santo Domingo, Kingston, Jamaica, Trinidad and Tobago. Sitting here under the blue sky, people here don't ask why. The sun comes down every evening, oh, the sun comes up, we're believing. Here in Barbados, Santo Domingo, Kingston, Jamaica, Trinidad and Tobago. Lazy breeze in a sea of green, slipping on the sunscreen. Lazy breeze in an open sky, never wanna say goodbye. Here in Barbados, Santo Domingo, Kingston, Jamaica, Trinidad and Tobago. Here in Barbados, Santo Domingo, Kingston, Jamaica, Trinidad and Tobago. Oh, here in Barbados, oh, Santo Domingo, oh, Kingston, Jamaica, Trinidad and Tobago. Oh, 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 oh.
Why do you speak on my name? Why do you treat me so bad? 'Cause I never made you feel like this. Why do you leave me into? Do you love her for real? Do you love her for real? No, 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 don't give me that, don't give me that. No, 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 don't give me that, don't give me that. No, 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 don't give me that, don't give me that. No, 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 don't give me that, don't give me that.
siren without a warning. You never know what hits you if you wake up in the morning like a temptress in a red dress. Seduction is destruction, so you better get a move. Danger, danger, that's where you're going. The heart is open and your blood is overflowing, baby. Danger, danger, that's where you're headed. Got your pedal to the metal and life is not ready, baby. I'm gonna use you and abuse you. Tie a track on your back, run you down and look behind a fallen angel. Like a siren, I'm a beacon in the tunnel, light me up like green lightning. Danger, danger, look where you're going. Your heart is open and your blood is overflowing, baby. Danger, danger, look where you're headed. Got your pedal to the metal and life is all that is. Danger, danger, nothing could be stranger than the feeling that you get when the dark side is going after you. Danger, 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 danger. Look where you're headed, got your pedal to the metal and life is not a letter. Danger, danger, nothing could be stranger than the feeling that you get when the dark side is coming after you.
I can't take it, my heart is breaking, but I know it's for the best. See, we've been taking much too long to finally lay this
ocean. Now I've already gone to somewhere I know is waiting for me. Down I go, where the river don't flow. Since I left these boats, done a gun now lost the ferryman took his toll. It's gonna take me where the river don't flow.
mercy on my wicked soul. Nobody told me what makes right from wrong. Came from the shadow with an eagle eye, leaving all my thoughts and my fears behind. Yeah, I'm gonna run from here. Run, run, run. Yeah, I'm gonna run from here. Run, run, run. Nobody come from here. So I leave today. Say goodbye to all of the pain. I'm moving on. I'm moving on. I'm letting go where I came from. I'm moving on. I'm moving on. I'm shaking off where I came from. Riding with freedom and I found my way. Ain't nobody gonna lead my mind astray. I'm gonna move the ground beneath my feet. I'm gonna lose the feeling I defeat. Yeah, I'm gonna run from here. Run, run, run. Yeah, I'm gonna run from here. Run, run, run. Nobody come from here. So I leave today. Say goodbye to all of the pain. I'm moving on. I'm moving on. I'm letting go where I came from. I'm moving on. I'm moving on. I'm shaking off where I came from. I'm moving up. I'm moving on. Ah, yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm moving up. I'm moving on. Ah, yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm moving on. I'm moving on. I'm letting go where I came from. I'm moving on. I'm moving on. I'm shaking off where I came from. Yeah, I'm gonna run from here. Run, run, run. Yeah, I'm gonna run from here. Run, run, run. Yeah, I'm gonna run from here. Run, run, run. Yeah, I'm gonna run from here. Run, run, run.
I don't care what you think of me. Live my life like I'm 17. Late night party lights, oh my I've lost my mind. Glitter eyes, watch me do my thing. And I know what you came here for. Eyes down, staring at the floor. Your mind says go, but your body resists. Your feet start moving to the sound of Prince. Don't say no, no, don't lose this. You gotta give it up, baby. Give it up, baby.
Guess who's back to blow your mind? But let me warn you one last time. Guess who's back to change your life? But it's not gonna be just fine. Whoa, I've got you under my spell tonight. Whoa, we're both heading to hell tonight. So don't ever listen to a word they say. It's time that you found out that I'm gonna get my way. Gonna light it up, then I'll burn it down. I'm gonna make you feel like you're invincible when no one's around. I'm gonna build you up, and then I'll strike you down. 'Cause you're about to know it's nothing personal. Sometimes good people do bad things. I have always tried to be nice. I've sat right back, I've tried to be quiet. But I can only take so much, and then I just explode. To feel it building inside, then I just need to let go. So don't ever listen to a word they say. It's time that you found out that I'm gonna get my way, okay? I'm gonna light it up, then I'll burn it down. I'm gonna make you feel like you're invincible when no one's around. I'm gonna build you up, and then I'll strike you down. 'Cause you're about to know it's nothing personal. Sometimes good people do bad things. Oh, oh, oh. Sometimes good people do bad things. Oh, oh, oh. Sometimes good people do bad things.
You walk down the streets and see different faces with a hope without a chance. They reach out for love and for freedom forever. Do you remember how it feels? Let's walk for a while with a face full of smile until sadness disappears. When weakness overcomes you, face it, go through, and the things as they come, it will go further now. Spring arms wide apart in the middle of the storm. Whoa, you fulfill it right now. Set a goal for yourself. This is still not the end. And pull it through now. Every pain that you feel comes to an end oh so soon. The time has come now. No, it's not the time to quit. Put yourself together, whoa. And listen right now. Don't care about the tears, all your problems. I'll be there for you in the middle of the night. And I don't care about all of these hard times. I keep pace with you, 'cause your rest is shining bright. Let's walk for a while with a face full of smile until sadness disappears. Oh, when weakness overcomes you, face it, go through, take things as they come. It will go And if the pain that you feel comes to an end just so soon, the time is coming now. And no steps the time to quit. Pull yourself together, and let it start it right now. The time has come now, yeah. And pull it through now. The time has come now. The time has come now. It's come now.
Staring out at an April snow and your taxi in the street, I imagine time has slowed. In sympathy, of packing up my heart to walk away. Still, it's all I want to say, 'cause I learned to love for you. I don't want somebody new. Impossible for me to let it go, let it go. So if it's goodbye, if you're running free, you ought to know, ought to know. You're the reason I learned to love. Learn to love. Holding on to a photograph from the day we made our vows, and I bet we would have laughed to see us now. You're packing up my heart to walk away. Still, it's all I want to say, 'cause I learned to love for you, for you. I don't want somebody new. Impossible for me to let it go, let it go. So if it's goodbye, if you're running free, you ought to know, ought to know. You're the reason I learned to love. Learn to love. 'Cause I learned to love for you. I don't want somebody new. Impossible for me to let it go, let it go. So if it's goodbye, if you're running free, you ought to know, ought to know. You're the reason I learned to love. Learn to love.
The moment I throw my backpack in the trunk of your rusty car, not knowing where we going, I'm hoping that it's gonna be far. Oh, I'm hoping that it's gonna be far. And all I see is a white view light through soft clouds, the sun, the moon, and you.
landscapes. Right here, making memories with you. Sun, moon, you.
I saw you tonight, your beauty from inside, the glowing light is shine. I am with you. Oh, close my eyes, sense your vibe, being alive just feels so right. We are flying out of space and time. Sparks spraying between us, colorful clouds of dust. Coincidence might be divine. Wanna sing a melody, sounds like poetry to me. Let your key resonate all through my body. I saw you tonight, your beauty from inside, the glowing light is shine. I am with you. Oh, you saw me tonight, the soul of a child, the chaos of my mind. I am with you. With me, skin to skin, wandering landscapes we're discovering. Whole new world so new and welcoming. Am I dreaming? Are we here? Just imagine how it feels. Stop believing that it could be real. Wanna sing a melody, sounds like poetry to me. Let your key resonate all through my body. I saw you tonight, your beauty from inside, glowing light is shine. I am with you. Oh, you saw me tonight, the soul of a child, the chaos of my mind. I am with me. Oh,
There's a place I wanna go, 15 miles to the coast, where the sun always shines, right down on the borderline. Here in Barbados, Santa Domingo, Kingston, Jamaica, Trinidad and Tobago. Sitting here under the blue sky, people here don't ask why. The sun comes down every evening, oh, the sun comes up, we're believing. Here in Barbados, Santa Domingo, Kingston, Jamaica, Trinidad and Tobago. Lazy breeze in a sea of green, slipping on the sunscreen. Lazy breeze in an open sky, never wanna say goodbye. Here in Barbados, Santa Domingo, Kingston, Jamaica, Trinidad and Tobago. Here in Barbados, Santa Domingo, Kingston, Jamaica, Trinidad and Tobago. Oh, here in Barbados, oh, Santa Domingo, oh, Kingston, Jamaica, Trinidad and Tobago. Oh, 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 oh.
Running in circles, waiting for the moment to come. There's no rehearsal when you want to reach the stars. I lift my head up and hit resume. Get me away from the waiting room, 'cause we were born to achieve our dreams. So just fire away, fire away. Well, do you feel it getting closer? I know each day we're growing stronger. Well, do you feel it getting closer? My eyes on the clock, the game is on. 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 I feel I'm on the edge, testing my own limits. It's taking me to the top. I'm taking action, okay, here we go. Well, do you feel it getting closer? growing stronger. Do you feel it getting closer? My eyes on the glow. The game is on. 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 The game is on.
Why do you speak on my name? Why do you treat me so bad? 'Cause I never made you feel like this. Why do you leave me into? Do you love her for real? Do you love her for real? No, 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 don't give me that, don't give me that. No, 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 don't give me that, don't give me that. No, 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 don't give me that, don't give me that. No, 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 don't give me that, don't give me that.
他们说要跟着那阵风去征服每一座巅峰，然后呢？巅峰之后是什么？他们将我捧上云巅，也让我从头来过。不让我回来的，我一意孤行；要让我折服的，我踏入光明；让我无路可走的，使我惧怕的，反要让他们畏缩。他们一直说个不停，因为他们害怕洪水猛兽，那就比猛兽更凶猛，比洪水更滔天。是将到来的，终会成苦；汹涌而起的，终会证明。既然暴风将至，那就去把那些不服的、不屈的、不可磨灭的、非赢不可的，通通化成风。这里是我们，我们就是风暴。
Welcome, welcome, welcome. We are here for the Week 6 Super Weekend of the LPL. I'm Mazel, joined by Lyric. I know you're overflowing with positive energy right now. I see it in your face, your beautiful shirt. How you doing today, buddy?
Just the amount of energy you
So
always
much.
come in with
It's
completely catches me off guard.
and every time it's going to keep happening, Lyric, until you get with the program, all right? Get with the program. Anyways, we had some games yesterday here in the LPL, and it went the entire distance. We got 6 games totally yesterday, and some very interesting ones themselves. So I'm very excited to kind of break that down a little bit with you because, Lyric, LNG lost their second series of the season yesterday.
Yeah, yesterday's games is, we're going to bring those up on screen now. Were pretty interesting. BLG almost going down to WE, but like you said, LNG with their second series loss in a row. Man, that was a crazy series.
It was!
Honestly. Game one, full of throws back and forth. Game 3, LNG kind of throwing it away on a botched dive where SOFM and Huanfeng both pick up double kills. In the end, though, Weibo keep up their momentum. They pick up a win. And, they sit atop as king of the standings.
It's crazy that, we're getting to the point where LNG, who was at the top for so long, are now in that 4th slot, or I guess 3rd technically, tied up with JDG, but they have the game differential. So it's crazy how things are kind of panning out, but the fact we have Weibo Gaming and V5 at 8-1, both at the top of the standings, that is insanity, and I love it.
Yeah, it's cool when we have teams like V5 at the top of the standings as always. That'll always only be the only thing I mention when we bring up the standings. But still, Mazel, talking about standings, we got an important one today for today's standings. And me and you specifically, TT versus LGD. One of these teams is going to get past 1 win.
You're right, Lyric. One of these teams is going to make it into that 2-win column and away from the 1-win column. Yeah, they're going to do it. But it is really fun. I'm very excited for this first one. I know things may be said about it, but I'm very excited to see how it all pans out. Then we have Anyone's Legend JDG and then a round out match of the night, which, by the way, I was just about to say Hysterics and Kelsey Moser will be bringing us the second 2 series of the night. So that's always exciting. Have Kelsey's knowledge here on the LPL, but we got to talk about our series in particular. And I got to set aside a little bit of time here, Lyric, because I'm looking over at LGD and things could always be more positive. But there's one thing I will assign to them, and I'm going to try my hardest here, but Luguanjie Su. Sorry if my pronunciation is so awful, but it means something along the lines of optimistic family. And you've got to be optimistic when you're looking at LGD, man. Things have not been the greatest. As we saw, they've only had the one win. But it doesn't matter, all right? I'm getting close up to the mic here because LGD are amazing in certain bits, all right? You see, Fearness takes a 2v1 here because it doesn't matter what kind of oppression you bring to the top side. Fearness will instill the fear in you, my friends. And it doesn't matter as well if you try to end the game because LGD turn around. They know your weaknesses, man. And especially going against TT, there's so many weaknesses out there that LGD will beautifully take advantage of them. And especially when you get Jay in there with Shadow, this duo, too clean. Jay coming in with a resurgence here in the season. I'm just saying, TT don't stand a chance, Lyric. I'm going to drop the mic there, all right, as we watch LGD finish the series here between RA, because all LGD need is to win. And when they do, it looks good, right? You're seeing the advantage that they take of teams that are overextending. And one thing we know about TT is they like to overextend. So I expect LGD to take this series by storm. TT, you ain't got a chance. All right, Lyric, drop the mic.
Look, Mazel, that was a pretty decent sales pitch for LGD. Decent, but all I took away from that is the fact that you're saying, okay, but if other teams mess up, LGD can win.
That's not it. It's the double-edged sword of Shadow, all right? That is what it all hinges on. It is that early aggression. It is the mechanical skill that we've seen from this player in the past that hasn't been as existent this season. But when he is on one, when he's got his Lee Sin, when he's got his Xin Zhao, it is terrifying to be on the opposite side of the jungle because you never know where he's going to pop up.
Yeah, Shadow, long time been not a long time, I guess, a year been the highlight of this LGD roster. But Mazel, you're coming in the LGD spokesperson. I need to go to the opposite side, and I need to do something we do all here too much on the LPL, which is, quote, a legend, a genius. Our boy DJ, Dwayne The Rock Johnson, because The Rock says, don't focus on the pain, focus on the progress. And that is what TT need to do. Sometimes you're going to take some losses. You're going to get punched. You're going to get beaten down. But in the end, Mazel, all that matters is that you come back stronger. That's what TT have done. Because when you look at TT, I feel like we've seen Puff and Southwind come in strong. Ignore that hook that just missed, because that's what TT's bot lane does. They bait you into a false sense of security. They turn it around, and they are picking up these double kills. Puff especially, I feel like, really has been the standout of this Thunder Talk Gaming roster. 30% of the team's damage. Again, just endless 2v2 kills, picking up things, endless triple kills, quadra kills. When you are looking for TT to win, you're really looking for this bottom lane to step up, especially since TT have brought in UCal and Chieftain in the jungle role. I think things are looking like they are more together. Chieftain especially bringing a bit more aggression into that jungle role. And, when we talk about aggression, again, you were just hitting on LGD, kind of preying on teams' mistakes. That's your problem, Mazel. TT aren't making mistakes, especially when we pull up this graphic of Puff, because Puff really has been kind of bringing us back to those 2019 Vici days, where a lot of people did believe in Puff and Southwind as that duo. They didn't show up on IG, it did not work out, but let's be real, no one on that IG roster worked out with the way it was before. But as you can see here, Puff gets a ton of resources, third highest AD carry in terms of jungle proximity, very high first blood percentage, being involved in a lot of first turrets, and also has the highest damage percentage of AD carries here in the LPL. So if TT want to win today, which of course with my biased TT love, they will, Puff needs to be the man to step up and put Eric and Jinzhao into the bin.
I mean, Kelsey's on the broadcast tonight. Does that mean TT get a buff here? I don't know. Maybe that's all you need for your side of it. I don't see it happening, man. I just don't.
You're right. Kelsey should have been casting this series too.
That's too much power to TT, okay? That's too much.
What a loss, Mazel, me not casting TT LGD.
But I love it because I have tricked you, Lyric, and now I'm going to unveil my plan here, but I have tricked you, Lyric, into being positive, which is something is seemingly impossible. Scientists never proved that it could be done, but I got you to be positive about TT, and that makes me happy.
I am just happy now that, sadly, now that, Ender obviously moved on from the LEC a little bit ago, that there's been a lot of, cringe, just not here in the League of Legends scene. But, Mazel, you are coming in with enough cringe for everyone.
Man. All the cringe.
But point is, right, there's some obvious win conditions for both sides. For LGD, Shadow, and especially playing towards that top side, Shadow has an incredibly high proximity to his top laner. We've been seeing Fearless get a lot of attention, and Fearless's champ people is crazy, as you highlighted, with the Mordekaiser coming in. And then for TT, it's the complete opposite. For TT, it's going to be all about that bottom lane, seeing UCal and Chieftain try to find ways into that. So going to be pretty cool to see the disparity and how these teams are able to enact their game plans.
Yeah, and I love that you set up the holistic game plans, right? But it's a lot of intermingling pieces within that. And obviously in the LPL, a lot of that centers on the early game, a lot of that centers on the jungle. And for this one in particular, I'm definitely looking for Shadow to step up, because Shadow himself has had some rough series here recently, but it's still, you see the instincts there. That's something I've always said about these guys. The instincts are always there. But on the other side, you have Chieftain and you have Thundertop Gaming, who are now taking the stage. By the way, beautiful arena. My goodness, the color scheme with TT and everything. But the fact is, it is a lot to do with Chieftain versus Shadow, and the fact that we will get a lot of the skirmishing, at least post level 3, I would think, between these two junglers, setting up those different win conditions that you were talking about here.
Yeah, but I'm going to go back to what you were just saying. We are in Hangzhou, both teams being in the same stadium. Of course, this is LGD Stadium in Hangzhou. You do also have a bit of an audience.
Look at him.
We see some people
I
there.
See it.
Might actually just be the crew, but point is, we're in a stadium, two teams at the same time. There's some people. It's super cool because people didn't know, if we had a team like LGD who was based in Hangzhou and then you have a team that's based in Shanghai before, typically those teams were just playing in their different stadiums online. Now being at a point where we can have both teams in Hangzhou. And look at LGD. Look how happy Jay, the mid laner, looks specifically. For LGD, that will be the big player we're looking at. You of course hoping he's a good performance.
Not to throw your bias a little bit there, Lyric. But in all actuality, right, it does feel good to be able to see these players sitting across from each other, I guess side to side, but as well as seeing some of those members of the crowd, seeing all the production crew there. It just means things are returning to normalcy, and it's always nice to see. But Lyric, we got to dive into the nitty-gritty of this game, because we've already set up some of the conditions that we're looking for, obviously. For TT getting that bot lane ahead, for LGD getting that top lane ahead. But it's all the other pieces that I want to focus in on now, because we'll have tons of time to talk about those matchups and how the game plans are working out. But especially looking at that jungle matchup I was talking about, but then leading that into the mid lane where we do have UCal taking on Jay. I'm high on Jay, but UCal himself has been trying to prove that he deserves this spot in the LPL. And yes, there have been some rough times. Can't hide from that. But tonight could be a good test for both these mid laners to try and solidify themselves.
Yeah, I feel like both of these mid laners have had ups and downs so far since coming in. It's pretty cool considering that both of these guys have just come into their teams recently, right?
Yep.
For LGD, they were using Edgy before, and for the side of TT, it was Captain playing up until UCal and Chieftain were here. So in terms of the mid lane matchup, I don't like sway super heavily in one favor, just from the fact that, like we said, there has been ups and downs on both sides. Jay had a tremendous Rise game when he did first come in, also had a really good Orianna game, to where, like, Chieftain, okay, has been hit or miss on the Corki, has had some really insane team fights, has also had some bit of abysmal package usage as well. For me, in terms of mid lane, sad to say, I feel like it's going to be like the less mistakes you make will be the one who is able to come out ahead. I do feel like Jay has shown he has been solid in the early game and isn't giving over too many opportunities to where UCal does give a bit more. But UCal has stepped up to be a bigger threat in regards to team fights than Jay has so far. UCal sitting at about 28% of his team's damage. Jay only about 23%. It really is Eric doing the heavy lifting on the side of LGD so far.
And I always look at series like this, and I wonder, you know, where the mindset of the teams are, right? We have two different approaches. I guess there's multiple different approaches. You were a coach, you probably know, but I feel like there's a couple different avenues you can take, right? You can go with your tried true stock standard for either of these teams, the things that feel comfortable, or you can try to expand those horizons a little bit, see if maybe we get that opposite focus, maybe TT look over at the top side to try and get new going with something along those lines, to not let Fearness take control of the top lane, or, you know, something along those lines. But I still think that, you know, going back to the solo laners, and specifically going back to the top lane that we talked a little bit about earlier, it is a little bit telling that we have different styles for both these two top laners, and especially like that tank versus a little bit more aggressive style focus for them. But it's still going to be telling, especially in the draft, how that plays out strategically, right? And speaking of the draft, we're already into it here, Lyric, as TT on the blue side, fan away the Gwen, Akali, LeBlanc. A lot of solo lane focus there. LGD on the other side, ADC focus as the Zeri, the Caitlyn, and the Hecarim joining the ban table.
I think it makes a lot of sense. Obviously, the standout pick that's left open is the Jinx, and TT just locked that in. Kind of want to hit on drafts more holistically rather than just, you know, going through the motions of going through the power picks, because I think, especially in terms of TT, they've been really interesting to watch when they draft, because with UCal coming in, they usually leave their mid and support to be their counter picks. They really value Southwind and UCal being on matchups that are comfortable. Southwind has played a ton of champions so far this split. I mean, his most played is Thresh at 6, and then everything else is less than 3. The Yuumi, the Lulu, the Braum, the Rakan. He has a Blitzcrank game. To where for LGD, it has been a bit of the opposite. LGD have actually typically tended to save Shadow's jungle pick for later in the draft. But this time around, just going to go straight towards that Lee Sin. Obviously, it is something he is known for. But this is what I'm excited for. Because for a lot of people who, you know, might not have watched the LPL back in the day when Chieftain was around, Chieftain was a little bit of one of the OG Rek'Sai players here in the LPL, being a little bit of the Xiaopeng before Xiaopeng came in and started gravitating towards his pick quite a bit. So early aggression coming out from Chieftain, which is quite strange when you consider he has Corki and Jinx. So for TT, maybe going to want to go with a more aggressive top lane option to give Chieftain some options early to play with.
See, it plays into my meta, my want here, okay? We get the blood between the junglers, all right? Rek'Sai and Lee said you got to know they're throwing fisticuffs at some point before 10 minutes at least.
Well, Mazel,
I would think.
I feel like the problem with that, right, is the fact that like what you're able to do as a jungler, right, is very much dictated by like which of your lanes can get pressure, how they can get pressure, what you can do with that pressure. It's like, okay, well, for Shadow, he's a Rise in the mid lane. For Chieftain, he is a Corki. So I definitely feel like in terms of mid jungle and who will be able to look to be the aggressor, so far LGD are squarely in favor of that.
Absolutely. As we go into the second phase of picks and bans, we get the Graves from TT banned away. Fresh on the other side, that facilitator not going to be there for the Jinx of Puff, but that starts to whittle down these support picks. We got the Tom Kenshin still available. The engaged supports are getting few and far between, though. They'll have Leona on the board, but Nautilus is the final ban by LGD.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what LGD go for here, because Fearness has typically been completely fine with just blind picking a lot of his champions. I mean, his most played are Gwen, which is obviously banned, but also the Ornn. For Jinzhao, you can just look to go towards Leona, assuming TT don't just look to take that one away. If not, maybe we get into the pool of where we are getting enchanters. We need to remember, though, Jinzhao has also been willing to bring out some fun support picks. He was the person who brought out Maokai a game earlier this split. But like I said, kind of would just expect the Leona here. You have a really aggressive mid-jungle. You can look to try and pivot that into bot lane and just take a ton of 4v4 skirmishes towards that bottom side and look to get ahead.
Let's go. I want the Tahm Kench. I just feel like Tahm Kench of the LPL is so fun because it just feels like there's a different mindset with the Tahm Kenches in the FPL. It is all aggression. So we do get that for Jinzhao on LGD. Instant lock-in was the Blitzcrank for TT.
Yeah, like we said, Southwind has already played this so far this split, so bringing out the Blitzcrank and also the Gragas along with it. So looking at TT's draft again, it's a little bit strange in terms of the champions you have looking for like picks and early pressure like the Blitzcrank and the Rek'Sai, but being paired with these late game hyper carries like Jinx and Corki. On the opposite side, looks like Fearness wanting to go to his tried and true.
I like this though. I think that the bar of execution for LGD is so much easier to attain than TT, right? You still have scaling options on both sides. You have a little bit more of that stability though, as I've kind of talked about for LGD. And on the other side, right, it's kind of that interesting pull. You have the Blitzcrank with the potential rocket grabs. You have Rek'Sai who wants to be in that skirmish position, potentially engage the cask from New on the Gragas, all backed up by the double rocket composition. But it's still, as I said, I feel like it still is a little bit harder to execute, where on the other side for LGD, it's not.
Yeah, I wouldn't even say TT's draft is harder to execute. I really feel like weird is just the right word. I feel like if TT would have rounded out with a more standard jungle pick, it would have just made a lot of sense, right? You have like the typical front-to-back team fight. The only true engage you have to worry about on the opposite side would be the Ornn coming through. So I feel like there would be a lot of wiggle room to play with. But you're right. Since they do have this Blitzcrank, since they do have this Rek'Sai, for the side of TT, they're going to have to find these early game picks, try and get ahead. And sure, if they don't get ahead, they still do have those hyper carries to rely on. But we do see that LGD have a much better front line that they will be able to play with. And we're already hitting on how for LGD, they should have pressure coming out through that mid-jungle, especially once Ryze has access to that Realm Warp.
And again, I do want to go back to our major point here. We are constantly looking for both these teams in different directions. TT, they've got to get this bot lane ahead. That is where their success has come from. How do they facilitate that? Can they facilitate that? Through Chieftain. On the other side for LGD, can they have that top side strength on the map? Shadow, Fearness, Jay, can they be the trio to help get them through that early game and get Eric into the late game carry position? It is all the questions that are about to be answered on the Rift as game number 1 is kicking off here shortly. Thunder Talk Gaming taking on LGD in our first match of the Week 6 Super Weekend. And I couldn't be more excited as we do have this tussle between these two. One of these teams is going to walk away from this night with a 2 in that series win column. And here we go, on to the Rift.
And you know, Mazel, obviously me and you came into today and we're like, what are we going to do? We're going to be super biased. So when you say one of these teams is going to walk away today with 2 series wins,
oh, it's LGD.
Very clear who it's going to be.
It's absolutely
Very
LGD.
clear.
You have absolutely no problems with that one. I mean, come on. Look at this draft. As I was saying, I was trying not to be as biased as draft, but I was saying in the draft, it's LGD all day, baby.
I do got to say, I am sweating a little bit, kind of coming out of these drafts. I am curious, though, right? Because we were hitting on how LGD have typically trended up more towards their top side. But I wouldn't be too surprised to see them looking for plays around bot. Sure, I think, around your first clear, maybe even like some opportunities later on when you do have Call of the Forge God and News Overextended, there'll be ganks there. But since TT will be playing heavily around the spot side, and you are the team that should be able to get pressure through your aggressive mid-jungle, LGD can look to preemptively look to make those plays instead, especially if you were hitting on a draft, right? That LPL Tom Kenches hit a little bit different, and that's because LPL Tom Kenches typically do play very aggressively, especially with that Abyssal Dive.
Yeah, you can do so, especially when you're backed up with the talent of ADC that we have in the LPL. I will point out both junglers starting on the bot side of the map this time around, though. So same focus at least. Maybe we'll see that unique pathing that Shadow can have on the Lee Sin, but it might be early topside focus for both these junglers.
Yeah, both junglers going to be looking up here early on. I do think both have opportunities to look for
that guy, he's still level 1 too. The Ignite is going to be popped. A lot of damage onto Jin Zhao. The Catfish is a little burnt at this point.
Yeah, just one of the nice things about Jinx, right? Easily being able to switch over to those rockets and make sure you're able to get that push, hit that level 2 spike first, and look for the aggression. Not going to turn into too much. You were able to get the heal out of Eric, so not really a summoner advantage since you did force out the Ignite from Southland, but still, if you are able to land that secondary hook, you should have the burst there to be able to finish one of LGD's bot laners off.
We do see Shadow does bypass his Krugs heading into that aggressive pathing we were looking for. Southwind on a roam early on in this game, matching a little bit of that pressure, even though unbeknownst to both sides, right? But it's still a good call at what are things to come, right? Shadow looking for that instinctual aggression, Southwind trying to be that buffer between the teams.
And it goes back to what you're hitting on draft, right? The fact that we see that Rise has been able to keep up a pretty consistent stream of pressure in the mid lane, so it does allow him to go for those more aggressive turns. They do have some pretty nice vision on top side, so LGD keeping tried true, but Chieftain looking for a gank is going to be spotted out by a ward. Nice, like, consciousness coming out from LGD, knowing that they are playing against a Rek'Sai who can go for these more unique gank paths.
Yeah, that wave state was definitely not in favor of Chieftain there. There was a lot of minions that Eric and them were hiding behind. We did see that mid lane scuffle as well. UCal losing out a bit on the trade. Will be using the TP back to the mid lane. And so far, so quiet on the Rift early on.
Yeah, we do see Shadow coming out of base first, so we'll have a little bit of a tempo advantage on Chieftain. Is picking out the bot side. You would expect him to just go for the Gromp, potentially just hover and see if Chieftain's looking for any opportunities of his own.
Now, Lyric, this is one thing that I kind of mentioned it earlier. It was like maybe we see a little bit of adaptation, maybe some differences coming out from the strategies. And maybe we see LGD try and put some more focus in the spot lane, especially with the Tom Kenchafellio style down here. But it's more than likely about these objectives and trying to get a little bit of a hold on the map, as both junglers just feel comfortable right now with the power farming until they need to really be involved.
Yeah, I think especially for the side of LGD, I mean, you have a very clear power spike you're looking at, which is level 6. Both the Realm Warp and the Call of the Forge God being available give Shadow a lot of access to different sides of the map, right? Like, for Shadow, once your Soul Laners hit the level 6 point, you can pretty much look for plays anywhere. For TT, I feel like you are the team that, as we've seen, Chieftain is looking to be the bridge into the mid game, where it's like, hey, you have Rek'Sai plus Blitzcrank, so we've already seen them hovering towards that bottom lane, trying to set up these picks. But then definitely UCal and Puff is going to be all about when Rift Herald and when Dragon come up to look for those 5v5s and set up their big carries, play around that package timing. But right now, Chieftain looking towards the mid lane.
You would have Southwind down here as well. Pops down the control ward. Have the reverse side gank from Chieftain. Jay flashes, but Chieftain flashes as well. A little bit of a trade there, but the gank goes wide.
Still really nice dodge out by Jay, you know, flashing preemptively right as Chieftain was going for the flash.
They're spotted
himself.
out. What a play from Jin Zhao. You also have the Realm Warp coming in a little bit late, but Eric and Jay are there first. Blood to LGD. Heads up play.
Yeah, really nice use of their window, right? TT using their timing, going for the play in mid. They aren't able to make it happen. Makes it so LGD's bot lane has the push so they can move into river first, and then they're able to find that nice pick. And it just goes back to draft and what you're hitting on, that especially in terms of mid-jungle, LGD having these options. And when TT missed those windows to find those ganks, everything goes a little bit awry. So LGD now coming out with an early game lead, getting the first dragon as well. And we're quickly getting to the point of Rift Herald being up.
Yeah, and you know a 5v5 is coming. That's just how we do here in the LPL. The Rift Herald, the big purple Rift Herald comes onto the screen, and we all got to fight for it. I just got to one more time shout out Jin Zhao. I know they knew they were there because of the ward. Still, being able to land the blind 2 knock up on the Abyssal Dive, huge to set up everybody else on LGD. And that's what we're kind of looking for, that communication for LGD, because that's when they shine. A lot of teams shine, obviously, when they're able to communicate. But that is one of the biggest hindrances that we've seen for LGD, is they just never seem on the same page. And this is a good step to being on the same page.
I think it also goes back to your rant before the match about LGD, because, again, I feel like LGD have been a team that have very much preyed on the mistakes of their opponents. TT looking for that window mid, aren't able to capitalize on Jay, and it's set up for LGD to take advantage of that. And Rek'Sai becomes a little bit more useless when he doesn't have his flash up, right?
Yeah.
Not able to easily set up for that knockup. We do see ultimates coming out now, so could just look to hit that Q and then look for the ultimate, but still not the same as just being able to CC them down. I feel like now we're really going to be looking at Southwind to be able to enable a play. He is roaming over right now with UCal and Chieftain.
Yes, they will find Shadow on the Chicky Nuggies. A decent amount. Stole it over. Chieftain even grabs the big Chicky Nuggie there. And Shadow, a bit worse for wear after that one. Wants a little bit of that back. Gets the word clear there, but TT make a play of their own.
Yeah, TT, we're going to see Southwind find a hook.
He flashes over immediately. I was going to say, there's no way you're getting that catfish.
The nice thing about TT, right, when we get on like your draft is weird, having looked at these plays. At least Blitzcrank is such an anomaly. You'll always potentially be able to find a way back into the game with the hook.
What did we say, Lyric?
Fight.
What did we say? Oh, come on. We're not going to get a fight here. Fearless tries to engage on the noob, but LGD just want to get out of there. The cast goes early, and TT back away. I was hoping for the 5v5.
No, but hey, as the person coming in supporting LGD, you're happy to not have the 5v5. They get the objective for free. Sure, they do lose Jinjel's flash, but Southwind as well not having his flash, so ultimately just net positive for the side of LGD. And now with Jay's Realm Warp going to be coming up again soon, I think it'll be very easy for LGD to set up a play, potentially have Shadow hover around mid, push out that mid lane with the Rise, use that Realm Warp, make your way towards the bot side, drop the Rift Herald, and get some plate gold onto Aaron.
And I want to check in on Chieftain here, because I do feel like as the Rek'Sai, we always talk about the bruiser or more aggressive style junglers really needing to get off the ground running to feel useful. And I feel like to an extent, Rek'Sai, if you aren't ahead, it gets a lot less scary, right? You don't have that preemptiveness. The as soon as you are seen, people are terrified of you. Where on the other side, I feel like if Shadow gets behind Lee Sin, you still have that to some extent, but the Dragon Rage kick is always there. The insect play is always there as well, where it's not as much for Chieftain. So I'm really looking at Chieftain here to pick up that play on the Rek'Sai and be able to try and turn around this early game a little bit more for TT. It's by no means in trouble, right? Like they are neck and neck with LGD at this point, but it's a little bit of that pressure from Rek'Sai that I would really like to see, especially from Chieftain.
Yeah, especially right ever since we've seen Rek'Sai's nowadays lean towards the lethality assassin build where you do go for the early Prowler's Claw and you're really just looking to one-shot the enemy. You do have some use in the late game in the sense that Tremor Sense is, always provides you something. But really, without Flash, it just feels so hard to do anything, right? It's pretty much just Flash, knock up, hope you have the burst to be able to take someone down. So we're going to have to be looking for Chieftain to make those plays that you are talking about. And luckily for TT, we've already hit on how Southwind will always give them a way of potentially finding a pick to be able to turn that into an objective. And then let's be real, right? This is a 1-8 team versus a 1-7 team. Even if one of these teams finds a 5k gold lead, I feel like the other one still has a very realistic chance of finding a way back in. But TT trying to set a cheeky game.
Eric. Every time he steps up a little closer, it gets even more terrifying. He is just outright dead. Realm Warp coming through here. Abyssal Dive going to be utilized. Gets the knockup onto Chieftain. Half his health taken away. They won't be able to follow it up, though. And now Jay has overextended himself. Has to get devoured to make him out of there. They did get the TP from UCal, who has the package available. Looks like TT want to utilize this strength in the bot lane to take this dragon. Oh, nope.
I can't believe that Sonic Wave didn't connect from Shadow onto Chieftain. I wonder if we'll get a replay of it, but you're right. Package is up for UCal. Dragon's coming up. So you already see the pings coming out for that one for TT. So should be looking to pick this one up. Jay just uses Realm Warp, so won't be able to get over here quickly enough anyway. So this should just be the Dragon for TT. Shadow, though, posturing aggressively.
Gets hit over. The package over as well. Shadow's just dead. How does this happen? Almost every time it seems like for LGD, TT capitalize on the mistakes.
Man, there's just certain champions that will come into the game, and you can see players just aren't used to playing against it. We will go over the replay first. Again, TT going for this really cheeky game. They have the CC between the three of them, right? Heal does get used, and then, I really wanted to see how the Sonic Wave missed. We are going to get to see it, but point is, get the solo kill here.
He's going to try. Oh, the cask. Nicely done from New. Stops the reactivation on the horn there from Fearness.
But going back to what I was saying before, right? I feel like there's some champions that Zac, Rek'Sai, Blitzcrank that players aren't super used to playing against. Like, sure, obviously you know what all these champions do, right? But just not having those reps in, just a cheeky pull, being able to completely make everything go wrong. LGD now, though, trying to set up the Herald for the bot side.
Grabs the Rift Herald there. The Rift Herald will charge into the tower. Tower doesn't fall just yet, but he got 4 bodies from LGD down here, as well as TT. See if we can get that changeover, though. The tower does not fall, and LGD back off.
Still, they were able to force out Shadow's flash at least. I think that hook was going to go very far wide, but Shadow's still paying the respect.
It's the Blitzcrank skin. You have to be paying respect. That skin is so ridiculous. It was disabled for the longest time in competitive. But it is in here, and Southland doing a wondrous job on it. And TT capitalizing on some of that pressure at the bot lane. Will move in, get blue for you, Cal.
Yeah, so TT's still able to find those small wins. I mean, gold's still pretty much even. You do see a ton of mythics coming out on both sides. We already hit on the Prowler's Claw coming out for the Rex. I expected Turbo Chem tanks coming out on both sides just to supplement the engage for both of them. And then Puff having a little bit of a CS advantage already being on his Gale Force. So Eric and Jinja are going to have to be extremely careful, not only having to worry about the hook coming out from Southland, but even just stepping too far forward, setting up an angle where Puff does have the damage, can follow up with the Gale Force, and just try and run you down to find those kills.
That is one thing I want to go back to a little bit. We were setting up compositions for these two teams. I do feel like the damage spread is a lot easier to pull off for TT, right? On the other side, you have Jay, more than likely going for that tank build we see on the Rise constantly. Shadow, yes, will have some damage, but everybody else besides Eric is that tanky member, is that engager. And you're going to have to really rely on Eric for the late game damage.
Yeah, you're going to have to rely on Eric for the late game teamfight damage, but at least for LGD, they will have control of side lanes because they do have the Rise coming out, but a dive's coming through for TT.
Southwind Watson, he's going quick. He misses the rocket grab, and the dive will not be pulled off here.
Has still some nice pressure. It is going to open up for this Rift Herald to go over to the side of LGD. Doesn't look like TT are going to want to contest with Chieftain still hovering around the bottom side. And TT might just try and set up the gank on bot once again.
They really, really want Eric and Jinja. Maybe it's the catfish. Maybe it just smells really good. They want to barbecue it up, but they have not decided to commit. Actually, they'll bleed back into it. Wave clear, though, from Eric is huge, and they just can't get the wave under tower enough to where they really want to do anything about it. New was taking blue buff here under the guise. Oh, man. What a sneaky steal from New there. Shadow not able to get the blue. Will get the Gromp, though.
Yeah, and obviously still has the Rift Herald, and
They're still going. What is this? No, LGD, walk away. Just walk away. You don't need this.
I mean, to be fair, right? I mean, LGD weren't zoned off the prior 2 waves, so this was even the first time they were zoned off some CS. Puff already had this little bit of a CS advantage, so it hasn't really grown from Chieftain spending so much time down here. And Shadow's obviously been able to find a bit of a lead for himself as well as bring Fearness back, because Fearness was falling a bit behind in terms of CS, but with Shadow up there and Chieftain on the bot side has allowed him to get back in the matchup. So overall, just more net positives for the side of LGD. Again, we're going to be looking at what you said of TT having a bit more damage when it does come to team fights later on. So potentially could prey on mistakes of LGD a bit easier. With no first turret going down yet, though, we haven't seen LGD's strength of having that strong side laner in the Rise to try and pull the members of TT apart.
That's what I want to talk about, Lyric. This is not what I signed up for. There's only been 3 kills in 16 minutes, all right? I swear somewhere in my contract it says we need at least a kill a minute. All right, I need these teams to be bloody. As we have Dragon coming up, I'm expecting maybe a tussle. I mean, they don't have to, right? It's just Dragon. I'm expecting it because I want it. And the fact that TT and LGD have not really found those explosive leads yet, I feel like goes in the favor of both of them because that's what they wanted in this situation. But LGD utilizing the Rift Herald mid will have some pressure to deal with here against TT.
Yeah, they've also been able to buy time. It looked like LGD didn't want to contest Drake, right? They were hoping they can push out the wave, drop the Herald, maybe try and raise this mid lane turret, but instead TT did back off. They should still be able to get this dragon for free. We're going to see if LGD can find engage.
Double knockup. The Moonlight Vigil utilized by Eric as well. Cast beautifully used. New is on one with those cast throws. And it stops LGD right in their track. Realm Warp coming out, but it won't be taken as the dragon goes down to TT.
Yeah, and this dragon I think will be very impactful for either side, right? We have so many tanks coming out onto the Rift, gonna make it very hard to deal damage, especially for the side of LGD where you hit on that Aphelios is going to be the major damage threat. Still, she'll be able to put out a good amount of damage later on as well, but definitely won't be able to match the Corki or the Jinx. Chieftain angling to see if he finds something.
Neck and neck on the side there. Fearless and Shadow just trying to catch out Chieftain. But the tower still survives. The wave clear from TT too strong.
And for the side of LGD, right, you don't have too much range. Your only range champion coming out is the Aphelios, and even then, he only has an egregious amount of range when he does have that Caliber available like he did. So TT, of course, going to be able to fend off that push. And now we're going to see Jay get into the side lane like we've been doing on. Should be able to win out against either soul laner.
Oh, that was so close. Eric using the Gale Force very aggressively. He knows that he needs to pull the trigger on Puff.
Trying to find the play, especially when no one else is around. Pup being left to catch that wave will look to get his reset now. So nothing too egregious happening on either side yet, Mazel. Probably the funniest play we had was Chieftain looking so hard for that bot lane dive. It is cool to know that Chieftain understands his role of like, hey, I'm going to be useless later. I need to try and find something now. I need to try and hard force something, even if it still hasn't worked out. Him and Southwind being that two-man roaming death squad to try and find these picks.
Yeah, I've heard you talk about it a million times, but this combo of Corki and Jinx is just so deadly. And you've already talked a little bit about the range disadvantage, or at least the lack of range on LGD's side. Well, it gets worse and worse. Eric, though, doesn't even matter. He finally gets it. He tried a couple times, but the third time's the charm, and Eric gets the solo bolo. Will he survive, though, as you have New here? Double TP. Oh, the body slam misses. Eric is going to survive this. Oh my god, LGD with the flash over, the Ornhorn misses, and Fearless is trying oh so hard, but will not find the engage he wanted, but it is LGD coming up on top.
I'm not sure if that was a kick and body slam at the same time, or if that was just a kick. I think it might have just been the kick coming out from Shadow. Well, Shadow definitely kicked, but point is, LGD got a bunch of picks. They're going to be able to get mid lane turret. Corki was able to answer on the opposite side.
Another solo bolo? Jay with the play! Oh my goodness, 2 solo bolos back to back for LGD.
Yeah, and it's nice that it's up against their exact counterparts, right? Eric solo killing Puff, Jay coming in and solo killing Yukao. Yukao wanting to find something back because his team was losing out so heavily in that mid lane. Knows, hey, I'm going to look for this this bot lane turret. Stays a bit too long because Jay was not in the mid lane play. Jay was pushing out on top, was able to get the recall off and look for that aggressive Realm Warp down in bot side. Yukao having to pay a bit more respect to that semi-global coming out from Jay.
All right, we get a replay of that mid ADC kerfuffle that we got. Puff thinking a little bit too high of himself there.
Yeah, I was really surprised to see Puff the aggressor in that situation, considering that you have the ult up
so
for
is
Eric.
The kick oh, wow. Wow, yeah. What positioning there from Shadow.
Shadow sets it up. New getting a little bit too ahead of himself, and oh, poor timing for Yukao. Just about to be able to channel the recall, but Jay is able to get in here, finish that one off. And now LGD finally finding themselves a little bit of an advantage coming through.
They've definitely gotten this lead a little bit further out in front of TT than before. It's still nowhere near secured. And you still have to, cross the T's, dot the I's here as Jay takes the side lane tower. Is Shadow looking very aggressive in the bottom side jungle of the enemy. You've got positioning from TT towards this top side river as well, just to make sure that some vision game is there for them. But it's all aggression for LGD, and it's all mid lane.
Yeah, LGD comboing in mid and bot. We've seen Jay keeping nice control over that bottom side so far. No one on TT will be able to match his rise pretty much at any point. I mean, even with the lead that he's been able to get right, sitting on a 2-item power spike right now as the rise, even hitting on earlier that Jay really did have an exceptional game. His first game coming back in 2022 on the rise. So great to see him be able to keep up the performance here so far. Also interesting to note that Eric did go for the second item, Bloodthirster, so it seems like he is just paying a lot of mind to the range advantage coming out from both UCal and Puff, and caring more about that than a potential hook coming out, you know, from Southwind or an engagement out from Chieftain, right?
Yeah.
Because if either of those hit, he should just be dead. So
and
only gonna
realizing
care
he's
about what
the
he can
damage,
control.
right? Like, we have to be careful in those kinds of situations. UCal has the package, trying to get away, uses the Valkyrie on top of it. Jin Zhao gets so low. Here comes the Void Rush, and he gets the kill. Chieftain on the board here, goes for the knockup. It does have it on Jay. Mega Death Rocket goes wide. Jay still tanking up a storm. He's that tanky Rise. The cast comes out. Now it's targeting onto Fearness. Can they get the under tower here? There's so many TT bodies. Fearness finally dies. UCal gets the kill, and the dive goes right for TT, and they take the tower.
And this is why we said, you know, it doesn't matter who starts coming out with the lead. When it is, you know, some of the lower end teams playing each other, there will always be avenues to find your way back in the game, especially with both teams sitting on 2 dragons right now. Wouldn't be surprised if we get ourselves 3 apiece, Mazel, and then we're left fighting over Soul in like a 40-minute game or so. But we're going to see how this all happens. LGD trying to find a pick onto UCal, but Chieftain was waiting in the wings. Southwind was there as well. TP coming out from New. Able to find this first pick coming out with Chieftain. And then you look at the minimap, right? Jinx almost here. Aphelios still nowhere to be found. And when we hit on the damage profile for the side of LGD, really being reliant on that Aphelios, it's very easy for T to be able to finish up these kills.
Yep, the Bloodthirster ain't going to save you that time around. We do get Jin Zhao. What? He
Oh.
caught up Puff! The TP from TT in the mid lane is too late. UCal shows up, but his ADC is already gone.
Yeah, that's definitely going to be one we're going to need a replay for. Now for LGD, they could, oh, wow. They're just going to look to force Baron.
I guess so. TP's coming in. They've got everybody around the Baron. Baron's already getting obliterated here. Almost a quarter health gone. TT need to move in. Southwind on the side. Chieftain looking around the edge for the steal. Half health on the Baron. Do LGD commit to this one? Looks like the fight's going to ensue. Jay caught in the cast, but it's LGD now looking to turn the fight. The Ornhorn doesn't get released again, but the Moonlight Vigil goes through, and LGD's health bars front to back are too scary. Chieftain gets out. Mega Death Rocket connects. Eric goes forward with the Gale Force, gets the kill as well. 2 go down, and LGD turn it right back around.
I like how bold LGD were in that play, right? Because when LGD went for that Baron, they knew it was never about burning down the Baron. When you force Baron after a pick like that, especially when you don't have, you know, a super quick Baron, it is like, hey, we're just going to look for the turn, but TT can't look to give this one up for free.
The carousel turns right back around, and we're right back in it. TT still trying to pressure this Baron. New is there trying to get the body slammed in. The Baron goes down to Shadow, and it will be TT just giving up the objective, and LGD make it out alive.
Whoa. Giving up is a strong word when they postured 2 fights in a row. It's more like LGD forcibly grabbed it out of their hands, pushed them on the ground,
That's my milk
threw
money.
it back on them, and then took it right back. We're going to go back. I assume this is to where Puff gets picked off. Looks like Shadow able to find it. Nice Sonic Wave into the flash with the ultimate. And then Puff just going down to set up for that nice Baron bait coming out from LGD.
Southwind trying his darndest to get the silence in quick enough so Puff doesn't get kicked, but it doesn't matter. Oh man, feels bad, but that's exactly why Shadow is so lethal on this Lee Sin, looking for those engages, looking for those picks. As we do look at it itself, 3 items now completed for Jay. The tanky Rise starting to come online. You've got the Gale Force upgraded now from Fearness, and the scaling is starting to be there, at least to some extent, for LGD, and they find themselves at that 4,000 gold lead.
Yeah, interestingly, seeing the Force of Nature come out on Jay. So showing he kind of only respects UCal's damage coming through. Obviously does have armor, right? Having other tank items, plated steel caps in there as well. So UCal does seem like he has to be the one to step up and be the big carry. Still, though, I feel like at this point in the game, TT are solely relying on a misstep coming out from LGD and Southwood landing.
What did Puff do to Eric? Because Eric is just Moonlight Vigiling him every time he sees him. They were both full health there, and Eric's just like, nah, we're going for it. Chieftain's going for it, though, on LGD. The kick comes back. Chieftain getting so low. They are committing to this topside fight. They're losing their base lyric.
Yeah, it's honestly crazy how this game was so even for so long. LGD have, you know, pretty much always had a bit of control, but LGD now snowballing out of their minds, bringing it to the base. Southwood finally hits a hook.
UCal has the package. They're putting damage on Jinjao. He's getting low. Abyssal Dive will get him out of there. Mega Death Rocket goes a bit wide.
3 ults, Mazel. 3 ults to try to kill Jinjao, and they weren't able to do it.
Bit unfortunate. Package not utilized there as UCal wants to save it because you got Dragon in 10 seconds. This will be soul point for LGD as they get their resets off, at least a couple of them. They heading right back down. Third item completed for Eric. Now the IE. Is the damage really going to be there for this single, at least, carry composition, it seems like, with the
Hey,
FPL.
Mazel, I don't appreciate you saying it's soul point for LGD if they get this dragon, because it could be soul point for TT
Nah.
if they get this dragon as well.
Nah. You see, you tried, all right? I appreciate your attempt. We'll see if Chieftain can actually get... No, it was just about the fight the whole time. The 4-man... No, it's only going to be 3, but it doesn't matter. The double knock up there onto TT, and LGD are just wiping the floor with them. Beardus is the one that picks up the double kill. And New surviving for a little bit longer, but not for long. As the flash insect kick comes out, New gets taken out by the team of LGD. And they take everything, it seems like, right now. He's... Oh, my God. Okay.
Ooh,
Shadow,
I think Puff and UCal are going to get dove. Puff and UCal are going to get dove.
They're in some trouble here. Jay Tanky, he goes for the prison, does connect it to Gale Force into the Moonlight Vigil, does not connect it. As Puff gets away, Mega Death Rocket onto Jay. Tower still in some trouble here, but it is LGD rightfully taking it, and now onto the inhib.
Yeah, LGD going to be able to push this one, and I got to say, you can tell TT not really knowing what to do at this point in the game. They could have just given up that last strike, but still posturing for it, wanting to
This
look
is
for
it,
these
though. This
aggressive
could be it.
fights.
LGD might overextend here. Oh, Southwind tries it. He goes for the combo, but misses it. The thumbs up immediately come out from LGD. Now TT still looking for it, still pushing up here. Chieftain is moving forward. You also have a little bit of engage available there with Southwind. We'll have the rocket grab coming up, but he's going to be a little bit slowed. LGD slowly but surely making it out.
There's super minions at their base. Like, New is finally up now, but yep, that turret was getting chunked quite low. I can understand what TT are going for, right? TT are in a desperate situation at this point that they need to try and find anything they can, so that's why they're following up so aggressively to hopefully get a pick down in that bot side skirmish. Not able to find the skirmish. We're going to see here, though, UCal having the package is why they want to try and contest this one. Also can throw out a blind hook and find something, but still, they funnel in. LGD at this point have such a large gold advantage. Really nice call, Forge God. Coming out from Fearness. Jinjao comboing in with the Abyssal Dive. Jay able to follow up on the back end. And it just goes to show, right? TT feeling like, hey, this is a package timing. We are falling too far behind. We need to look for the contest. And LGD just having the setup from the prior pushes meant that they have deep vision in the enemy jungle to have perfect information to be able to set up and engage.
So Fearness has definitely missed a few too many Ornn ultimates this time around. The second activation's not there, but all it matters is one time, right? And like with that fight, they ruined their gold lead so high. But the fact of the matter is, TT literally couldn't move. Like that entire fight, the Ornn Horde on top of the Abyssal Dive, on top of the knockup from Ornn in the Mountain Soul. Like it is just so hard to be able to even touch your keys on your keyboard in those kinds of situations. And LGD capitalized on it beautifully, right? It is not just about having the tools, but it's about the execution. And to be able to catch them out, Jay has been integral with these Realm Orbs.
Yeah, and you know, even citing things like the Ornn items coming out already, right? Already having upgrades on Fearness, Jay, and Eric. So getting more of those, you know, combat stats coming out with those. So not only is it a 7K gold, but sitting on about, you know, those extra like 3K gold worth of stats there as well. On top of, you know, being a dragon up. Still though, for LGD, my only question now is, can they end this game before that 1 minute and 49-second timer counts down?
Of course they can, Lyric. It's LGD we're talking about here as they just take out the Baron. He didn't even exist. Now they're all coated in purple and looking at the top lane to try to get this final inhib tower.
And you can see there the force of nature paying off. That big one hit Jay. Jay just shrugs it off, keeps walking away. And now for LGD, like you said, aiming up towards that top lane. They already do have inhib taken in mid. There's no inhibitor turret down in bot, so if they are able to just look to siege up, take this turret on top side, they can very easily just cut down to that bottom lane inhibitor and look to take that one as well.
You have the 4th ornament completed as well. This one for Shadow. A little bit more coming out. The tower just falls, and here comes LGD. The Moonlight Vigil connects as well. Decent amount of damage on the south wind. He tries to pop the static field, but it doesn't do enough. Jin Zhao gets out, or it helps get Jay out with the Devour. They lose their inhib, but only one for now as LGD back away.
LGD going to play this one a bit more respectfully than a lot of
Oh my god, he's not going to make it out. Oh!
Also, Mazel.
UCal even TP top. Oh no.
I got to throw you under the bus because you were wrong. LGD did not finish the game.
You know what,
within
Lyric?
the
I don't
2-minute
need none of your
timer.
negativity, okay? It's LGD all day.
LGD, you know,
Did you
might
see
need a
UCal just
little
TP
bit of a
top?
lead.
A little bit late. I mean, come on. It's LGD.
Okay, this is where UCal has to find the best. Oh, never mind. Shadow behind enemy lines should be able to find a really nice play.
And the package is gone now. UCal doesn't have it.
Puff is
Shadow
no flash,
goes
Puff
for
is
it.
no flash.
He's on the Puff. They can't get the damage back onto him, but now they do. Jin Zhao gets the kill, and this has got to be all day LGD. Shadow following up the Sonic Wave. The knockup doesn't connect from Fearless, but he's flashing forward anyways. They found Southwind, and it's a slow but steady progression of LGD destroying Thunder Talk Gaming. UCal dies. It's 13-4. The Dragon Soul goes down. Thumbs up across the board. TP's into the base, and LGD going for the throat.
Yeah, LGD with some really nice engages coming out from Fearness and Jin Zhao. The damage there from Eric. Jay with the Realm Warps. Going to be able to easily finish off TT.
And just like I said, LGD come out on top. It's the entire team effort. It wasn't just the focus on bot lane. It was everybody coming together. That early aggression from Shadow winning them out. And the entire team making good macro decisions. That's the LGD that I had hopes to see tonight. And we get it on our first game. But on the other side for TT, there's going to be a lot of things they want back from that first game.
Yeah, for TT, I feel like it starts even before the game, right? We came out of draft scratching our heads a little bit. Like, okay, we have the Blitzcrank, we have the Rek'Sai, but then we also have the Corki and the Jinx. Like, how does this all really fit together? We saw them, like, playing to what you expect of those types of champions. Like, again, Chieftain was trying his hardest to find that gank in bot. I mean, he was not farming. He was sitting in that tri-brush. I think he waited 3 waves in a row, continuously hovering over each one. Southwind was able to find some hooks, but still, in the end, once those champions fell behind, not able to find those avenues back into the game, and then especially once LGD was able to find those picks on Puff, and Puff is the player that we were highlighting, has typically been the player carrying TT.
Yeah.
So when Puff's making mistakes, when Puff's getting caught out, when Puff's pretty much killing himself to Eric in the mid lane, sets up for an easy win from LGD. Shout out to Shadow as well for that one kick he found on Puff in mid lane, where Southwind tried to use that ult to get the silence up, wasn't able to in time, right? Because that's what led to the Baron bait, led to the Baron dance, LGD finding more kills, taking the Baron, and able to snowball the game pretty cleanly from there.
That's what I want to talk about a little bit more is it felt like it was very even in that game. And at some point about midway through, LGD just hit a haymaker onto TT, and they were reeling. And LGD just didn't give up, right? Like, they kept swinging, and it just felt like over and over again. We got that double solo bolo in that mid-game section where it just ballooned the lead and the control of the map for LGD, and you can't have things like that happen. You can't be caught off kilter and then let it put you down even further. I think that's something we kind of got in that first game was TT lost a lot of the confidence early on, and then it was LGD who just kept pushing into them, never getting them a moment to breathe. So I'm very excited to see what TT can pull back in this game too, or if LGD just finished out quickly, as their team is looking pretty communicative tonight. We'll see though, Lyric, as we're going to send it away to a little break while we get ready for that second game of the series, so don't go anywhere. So, I got to ask you, Mr. Big Brain Man, we found Uzi. We finally found him. He has been unearthed. He has been uncovered. But sadly, not the entrance you would want to have.
No, came in, played against IG after Doggo absolutely trolled his game 1 on his Ezreal. My God, it was rough watching Doggo just E in aggressively so many times get caught out. But yeah, came in and right, they didn't win. They lost to IG, which overall is a failure. Not even just for Uzi, just for BLG as a team, right? I mean, you're stacked. We were calling them the super team. But I want to say specifically to Uzi's performance, I think it was probably better than I expected. Because I wasn't buying into a lot of the hype in terms of like, okay, it's Uzi, just going to come back in 1v9 and be a god. It's like, no, I think Uzi's going to come back in, be solid, show like those glimpses of, you know, he was walking forward aggressively in team fights, repositioning quite well, looking for those moments. Laning phase was good, but as would be expected of an Uzi roster, BLG did put a ton of jungle attention down towards that bottom lane. Did have some mistakes, though. Did have some like either like weird flashes or like weird, you know, ability usage. He was not hitting his zaps on his Jinx to save his life. But, you know, he's going to need time. Sadly, he didn't play the following series against anyone's legend. So I have no idea what BLG's plan is in regards to
just
using
trying to,
Uzi.
you know, dip his toe into League of Legends a little bit. For me, it was also looking at the player cam of Uzi while he was playing that game. The guy was having fun.
He was so
man.
stoked.
Oh my god! Like you watching like the interviews at the end of last year, especially when he was playing the show matches, and like seeing the energy he felt when he was up on stage, and like he was happy. He was always talking about reminisce, like watching people playing, wanting to be there, wanting to experience the stage. And for him to finally do that is so amazing. It's got to be invigorating and maybe a little hypey. So maybe that's why we were getting some of those errant plays from him. But I, as you would have expected a lot more rust, but he still was able to play to the mechanical level we would expect of an LPL AD.
Yeah.
Still, as you had said, you know, not getting to see him the second time around, not getting to see him again yet is interesting to me. But getting to see him for once with Crisp and get that duo out onto the Rift, it brought a lot of things like I'm foreshadowing to greatness, I guess.
I gotta say, I'm actually pretty surprised they didn't use him against AL. Like, the more I think about it, and the more I think about it in terms of, like, my experience as a coach, it's like, okay, you were willing to put him in for one series because Game 1 went bad. So I just don't understand why, if you're willing to sub Doggo out on such, like easy snap of the fingers in that series, why would you not just be like, okay, hey, well, we got Uzi on stage. Maybe there is a bit of rust. Let's keep seeing how this works against a team that I won't say should be easier, because AL and IG, I think, are, you know, around similar levels, but still, like, giving him more of that time. The only thing my mind can come to is maybe Doggo was the one who, after that terrible Game 1, maybe he went and say, hey, you know, like, I played bad, just put Uzi in. Like, maybe it was a little bit tilted. That's all speculation, but with how it went of him just being out one game, it reminds me a lot of how EDG just brought in Junja in playoffs last year after he only played one game the whole split. And it turned out once EDG released the videos that it was JJ getting like very down on himself. Like, no, I'm playing so bad. Just let Junja play. I cannot play to my best right now. So maybe that was the case with Doggo. If not, I do expect to see Uzi more since he has, again, since BLG were.
Circles, waiting for the moment to come. There's no rehearsal when you want to reach the stars. I lift my head up and hit resume. Get me away from the waiting room, 'cause we were born to achieve our dreams. So just fire away, fire away. Well, do you feel it getting closer? I know each day we're growing stronger. Well, do you feel it getting closer? My eyes on the clock, the game is on. The game is on. The game is on. Testing my own limits. It's taking me to the top. I'm taking action. Okay, here we go. Well, do you feel it getting closer?
do you speak on my name? Why do you treat me so bad? 'Cause I never made you feel like this. Why do you leave me into? Do you love you for real? Do you love you for real? No, 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 don't give me that, don't give me that. No, 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 don't give me that, don't give me that. No, 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 don't give me that, don't give me that. No, 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 don't give me that, don't give me that. Why do you speak on my name? Do you love you for real? Why do you treat me so bad? Do you love you for real? 'Cause I never made you feel like this. Do you love you for real?
앞에 두 경기는 사실 어떻게 보면 처참하게 져가지고 되게 기분이 안 좋았었는데 오늘 경기는 그래도 져서 기분이 안 좋지만은 그래도 재밌게 싸웠잖아요. 그래서 재밌고 일단 LPL 경기가 너무 재밌는 것 같아요. 사랑합니다. 저희가 아무래도 한국인 두 명이 조금 힘을 내서 좀 싸우는, 그러니까 어떻게 보면 LPL 스타일에 맞는 전략을 들고 나와야 되지 않나 싶어요. 상대에 대해서는 딱히 별 대책 없고요. 그냥 LGD 홈그라운드 가서 2대0으로 이기면 무슨 기분일까라는 생각은 들어요. 재밌을 것 같네요.
Oh, great Thunder Talk goddess known as Kelsey Moser.
Lyric, stop.
Please,
Stop. All right.
please inject TT with less mistakes, better drafts, Puff not getting caught out in mid 5 times, and make them
you know what?
dominate LGD.
You had the break to do this, all right? We got to get back to this series because LGD came out on top. Your praying ain't going to help TT today, all right? Like, I thought I would give you some time, but that's enough, all right? That's enough talking about TT because LGD came out on top in that first game of the series. It was close at the beginning. They had you in the first half. They didn't have you in the second half because LGD smashed TT as the game got further on.
Yeah, and we got to bring up our MVP.
We do.
Because our MVP is actually a player that I was very excited for coming into this year. It is Jay. Jay, amazing Rise performance once again. And for people who don't know Jay was a player back in 2019 on Vici. Remember watching LPL all the time back then. Clement and Raz always saying, like, my God, this guy may be the worst player in the LPL for the first half of the split. Then at the end, stepping up, actually improving quite a bit, finding a bunch of solo kills at the end of 2019 summer on players like Rookie, like Xiaohu, and just overall, again, being impressive.
I'm just
when
saying.
I saw him sign to this LGD roster, I was so excited to see him start. Didn't get to see the first half, but Mazel, he's finally come in, and he's bringing LGD some hope.
Yeah, the rise has been really good for Jay. And I will say that hand gesture, that picture, that was probably the most terrified I've ever been of a player photo there. He looks like he's just going to cut you down with that hand. And they cut down TT. It was a lot off the back of those realm warps you see constantly. But these engages, the fact that LGD kept engaging on an off-kiltered TT, it just was never in TT's court.
Yeah, and you know me. I don't want to be too harsh on TT. But TT were kind of giving them a lot of these opportunities. Again, TT started to fall behind once Puff got picked off around that Baron. And you could see that with, again, having the Rek'Sai, with being so far behind, they felt like they had to do something. They were getting desperate. They were continuously trying to look for picks. But it just set up LGD an easier game to snowball and find the win. So we're going to see what adaptations
LGD
TT
strong.
make.
Shadow.
Maybe it's TT. If you want to go for things like the Blitzcrank, the Rek'Sai, maybe go for a more aggressive mid laner so you can play through mid jungle, go more towards that bot lane, and look for a more aggressive composition, because TT were playing pretty aggressive, right? They were trying to find these picks and these kills. They just either A, weren't able to do it, like when we saw Chieftain try 3 waves in a row to find that dive bot, or B, when they were getting fights, it was always on timers where LGD had like the sideways pushed out. They were group first. They were the ones finding the pick. So LGD now on blue. We're going to get to see something different as they're going to be the ones banning away the Rise themselves this time.
I will say just a quick note before we get into the thick of things here, right? Chieftain, I need to see some more proactivity from that Rek'Sai if you're going to pick the Rek'Sai game, but just something more proactive.
He tried.
But I need something that's going to go against Shadow. We're already here, though. Picks and bans underway. You said the Rise was banned away. The Thresh, the Caitlyn by LGD. Zeri, Gwen, Mordekaiser. A little bit of love there to Fearness. Banned away by TT. The first pick, Hecarim. Probably my favorite pick in the LPL.
Yeah, I really enjoyed the like how the Hecarim has come in again against a lot of these compositions like the Jinx and the Corki. I really also like the fact, ever since the Turbo Chem Tank change, in terms of like stacking that damage up and then getting that one really big burst, I feel like we've seen it actually be pretty impactful. And then obviously other things like Force of Nature getting buffs. So I feel like a lot of things have changed around Hecarim that have made Hecarim come back in a strong place in the meta. Going back to draft though, no surprise that TT instantly go towards the Jinx pick themselves. And now to see if the pivot comes through, right? Because the expected pick would be the Corki, but maybe wanting to go towards a more aggressive setup. This time around, getting their hands on the Tahm Kench. Jinzhao in game one had some really nice, pistol dives coming out, so maybe able to find some more aggressive picks coming through with this one.
Southwind wanting his hand at the catfish there. He's like, that looked like fun. I didn't have as much fun on the Blitzcrank. I don't know if we'll see that Blitzcrank again. As you said, though, in that first game, like it was catching people off guard, but in the end, did it really matter? Famous leak at the park. As Orianna is locked in for LGD. A lot of the similarities, I feel like, with some stability in the mid lane, but it loses that Realm Warp. It loses that proactivity that I felt like Jay was buying so well into last game.
I still feel like it's a pretty good setup, right?
With
because
the Hecarim, yeah.
There's not, yeah, I mean, you have the Hecarim setup as well. There's not really too many matchups that really body Orianna, if any at all. Orianna can just farm safely against most, and especially in this meta, we know she does a pretty nice time in lane against like meta champions. Obviously, the Rise being banned, but Corki being the other notable one. TT, though, going to go with another aggressive early game jungler, going to be bringing out the Xin Zhao this time around, so going to be able to be a bit of an annoyance to both Jay and Eric in those team fights once he pops that ultimate. So for TT, I like that they've saved their Soul Lane picks to try and get something that facilitates their draft better than last time around, where they committed very early on to a direction and then were kind of left with their hands up with a comp that was a little bit all over the place.
Yeah, I want to go back. I know I've talked a lot about Shadow versus Chieftain there, and especially the Rek'Sai last game where I felt like it was a little bit lackluster. I feel like in this game specifically with the Xin Zhao locked in, you have a little bit more of that, ace in your sleeve where if
you
things
have like
go
more of a
wrong,
fallback,
yeah,
right?
exactly. You have something to fall back on, which is the Crescent Guard, which is a game, like a fight busting ability if you get it right. And I think that's huge for TT if they're going to look for a resurgence in this series specifically. But we're already in the second phase of bans. Where Karma banned by TT on the red side. It is the Vigar ban for LGD on the blue side. We'll see what that final ban is going to be. But more than likely, back to the focus of this mid lane matchup, and it's the Azir.
Yeah, really interesting coming out, right? Knowing that there's not too many current meta answers to the Orianna. Vigar being a decent one who is with that Predator, being able to try and impact sides. Also wanting to take away the Azir, not wanting to go toe-to-toe in those team fights. But we do get the Akali coming out. Will obviously struggle early in a range versus melee matchup, but later on trying to find some assassination opportunities. Still though, LGD do have a very durable composition. The Hecarim, it looks like LGD gonna just round themselves out with more tanks. We've already hit on Fearness's champion pool, typically going more towards that tanky side. Heck, after last game, Ornn now is Fearness's most played champion.
Yeah, I mean, just lock it in, man.
You have the Orianna shield coming out for Eric, who also can go towards, more lifesteal options to try to also just take away that assassination potential coming out from UCal. So I feel like LGD, once again, coming out with a very solid draft. And you hit on it in game one that, like, easier to execute. You look at what LGD are drafting, it looks like right now they're trending towards this Braum. Front to back team fight, like very straightforward, easy to execute. You have the Wombo combo set up there. You have the DPS. You have a little bit of burst. So LGD, I like what they put together so far. Now we're going to see what New is willing to go for in the top side. Obviously, a lot of things can run into the Ornn. I'm curious if TT will want to go to maybe more of a side laning comp. I wonder.
This is
I was
what
gonna
I
wonder if
want.
he's willing to play things like the Fiora, but Camille has been New's most played champion so far.
I want aggression in the top lane. I know we were saying, you know, these two top laners do differ in the style they bring. Well, we're getting that on display here. We've got Fierce's Orin, we've got New's gameplay coming through, and it's a lot different of play styles coming to the top side. But I do feel like we'll get a little bit of the same flavor that we got last game, where not as much focus towards that top side.
Yeah, and I feel like TT done some good things in this draft, right? Because when you look at the crux of LGD's composition, it is immobile carries. And Cannon Barrage does so much against that in team fights, as well as the Shroud coming out from UCal. So I feel like this game really looks like it'll be up to New and UCal later on to be the ones to, you know, break the formation of LGD apart, get Akali on that backline with the Shroud, Cannon Barrage splitting members up. And all of this is also buying space for Puff to be able to freely hit that front line. So I think TT have come out with a much better draft this time around than they did in game one. For LGD, though, again, we hit on it. It is very, like, stock and standard, very clear win conditions of what they're going to be aiming to do as well.
I'm still really interested that the Nautilus didn't get picked up. It was banned away in game number one, and they, you know, LGD had the possibility to pick it up for their support in the second phase, but they went with the Braum instead.
I think it makes
a little
sense.
bit more of that single target selection, that kind of multitude from the Braum, and I actually think so too, right? Like, fitting that into this composition works really well.
Also, the fact that, right, I mean, you have things like the hook and the ultimate coming out from the Nautilus, which Tom Kench just completely negates. So instead of going, hey, we're going to bring out the Braum, we're going to play front to back, we're going to look to kite you out, even if there's a bit more range coming out from that Jinx, still having 2 range carries on the side of LGD. So LGD, I like the Braum pick. We're going to get to see, Mazal, we know with these two teams, it's going to come down to execution.
It all comes down to execution with these two squads going at it. We'll see as TT versus LGD, game number 2 kicking off now. Can TT scrap back into this series, or do LGD go ahead and mark that 2-win victory into their series column here? We'll find out as TT take to the Rift against LGD in this second game.
The thing I'm curious about for TT is what opportunities Chieftain will be able to find, right? Because you don't have ganks set up in really any of your lanes. You don't have a ton of burst coming out from any of your laners other than UCal, especially once he hits that level 6 point. So for Chieftain, some things I'm thinking about is, like, you could look to try and put some early pressure on mid, maybe try and blow a flash from Jay and then look for a repeat gank at 6. But looks like TT wanting to look for a bit of a level 1.
They will spot them out, though. Or taken care of by TT as they move in with 4 bodies here. I think they're going to go for that invade, at least, as the red buff does spawn Shadow, realizing what could be going on, starting on his wolves this time around. But this is that proactivity I wanted from Chieftain.
Yeah, so both junglers is going to, you know, take away one small camp. Obviously, Shadow, his own jungle Chieftain, looking for the Raptors. So both junglers should be able to come out of this level 2. Chieftain will just back off from that. So still net positive for the side of TT. If Chieftain were to look to be more aggressive, or TT as a whole, right? That's why Jinja and Eric were sticking around to buy time, let Shadow do those wolves, and then if anything happened, he comes in, he's level 2, you can look for that skirmish. So
interesting path, though, for
both sides.
Shadow here, I will say. He obviously had to start the wolves there, bypassing the red buff, realized there could be vision around there, going for the Krugs instead.
Also, right, your Hecarim, like, very easy to clear
exactly.
these multi-unit camps with your AoE damage. He's also going to get to hold onto his red buff a little bit longer if he does want to look for any plays. I don't think as Shadow you feel any pressure at all to look for early ganks with the composition that you put forward. For LGD in the early game win condition, right, I feel like it is a lot about just trying to get down, like, a nice ward line, either in your own jungle and river, try and counteract and look for what Chieftain's doing, and just allow the scaling to be able to come online.
I do want to check in, you know, Chieftain heading towards his top side of the map after that early invade. I do wonder if we get that change up of focus from TT now on the red side. But we know, we said up at the beginning, they love to play through bot lane. And we got to see that adaptation from Chieftain if he does want to make it so. Jay going for the ward onto the chicken camp. We'll see that it's still there. So at least LGD getting a bit of vision advantage there themselves.
Yeah, and, you know, in terms of talking about these junglers, right, both wanting to look for the Scuttle Crab, you have Pryos in different areas. For LGD,
They're going to walk in there. Wait!
Though, so Jay, much closer.
This is a nice little skirmish. It did go to Shadow, though. He had the quicker finger on the smite.
Yeah, and like I was highlighting, right? Both teams having their prio in different places. It looks like, though, Chieftain wanting to look for an aggressive invade on top
Crazy, man.
side.
This is so wild, this early game. We're getting junglers all over the place. We're getting a 3v2 as the command attack connects on the Chieftain. Chieftain's just trying to do the blue buff. Shadow trying to get it himself. He doesn't have smite. First blood goes over to New, and afterwards LGD are routed. How does this happen? TT come out with 2 kills.
For the side of TT, you were highlighting the aggression that you wanted to see come out from their side, getting more prio in their lanes this time around than they had last time, realizing they can look for these aggressive plays and try and snowball from very early on. Chieftain so far just completely abusing Shadow, stealing away that first camp, now finding these kills in the enemy jungle. And for TT's bot lane too, everything's going smooth sailing for them. So we're gonna see how it happens here. Shadow looking to come in for LGD. They think, hey, we have 3 members here first because of the push in mid. This isn't our top side jungle, we can bring Fearness around. But Fearness not able to find any impact in the fight before the other members come through. New cheekily waiting in that brush, able to get a nice bit of damage down as well. And even just Chieftain just being on a bit of a stronger early game jungler in the Xin Zhao compared to the Hecarim. So overall, again, just nice use of the tools they had to find the advantage so far. So for TT, it's about a 1k gold lead. For LGD again, you expect them to fall a little bit behind with how the compositions have panned out. As long as they don't fall too far behind, I think it is completely fine for LGD. So the ball's still in TT's court and how they're going to look to snowball this advantage forward.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and I think that needs to come off the back of continued movements like that from Chieftain. Speaking of movements, though, we have Southwind on a roam here. We'll spot out Shadow doing the chickens. On the way here, but they're just gonna buy a little bit more.
Oh, Southwind got one, Mazel.
Hey, catfishes are hungry. Okay, catfishes. I don't know what the plural is of catfish. I think it's just catfish. But Chieftain and Puff doing the dragon to the bot side will be the first objective of the game, going to TT.
Yeah, TT. So again, just bringing this momentum forward. You get the invade on top side. Resets, of course, come out from junglers. Chieftain then going to head to the bot side. They're able to take this dragon away. So not only securing the early advantage, but at least starting to make their way towards that scaling win con of the dragons. And in terms of scaling damage in general, right, TT's late game is also very good. All 3 of Akali, Gangplank, and Jinx will become absolute monsters. So for TT, finding some nice momentum. Yukao looks like he is going to be going towards that tank Akali, which we haven't seen too much of in the LPL.
Yeah, I love the bursty Akali. We'll see how it works out for Yukao, though, as they will need the damage profile. They'll need that tankiness, though, as well, as they have the GP, the Jinx already on top of that. We do see Chieftain, the bot side, trying to go for another lane gank here, but will not be pulled off. Still, though, adhering to their win conditions, just making sure that if there's something that can be done in bot lane, Chieftain is there to do so.
Yeah, now that Yukao's level 6, this is where he'll start being able to find some pressure in this matchup from the kill threat that he does have with that level 6, especially with the threat of Chieftain on the map. If Jay ever walks too far forward, he's able to find a W and close the distance with his E onto Jay, and very easily be bursted out with the follow-up from the Akali.
Chieftain back in the mid lane. Shadow was pathing towards that top side of the map, going back towards this bottom side. And we're going to get Shadow Chieftain against each other once again. It's going to be a little 1v1, at least at the start. See if Shadow wants to go for it. Yukao first, since he has priority. So it's just going to be a scuffle over the Chicky Nuggies. Yukao and Chieftain moving in now. They want to smite away the big chicken. Does get achieved. Chieftain gets that next smite stack up there as well, completing it. And we'll get the red smite.
Nice, timing coming out from Chieftain as well. I'm not sure if they had vision of when Shadow took his second Raptors or not, but whether he did or not, right, just being conscious of the fact that they have this prio in mid, they also have had push and bot this whole time, so being able to look to continue building on the advantages that they found before. Rift Herald, though, is about to come up. Looks like Southwind is moving first, and since Southwind is moving first, it opens up a window where Eric and Jinzhao can push in the next wave and keep Puff under tower, and then roam both of their bot laners up, which will give them a small window where they have numbers advantage. So, curious if LGD will do that, or if they're just going to commit to trying to get some gold back into their corner. That's what it looks like they're going to do.
Yeah, Shadow just spotted out on that control ward, so Chieftain taking that priority to do the Rift Herald here. Another objective started up by TT, and they've been doing a lot better in their map control this game than last game.
almost like drafting a more
No
aggressive
way.
like setup with your early game jungler allows you to make more plays, Mazel.
Proactivity.
I love it. You don't take the corky, and you can look for the aggression that you're trying to find in the first game. And with that aggression, right, just look at the minimap. TT keeping up vision pretty much all across the map. Anywhere Shadow goes,
Look at this, though.
TT will have full knowledge of.
They've got pings coming down to the bot side. They're also bringing Jay down here. They have Shadow. He is level 6. They're trying to catch out at Puff in the transition there, and he will not fall for the bait. Like, just a little bit of time spent to that bot side. Oh, no, new. The Ornhorn will be flashed away from.
Yeah, still not a good look by New, having to burn that summoner in lane. It will give an opportunity for TT to try to set up a dive on that top side. And, you know, Southwind feeling pretty happy because sure, Puff got zoned off CS. That sucks. Ooh.
He was like a
He's
millisecond from getting away. It does have the devastating charge to make sure he does get out of there. Oh, no. Top lane, though. Fearless. He gets the outplay. Oh, it's a 1-for-1. New still alive up there. And now here comes Jay. No Realm Warp to separate the distance, and the barrels will be in the way. Oh, Jay can do it. Shockwave. New healing so much from the orange. Here comes Shadow. Devastating charge. No, it's the onslaught of Shadows, baby. As Jay comes out with their first kill, or their second kill of the game, rather.
Everything was going in favor of TT. They were looking for the aggressive invades. They were setting up so nice with both New and UCal. Then the top lane dive doesn't go right, and it gives LGD a window to go back in. So we're going to see how it all starts here.
Chieftain just not
Looks like
on
they're
the committal.
waiting. Yeah, Chieftain does wait to get the knock-up on the third hit, but New not able to get in with any damage. You don't have the cannon barrage available either because you used the cannon barrage in the prior play. But and it opens up for Jay to be able to come. Shadow, of course. You know, if Shadow was allowed to recall on bot side, maybe New wouldn't die here.
Yeah,
So
actually.
TT, but by TT canceling Shadow's back in bot side, they kind of threw New to the wolves.
Yes, yes, it's all part of the plan. LGD, it's coming to fruition. We just have it's all a mind game. It's all just fun and games for LGD. TT starting up the dragon here, hoping that none of their decisions will affect them in the future like it did just now for Shadow. But it is still an objective started up for TT. They have done such a night and day difference in this game comparatively in the control of this bottom side, right? We had Chieftain trying for the ganks at bot side all game long last time around, but it didn't end up in anything. But this time it feels like TT have a solid hold of the bottom.
Yeah, and I mean, even in terms of top lane, right? I mean, TT had control up until the failed dive. Sure, you did have to burn a flash earlier, but we could see now UCal having the pressure in mid lane. He can just constantly hover up towards that side of the map. And even sets up for TT to have potential windows where they can look to play both sides. Jay does have TP, still will not be unleashed for a few minutes, so can potentially dissuade any dives coming out on the side lanes, but still, UCal can look for some easy ganks, as we see again, just pushes the wave so fast.
Rift Herald available for Chieftain. He's into the lane of bot side, but both junglers are now here, and Chieftain trying to go for a lane gang, not being spotted out just yet, but the push from Eric will be huge. Southwind on the edge here. They're TP. They are pulling the trigger on this fight. Southwind misses the Abyssal Dive. It might have all been for naught. Shadows here. They're TPing now from LGD. The Glacial Fissure goes wide. Abilities just flying everywhere. There's the onslaught of Shadows. Southwind is the target, but is that who you want to go for? UCal is here, and 2 kills drop. TT pick him up. Eric is now in some trouble. UCal gets knocked up. They can't chase this down, or can they? Here comes Jay. Does have the shockwave available and will be flashed away from the Moonlight Vigil to utilize on top of it too. Abilities just flying out everywhere, Lyric.
Yeah, ultimately TT come out as the winners. New though, on the wrong side of the tower.
Does get some damage
gonna be
up.
fine.
Yeah, not too bad.
Okay. Also, I can't wait. You know, I've been saying this all night because when you have these teams playing, right? Abilities, like you said, abilities are going all over the place. Newest Cannon Barrage was on absolutely no one. I think he might have put it on where we saw Ornn running after the TP come through, but we're going to start here. The dive comes out from Southwind. Eric having to burn the flash with this one. You look at the minimap, though, Akali is here, so LGD maybe not having full information of this one. They do go for the committal. They are able to kite back. Southwind does have to burn a flash, and yeah, the Cannon Barrage, not really on anyone, but TT still pull it through.
That's the big importance
I guess
there.
it does cut off their escape
Yeah,
path, so
to some extent.
maybe that's what New was looking for.
But it's just the overextension from LGD, right? Getting baited a little bit by Chieftain going forward when they felt like they weren't in the right. And it's so interesting to get that push and pull. And, you know, I will say if some of those ultimates connected, this would be a much different game going on right now. But it is not. It is all about execution, as we've kind of mentioned from the beginning of the game. And it is TT who will still have that lead, about 3.3K.
Yeah, and Mazal, let's be honest. When we saw this series on paper, we knew this was a 3-gamer. There was no way LGD versus TT was not a 3-game series. Let's see if I jinx it. As Chieftain wanting to continue the aggression, and again, just the vision control coming out from the side of TT. Full information of where Shadow's been pretty much the whole game. Yukao with the prio, looking to move down and make sure that Chieftain's able to get this red buff.
Jay's
Pup
right
and Southland also
there.
fighting for Tri-Burst control.
Shadow's on the edge right here as well. He's just trying to buy some time through the Krugs while he can. Onslaught of Shadows is just now about to come up. Not going to be there just yet as Chieftain steals away the red buff.
Yeah, I feel like a critical thing was the fact that Puff and Southland were winning the fight over Tri-Burst control, and the fact that Cannon Barrage already up for new, right? So if you look for the commit there, TT, I feel like, had more tools to be able to take the skirmish if you looked for the engage on Shadow and Jay. Both Eric and Joe would have to go the long way around, and Yukao now make his way towards the bot side. They want to look for the dive. Cannon Barrage is up.
They use it as the wave, getting in some trouble here. Yukao does find it. Perfect execution into the fight here. Can they get the execution off itself? Glacial Fisher goes in. Nobody has died just yet. Chieftain can't get the damage with the wind, becomes lightning. A lot of abilities used, a lot of summoner spells as well.
Yeah, that was so close, right? I mean, pretty much everything hit on the side of TT. Cannon Barrage did its damage. The rocket came out, was able to find his target. Yukao doing a ton with the engage coming in, but still not enough. They are able to guarantee bot lane turret, though. So they do get something, and New was covering them wave in mid. Looks like he's, you know, lost a couple waves on this top turret, but still not too many. So nice job of TT realizing, hey, we rotate New down to mid to make sure we aren't losing too much in the mid lane, bring him right back to top, and overall you covered all your bases. And look, we're already at a 4K gold lead. Out of nowhere.
Out of nowhere.
40 CS advantage in top. But Yukao is down about 30 CS as well. So being evened out in other places.
All right, New's in some trouble here. He's got the devastating charge utilized onto him. He's tanking up a storm, but it ain't going to be big of a storm this time around. Fearness gets his second kill of the game. Eric, trying to deal with the pressure in mid lane, does so.
Yeah, able to hold his own. This will lead to LGD being able to get themselves a Rift Herald, so some much needed gold. Looks like Fearness should be able to get this turret as well with no one coming up to answer. And TT, though, getting themselves onto Soul Point at only about 17 minutes in the game.
We will see Shadow doing the Rift Herald, though, as the first objective will go over to LGD. We do have a picture-in-picture replay. I guess that's where the flash from Jay was burned.
Yeah, nice job by Chieftain to find it. And again, Chieftain has lived in LGD's jungle so far, pretty much invading both sides, you know, depending on where he is pathing. So for LGD, they do close the gold lead by just a smidge, only by like 500 gold. And like we said, TT going to be on Soul Point, so we might get a very early Elder this game, which, hey, for LGD, if you're starting to fall behind, heck, if we get to Elder, one steal can completely turn the game.
That's absolutely true, and something we got to keep an eye out for Shadow, who will be looking to get into the back, has a lot of mobility on the Hex Rim as well to get into the pits, so very exciting to get to those stages at least. Maybe not exciting for LGD to be in that position, but still a lot of playback opportunity available to them now as we do get a bit of a lull period here. It's still that stacking up for TT. It's still making sure that Puff and Southwind are active on the map itself, and especially Southwind, who not as many roams, I feel like, that went successfully as last game, but still having an impact nonetheless. We do look at Yukao and Chieftain in the top lane. Thought maybe they want to go for something a little bit finicky. We have New caught out on the bot side, though. TP's coming in on the other side from TT, though, but does New die already? Jay gets the kill. Yukao now in here. Perfect. Oh, my God, Yukao just obliterates Jay. He's still going for it, too. He goes forward. The Abyssal Dive coming out from Southwind. Do they just catch Fearness now? Jin Zhao is here. They've got the man advantage. Just fight them, LGD. Glacial Fisher goes in as well. The ultimate's utilized, and immediately the back started for LGD. TT with the pressure.
Yeah, really nice movement from UCal. And again, it's a bit surprising to see him going this build because 12.2 is where this was slightly nerfed because of Akali. Of course, you know, right, the way new Turbo Chem Tank works the split is moving or dealing damage, fills it up, and then once you get to 100 stacks, you do deal one big chunk of burst. You used to be able to stack it very easily with your E, but they capped it out to now where movement abilities like that are capped at only 10 stacks comparatively before where you could just E and get a ton of them. So UCal still making do is
couple ultis.
Eric throwing out a Zolt.
We also got the new ulti as well. Oh my god, okay, LGD, just eat all the cannons. Why not?
You know, Mazel, it's fine. They're only 4K go by.
Oh no. Okay, Crescent Guard does separate a lot of the damage though, and Chieftain knew what he was doing when he goes in for that.
Yeah, Chieftain being completely fine does set up for New to take this turret in top side, and LGD just slowly bleeding out. Feels like they're not at a point where they really have the damage to contend into these fights. Shadow thinking about going for something, but in the end is just going to go for that Scuttle Crab on top side.
Puff does get excited, and the towers fall. That's all outer towers down now against LGD. They definitely want a little bit of that pressure back, but not going to find it. The lead continues to snowball, about 6,000 now for TT. Again, we got to reiterate that it's never a solid win if that is true, but it helps in the long term as we have about 1 minute 45 seconds till the Dragon. This is Soul for TT.
Yeah, now, you know, kind of looking across some of the items. Lord Dominic's coming out from New. I mean, the fact that he typically will be sidelining against Ornn. There's also Hecarim and Braum on the opposite side, right? Wanting to get that armor pen, and then just the bonus damage against champions with more max health than you. Gonna come very much in handy. Shadow Flame now picked up by UCal, so even stronger ability to delete these squishy targets on the side of LGD.
Yeah, the goal at least, but a couple more fights stand in the way of TT.
Hey, the goal's been working out so far.
Victory. Oh, Shadow's caught. He's gonna have to use the devastating charge, but can he get away? It doesn't seem that fast when you're a speedy horsey, but he does use the Onslaught of Shadows to get away. That's a big tool. Still short cooldown, but not available immediately.
I mean, and Chieftain committed a flash throw, right? Chieftain was hoping to find flash knockup. UCal was there, so if you get the knockup, potentially able to close the distance with the ulti or the E, be able to follow up once the ultimate from Shadow does come out and still be able to find the assassination, but still really fast fingers coming out from Shadow to make sure that that doesn't come through when he's able to get away.
Stepping up here, feeling filled with confidence here. He just stepped up to a non-visioned bush against a Braum. That's how confident TT are right now. As cannon, where the barrels will connect from New at least onto Fear, and it's doing a decent amount of damage, but it's all about the setup for this Dragon and for TT.
And I mean, for TT, right, they do have a bit of vision. LGD taking it back now, though, so we'll at least be able to find a way into the pit. Ultis are available, barring Shadow, so Fearness potentially can look for an engage here.
They're moving in through the mid lane, trying to keep the priority there. The Dragon already started up. Chieftain in the pit. Dragon about 3,000 health. Can they get to it? The big barrel's doing work. Cannon Barrage in the middle. It is not taken by Shadow. Shadow will die, and that's the soul secured by TT. The Abyssal Dive gets 2 knockups. Moonlight Vigil is going to be a Moonlight Embrace, as that's huge for Eric to pull it back, but Puff gets the kill in the Shadow. Eric gets the kill in the Southwind, and it is a trade of 1 for 1.
I mean, still, right, TT gets Soul at 22 minutes in the game. Both games in the series so far being decently one-sided and decisive. Once one team falls behind, honestly, they aren't really able to find a way back in. They aren't able to stem the bleeding, I feel like is a better way of putting it. Pretty much both these teams, once they fall behind, are just trying to ram their faces into the enemy team. TT, though, doing a nice job keeping up their aggression. UCal in this fight, consistently zoning the backline from being able to walk forward. Shadow tries to find the steal, but nice job by Chieftain to guarantee the smite. And with Shadow looking for the steal, of course, he's overcommitted, so it does go down to, in the end to the side of TT. But still, LGD able to find something back. It doesn't really feel all too prominent for their side. For TT now, they can go back to playing their 1-3-1 formation. get control of these side lanes, work their way towards mid.
Jay immediately flashes as he knows what's coming. The shockwave misses too, and Jay is just gonna slowly not die because Jin Zhao is there to help him out. Now Chieftain's trying to save Yucal, but Yucal, he's not gonna make it out this time around. Chieftain's gonna die too. This is what we're talking about. It's never certain for these teams, and TT just threw a Hail Mary.
Oh, Mazel, it was so tragic. Yucal missed the last 5-point strike. I think he missed his first one as well, so that damage would have been enough to finish off Jay. Instead, it leads potentially to a Baron
No
for the side
jungler.
of LGD. Tons of AoE, though,
They
for
do.
TT.
Nu's doing some work here. The knockup connects. The concussive blows are there, but he can't get him. Shadow doesn't die. It's a 5v3, but TT are actually making it out alive.
Pup
is unstoppable right now. He gale forces forward, but now he's overextended. And does he die? The flash out, the triple knockup from Southwind. No! Puff is gonna be unstoppable. And Nu chases down Shadow. As you thought, a triple kill for Nu. LGD, what happened?
Well, I totally understand what LG are going for, right? They found the 2 kills. They know they're behind. They need to look for the Hail Mary on the Baron. The side of TT, though, like we were saying, tons of AoE damage coming out, whether it's the barrels, the cannon barrage, just the rockets coming out from Puff. They were able to find it. Nice disengages, kind of baiting LGD in, setting up for that knockup. Now they're going to be able to turn towards this Baron. So LGD kind of throwing away a bit of their control just to gain back even more control.
Yeah, it was a Hail Mary pass into a Hail Mary pass. It's fine. It's just going back and forth. It's perfectly fine. But in all actuality, like, I feel like TT got a little bit lucky there that LGD overextended at least, but it's going back to taking advantage of the mistakes of your opponent, where both these teams will find success on.
Yeah, okay, so we're going to go to the Baron replay. We see them trying to force the side of LGD up Baron. And again, just look at how much these rockets are doing to the side of LGD. Puff, be very aggressive. Gale forces in. This makes LGD think they can find the play. If they didn't, right, Puff would have killed Jay, and he would have gotten the resets that could have chased him down. So I feel like trying to turn on Puff probably was their best call of action there. But it sets up for that beautiful knockup coming out from Southwind, allowing Nu and Puff to be able to finish off all those kills.
And Nu just tanking up a storm where nobody was focusing on Puff at all. Very, very troubling for LGD in those decision-making fights, but it is TT in the bot side. They take the tier 2 tower, and now they're looking at the inhib tower.
Yeah, and for LGD, right, it just feels like a matter of time. I mean, Puff is hitting so hard, even onto tanky members like Fearness, who have 2 full items, almost the 3rd completed, as well as the Frostfire Gauntlet upgraded, so he is quite tanky, but still, 3 items on Puff. This is where he is incredibly strong.
It feels so hard to be able to kill anyone. Everybody's so tanky, and if they aren't, Southwind is there with the Devour. And there's just nothing they can do. Yucal is so fluid, so mobile on the Akali as well. As the inhib tower falls, it's Puff gale forcing forward onto Eric. He's getting a little bit of taste of what he had last game. Will be inhib in the bot lane going down to Puff. Not just yet. They still have the minions here, though, and the last rocket will be in there. So first inhib falls as TT utilizes the pressure in bot lane to move towards mid.
Yeah, for TT now. I kind of would like if one member would move up towards top side and start getting that wave in order. It would open up a potential gauge from LGD, but I think TT even win 4v5 at this point as the Shadow.
Hey, this is a desperation.
Trying to set up for an opportunity.
This is desperation play from LGD. They were trying to set up the onslaught of shadows in case TT stepped up there. They did not. And LGD realized they don't need to pull the trigger if it's not there. I will say, we're getting some ornaments here as 3 are now completed. Not too bad. I don't know if it's going to separate that 10,000 gold lead any much more, but TT will have some more scaling to deal with on the side of LGD.
So now all TT have to do is play this one patiently, right? Because Elder's coming up at 25 seconds, and I feel like this is LGD's best shot at finding that window back in the game, right? Trying to get a steal to come up from Shadow. But if you're TT, you just stand in front of Dragon, you pull it, you wait for those super minions to push in and bot, and you play the waiting game. Luckily for LGD, they do have both TPs available if they need to send one person to answer. But for TT, I just want to see them play this one patiently. Again, use the fact that you broke an inhibitor open and that you have that pressure on the map.
Puff is on his way down gonna clear out that mid lane a little bit more, but you see LGD.
Oh my God,
actually
four
getting
stopwatches,
off.
Mazel.
Yeah, I was gonna say that the inventories are looking mighty stacked at this point. UCal actually on the side here trying to find out Shadow, but it is that bot lane that you have to worry about. Mid lane priority gained again by TT. Jay has to be on the side lane to deal with the super minions, and TT forming themselves around this Elder Dragon.
Yeah, and UCal trying to find an angle to wrap around and potentially find a pick.
At this point, it has to be a steal from Shadow, right? Like, there's no way they're taking that 5v5 fight at this point with this gold lead for TT. The Dragon about half health now. TT back away from it, pull it out, but it resets. The cannon barrage utilized. Look at UCal on the side here. They don't even want the Dragon. They just want their lives. Eric dies here, and so does Jin Zhao. There's just nothing that LGD can do about it. Shadow's running around like a madman, but everybody's dying around him, and that's the TP into the base, and that's TT taking the base of LGD. They're going to finish off this second game slowly but surely and bring us to that penultimate 3 games for this series we all knew was coming.
See, Mazel, it worked. We prayed to the TT goddess known as Kelsey Moser, who's going to be casting later today. TT got the buff. They powered up. They dominated the early game. Chieftain sat in Shadow's jungle, otherwise known as Chieftain's second jungle, and they crushed them. They crushed them, Mazel.
It was all planned for LGD. This was meant to happen. They wanted to make sure we got 3 games in totality for this series because they knew that it's on the edge of its seat. It's crazy. What do we get for this 3rd game? Who knows?
You know, Mazel, you're right. Honestly, I think this is where when we shake hands, we call a truce. We don't care who wins.
We don't care.
Because
It's the journey. It's the friendships made along the way.
Exactly. And at this point, right, both teams have dominated each other once. I feel like in game 1, a little bit down to draft. Maybe even this game, right, again, TT were able to find their advantages through the aggressive lanes they were able to pick up, but still, it was nice by TT to drive that proactivity home because, seriously, Chieftain felt like he was in Shadow's jungle the whole game. Like, invade his Raptors at level 1, wrap around to the top side, find those kills, get your reset, come back later for, you know, the following Raptor spawn. We go back, he's once again around the top lane, trying to set up that dive. Chieftain really driving this home. I do feel like a lot of it came from the pressure their soul lanes were able to generate. UCal constantly following through, knew was there as well. And then Puff and Southwind left to their own devices, just able to push out the wave spot. When you have Tom Kench against Brahma, you know you're not really going to have any kill threat coming out from either side. So as long as Chieftain is pushing the pace on the opposite side of the map, where he does have the laners to be able to follow up, TT very easily able to snowball this into a game win.
And I think it's so interesting to go from that first game and say, you know, we need proactivity from Chieftain. We need to see that aggression come out in some way, shape, or form against Shadow, because that's how you deal with Shadow. Came out beautifully in game number 2, and it's completely shaken this series in totality itself. But like in general, these games are all over the place. It is crazy, and I'm having so much fun with it just because we're seeing a lot of those adaptations, a lot of those styles be adjusted just a little bit. The fact that we, in this second game, we go away from that, you know, pool noodle fight in the top lane to where Nu is carrying the game on GP as well. He's finding those huge cannon barrages and being bait for the enemy team for LGD. There were so many times they were focusing on Nu, but they were never able to get him down. So I think an adaptation from LGD is going to be needed going to game 3, especially for that early game focus.
Yeah, and I think it's just going to come down to, right, the fact of, I feel like TT were the ones who made the adaptation this time, right, in regards to their draft. So for LG, just going to have to show more respect in terms of if TT do pull out this early game composition once again, they can't just lean on pretty much 5 scaling champions.
Yeah, it's definitely not the way to go. We need the bloodshed, blood for the blood god here in the LPL. We're going to step away for a little break as we get ready for this rambunctious finale of this best of 3 between LGD and TT. Don't touch that browser. On the back, Allah's going ham right now. Lightning get in there to do some damage. Can he get the free fires off? He's excited. He goes cleanse from the death sentence, and Light is starting to pop off. It's starting to look like an MVP performance from this AD carry of LNG. In this new season, LNG and V5 have come roaring back to life.
It's beautiful to witness, and now Botic can clean house. That's 3 for him. He'll go for Finn. That's 4. The rest of the team surely gift over the kill of Xiao, who tries to survive, but the cleave through the chickens. It's a pentakill for Botic.
LNG has been the biggest surprise. Week in and week out, they have slaughtered the competition. And although the mighty may bleed, they are still currently tied for first under the leadership of the former world champion Doinby.
其实我觉得我这个人找机会就打输出能力，我觉得团战不管是团战还是什么都挺厉害的。这方面我觉得是 LPL 前3吧。不管是玩什么英雄，我觉得找机会能力都特别好。但我只能说，今年 LPL 真的是没有弱队，大家都很强。
Golden with minuscule levels of health. They've killed off Light, but Doomy's now the AD carry. Tarzan jumps straight on in. Double kill, triple kill, quadra kill for Doomby, and the man in the mid lane strikes back.
现在的目标的话，只有冠军吧，因为去年拿了2个亚军，感觉亚军现在对我来说没什么意义，我不想再拿亚军，我想拿冠军。
And just like Doinby for LNG, Rookie's arrival was an integral part to the V5 plan this year. The duel between these two legends will take center stage in this clash.
最近打智能赛，配合也蛮不错的，然后我们的配置也算是我个人觉得也是蛮好的。 总体来说还是蛮不错嘛，就是在节奏这方面，我们也会做得蛮不错的。
Blast themselves into this game. UB in the middle of everyone. Rookie looking for more in the backline. Jumps forward and finishes safe. The double kill. And I sure hope so he would win. And boy, is she triple for Rookie.
Both of these teams have taken the spring split by storm. V5 ended RNG's win streak. The rookie Fotic has unlimited possibilities, and Rich himself has played solidly in the top lane. But now, Rich must face Ala, who has been core to LNG's dominance. It seems that this series shall truly be the strongest against the strongest.
Rich could actually be the one in trouble, but it depends. Never mind. Rich survives with one more order to seal the deal.
Just solo kills the Shy in such a manner.
Wow, the jump down the bottom side, but Oliver's Xiao Lao, who there's no mana on his flash forward. Solo Molo this time from Ala in the top side.
No matter which way you look at it for both of these teams, this series will be monumental. If either side has any hope at a chance of reviving themselves in the playoffs, they will need to prove it here, as confidence reigns king in the LPL. Our match of the week, V5 versus LNG.
I don't care what you think of me. Live my life like I'm 17. Late night party lights, oh my, I've lost my mind. Glitter eyes, watch me do my thing. And I know what you came here for. Eyes down, staring at the floor. You might say go, but your body resists. Your feet start moving to the sound of Prince. Don't say no, no, don't lose this. You gotta give it up, baby. Give it up, baby.
just wanna love somebody, someone who gon' love my body the way that I want my body to be loved. Give me love, love, love when I need it. I'll be right here to receive it. Only kind of love is the one you give and I mean it. Need the kind of love you give, I mean it. Need it. I just really wanna know if you want. Are you that somebody? Are you that somebody? Are you that somebody? Are you that somebody? Think about my body like the ocean. I know that the deeper that we go, the more I open. Emotional motion, on the roller coaster. Round and round we go till we find the resolution. Some people need diamonds, some people need gold. I'm not materialistic, I just need your love. I don't wanna wait to figure out if you're the one. While you're on my mind, I think I'll call, I got a question. Tell me, are you that somebody? Tell me, are you that somebody? Tell me, are you that somebody? Someone who gon' love my body. Tell me, are you that somebody? 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 Baby, love me, 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 love me.
我感觉自从 TT 换了中野，我感觉他们的什么节奏啊，什么方面都打得比之前好，所以我觉得他们还是打得还挺好的。最近跟 J 的磨合还行吧，但是我们只是打的没有那么多嘛，最近所以磨合会出一点小失误什么的，但是我觉得打得越多，磨合会越来越好。
Welcome back, everyone, to the Week 6 Super Weekend here in the LPL. Now, quickly, just to get things off our backs, we do know that AL versus JDG is starting right now. We will have it playing right after this series, so you will not miss a single beat of that second series coming up, just to make sure everybody's feeling comfortable with that one. But now we got to dive back into this first series of the night. LGD versus TT, going the distance, all 3 games, and Southwind is the one that picks up the MVP.
Yeah, Mazel, you tried to stop my prayers, but the prayers worked. TT
The
came in
Kelsey
strong.
buff, man. I don't know.
The Kelsey buff, and I like what we were hearing Shadow say, in that pregame interview about how it feels like TT with Chieftain Yukar playing much better around tempo, because it was nonstop aggression coming out from TT in this game. We saw again Chieftain starting off early with the aggressive invades, and then UCal new, and especially Southwind always able to follow up and set up these plays. Again, Southwind aggressively always diving in, finding these knockups. That one especially being so massive to set up Puff for the re-engage. So for TT, things are looking strong. Potential reverse sweep on the doorstep. We put our differences aside, Mazel. We came in a little biased today in terms of what teams we were both thinking could or would win. But, going to go into Game 3. Teams are sticking on the same sides we saw last time around. And I think you were hitting on it perfectly about, now it's LGD's turn to adapt, right? TT came into Game 2. They made their adaptations in terms of draft. They played around it really well with that aggression. And now for LGD, maybe going to have to pull out something a little bit more aggressive of their own.
Oh, I hear all your analysis. Yeah, I see the wrinkles coming off your brain there. But I'm just saying, I'm Team Tom Kench now. Tom Kench has 100% win rate this series so far. Not too bad. He's just frying some people up. And honestly, it's been actually impressive to see Southwind and Jin Zhao respectively on this champion and how much of an impact it's had. I said at the beginning of the day, Tom Kench's in the LPL are just built differently, and I think we're getting a lot of that here in this series particularly. But looking into that game 3 draft, that's where things can change. That's where that draft adaptation comes to bear, and especially seeing what the priorities lie in, right? We got the Rek'Sai in the first game for Chieftain, didn't look so good, immediately went back to the comfort of Xin Zhao, looked phenomenal. We had in first game, not too bad of a performance from Shadow especially, but then coming into game 2, picks up the Hecarim, first pick on the blue side. It doesn't work out for them. So a lot of things to be thought of going into this third game.
Yeah, there's also another like common theme throughout the first 2 games is the team that both had like Prio in their mid jungle matchup and also better side lanes won both games, right? Because in game 1, it was the Ryze Lee Sin coming out for LGD that were able to keep up that tempo and continuously find picks. And then we saw Jay finding numerous like pickouts in the side lane, or just being able to move first with his Realm Orbs because he was able to get the sides pushed out. And same thing happened in game 2 for the side of TT. And I think it makes a lot of sense, right? Because when you have the lower tier teams playing and you do have a lot of teams mispositioning, it is very easy to find these picks when you do have the tools to do so. So that is one thing I'm going to be extremely focused on is like what team ends up with, you know, the stronger early mid jungle. And again, which team has the avenues to play around side lanes rather than just drafting like hey, we're going to sack side waves, group mid and just hope we can find that one big explosive team fight, right? Because LGD were able to do game 1 despite still having, you know, pretty decent front to back, because we have seen LGD again gravitating towards this Ornn for Fearness in the top side. So maybe it is a bit of a time to pivot, but I really feel like mid jungle will be the key going into game 3.
And that's what I want to go into a little bit more, because at the beginning of the day, our big setup was, you know, the opposite side focuses for both of these teams. TT looking to get bot lane ahead. LGD wants to get that top side of the map really going. And we have seen iterations of both for both teams. This last one in particular standing out to me because Nu grabbed the GP into the Ornn that Fearness looked so good on and dominated that lane in particular. So going into this next one, do we still see the Ornn? Do we still see that stability coming out from LGD? Or do we get that double-edged sword that can work out for them, can also be a little bit of a detriment as we get ready for our picks and bans of this final game of the first series. LGD on the blue side, TT on the red side. We get the Caitlyn band on the blue side this time around, as well as the Ryze from LGD, Zeri and Gwen, the likely bans from TT.
I think it could be pretty rough if LGD goes towards that same strat that you're just sitting on in terms of like bringing out the Ornn, because TT showed last game, right? They can just save counter pick top for last pick, and then you could just get a very easy matchup for yourself. So with Gwen banned out, the only like other really strong and obvious blind top that we've been seeing a ton of has been the Graves. But Fearness has not played any games of the Graves so far. You do have things like the Jace that you can potentially bring out as a blind and try and guarantee yourself a very strong top matchup.
100% win rate, baby!
Yeah, these guys are on the same page as you. They feel like the Tahm Kench has been able to do so much. Again, when we have so much single target CC and pick potential in the meta, it really feels like this pick does a lot. And again, the aggression that the Tahm Kench rework has allowed him to bring in setting up these picks or these engages or even re-engages like we saw in that last game in the Baron fight. So LGD valuing that one quite heavily. I also like it as well as we have seen Jin Zhao, I think, be less proactive than Southwind in terms of his map movements, right? Southwind, both games trying to make a lot of plays with his mid and jungle. I think Tahm Kench, if he's not going to look for those aggressive plays, at least gives him a lot of utility and other options when it comes to these skirmishes and team fights.
Third time's the charm for Puff on that Jinx. Just on Jinx duty, apparently, here today. It will be a bit of a salty run back so far, at least for TT. Maybe not salty since they won it. The Xin Zhao locked in for Chieftain looked so good on it last time around. But LGD steal away a piece from the puzzle of last game for TT as they lock in the Akali as well as the Aphelios.
Yeah, and I want to point out that this is a flex pick for the side of LGD. Both Jay and Fearness have played this pick, so not necessarily showing their hand too early for TT now. I want to see what their response will be. Instantly, instead going towards the Lulu, I like this a lot, right? Enemy picks the Tahm Kench. Tahm Kench, very easy to poke out with these Enchanter or poke supports, considering, like, sure, you do have the ability to dive in and find the knockup, but it's not as, I'd say, easily accessible as something like a Nautilus Hook or the Zenith Blade coming in from a Leona, which can just be so easy to set up the all-in for your jungler.
I personally really like it because it gives you a little bit of something to fall back onto, especially if things don't go super well for you early on in the game, where Snowball is king right now. I feel like between both these two teams. We're into the second phase of bans. J4 banned away by TT. Take away some of the pieces for Shadow there. The enableization in that pick specifically. The Trundle also targeted towards Shadow. On the other side for LGD, we get the TF ban and waiting on the final ban.
Yeah, I like the bans coming out from TT, right? Taking away the Jarvan when your comp is very immobile so far. Maybe even easily being able to find a 2-for-1 special and locking up both the Jinx and Lulu, setting up for some easy kills. Now for LGD, taking away the Vigar. I think it makes sense, right? I feel like Akali as well. In most lanes, you're going to struggle early regardless of what you're playing against. It isn't until that level 6 point where you're really able to find some agency. TT, though, might be able to find some skirmishing and power of their own if they do decide to lock in this Sylas. I mean, you have a heavy diver in your Xin Zhao as well, but no, Mazel, no. We're going to go with the range. We're going to go sitting, contesting mid waves, winning that controlling river as LGD.
Ooh. They just lock it in, double ready to go, firing the shots. Renekton and Diana come through for the combo of LGD.
Yeah, ton of bursts coming out from this duo, right? I remember hearing Munch and Ox talking about this the other day, that when Diana, pretty much plus anything, but Diana Renekton come onto the Rift really does warp the game. If Diana can find that massive ultimate, it defines the team fight. If she flubs it, she is pretty unimpactful, a little bit useless in the rest of the team fight. So now for LGD, maybe they go back to that style that we're hitting on, right? Because we heavily expected LGD to put more emphasis on top lane. They haven't been doing that because they have just been putting Fearness on Ornn duty, but this time around, going to go back to that tried and true style, heavy divers to get on the long-range backline of TT. But TT, this time around, it's not like Game 1, where they kind of went two directions with the Rek'Sai Blitzcrank, then Corki Jinx is like, no. You have a solid front line in your Xin Zhao Gragas, you have your two hyper carries, and then you have a Lulu there as well to buff everything up. So I think TT, again, coming out with a much better job this time around. LGD have ways of winning, but we're gonna see what Shadow's able to do on this Diana.
Can I just say that it's so beautiful? This is the culmination of this series. Both teams getting a version of what they like on the Rift, of what works for them. The obvious focus for TT towards this bottom side of the map. You've got Gragas in the top lane now, back to Game 1 style, where you are just putting all your resources into this bottom lane of Puff and Southwind. And on the other side for LGD, you got that Wombo combo trio on the top side. Bot lane, Eric and Jin Zhao, you're on your own this time around. It's Fearness, Shadow, and Jay who need to step up to the plate for LGD.
Yeah, I think especially Shadow and Jay are the two we're going to be looking at, right? We've already hit on Shadow, and again, really needing to be able to land that ultimate if he can get on the backline. But at least if he can't, Jay will be such a nuisance in terms of trying to be able to zone away, assassinate this Corki or this Jinx. But still, you do have some nice disengage and zone control on the side of Thunder Talk.
The fact that we get Fearness, Renekton in this one, the Tahm Kench also gotten for LGD in this third game. It is all coming up aces for this first series, and it's all coming up to Summoner's Rift as we hit it for the final game of this first series. LGD versus TT, and it started early. Jay getting some damage onto him by UCal, but it's TT with these early level 1 positionings that have been so important.
Hey, UCal also comes out and gets a tiny little morsel of gold as well, right? Running the first strike. So overall, Mazel, again, we might have put our biases at bay, but I gotta say, huge, absolutely huge win for the side of TT.
It's gonna be a lot like last game too. It looks like TT want to go for the early invade onto the bottom side of the map. Shadow's gonna be like, man, this has to happen again, really? I gotta go start my wolves again. Seriously? Ooh. Come on.
And I think it's even better this time around, right? Because Diana, especially being a champion who needs levels to be impactful, you don't expect to see Diana really look for any plays before that level 6 mark. And even in terms of support matchup, having the Lulu against the Tahm Kench, having the range advantage in mid lane as well, it means LGD can't even posture to try to look for, like, buying time or contesting their jungle. TT get this one for absolute free. We've already hit on, we expect TT to win the spot lane matchup with the fact that they do have, the Lulu into the Tahm Kench. You'll just be able to get a ton of free poke off in there. UCal having control of the mid lane matchup early on as well. LGD's only point of reprieve is Fearness in the top side.
Yeah, well, something I want to keep my eyes on is if Chieftain allows this vertical jungling, and it's not going to be so. He's already pinging towards the top side of the map. Because I'll say, if you let this vertical jungling happen, you're both buying into what you want as the teams, right? Like LGD gets the top side, Chieftain gets the bottom side. But Chieftain does not want to let that happen as he's going towards his top side jungle to stop a lot of that invasion from Shadow.
Yeah, and it makes sense, right? Because you do have that heavy push in mid lane. UCal gonna have to start making his way over here, though, if Chieftain wants to be able to contest his buff. They should be able to get over here and look to collapse first.
UCal can't be on his way. He got priority in mid lane. This is trouble for LGD. The red buff is taken. Chieftain is dead. I don't know how that happens. It's turning up good for LGD, though. It's a 2v2 now, turning into a 2v3. But Fearness is still alive for a lot longer. He does finally die. New gets the blast going over with the help of UCal. And it's just a trade 1-for-1.
Yeah, overall, I mean, Chieftain getting a little bit greedy, right? He wants to try and secure his red buff instead of just waiting, buying time, posturing, because you know UCal will be able to get there first. Instead, does go a little bit too early, does get picked off, still ends up being a 1-for-1, but I feel like that could have been much better for the side of TT than it was.
Definitely could. I do believe New actually made it out with the red buff after all that craziness, which is kind of nuts to me. Shadow, right back to it, though, is going to be invading there as we get a replay of this early scuffle.
Yeah, and like we were highlighting, right, UCal can move first. Since this is TT side of the jungle, New, of course, will be able to get here in a timely fashion, but Chieftain wants to try and be able to secure his red buff. Does go in. New is able to get the belly bop, and since UCal did have that prio, moves over still. Both flashes have to be committed, but in the end, they do at least pick up one kill. And like you highlighted, New does get that red buff. Won't mean too much.
Yeah, New, with the red buff, is doing some work back at LGD. Shadow's like, that's what I wanted, that red buff. Fearness is there to dissuade any further follow-up from New, but a nice gank, weighted by New.
Ooh, Chieftain down the bottom side as well. I also want to highlight, I don't think Fearness got the wave into turret all the way, so New also did have that big stacking wave, which I think is why Shadow and Fearness also having to back off, but will open up a CS advantage for Fearness. Looks like Shadow gonna look for a gank top once again as well.
This is what we wanted, though. This is the setup we wanted. We needed to see Shadow coming up to Fearness, and they're gonna take down New. 2 kills on the board for LGD, and the plan is coming up.
And Fearness gets the red buff back. He's going to be able to push in this wave, deny more CS from New, and again, start to stack this advantage that they need in topside when they are losing out so heavily in mid and bot, as we can see the CS advantages mounting there for the side of TT. So again, really nice of LG to stick to their game plan. I do feel like a lot of this is also the byproduct of that jungle skirmish. Like, sure, New was always going to lose. New was always going to get ganked and dove. But by the fact that Chieftain did die, that New was chunked out early on, UCal forced to back away as well, I feel like it set LGD up to find the level of aggression that they have been able to find in Fearness to be on 2 kills in 5 minutes.
And I think that something that's a little bit more under the radar here for both these teams is that momentum factor, is that confidence factor. And we've seen it play out a lot in the late games of this one so far, right? Where you're seeing a lot of that momentum go in the favor of either side, and then they utilize that to keep that pressure up. But I feel like with the jovialness that I saw of Shadow in the cam there when they got the kill to do, things are vibing right now for LGD. They feel really good that they're able to accomplish that top dive, even if it was a little bit crazy.
I gotta say, Mazel, is Shadow's actually going for the top gank again.
Because that's all you gotta do!
I feel like it's not necessarily the momentum for the team that's winning. It's reverse momentum for the losing team.
True.
I feel like neither of these teams know how to play from behind, and they really only know how to ram their face into whatever objective the winning team is trying to force you to fight. So,
New is not having a good time up here. Like, he just took half his health from just a quick trade of Fearness, who is also level 6. 2 levels on New. Okay, 1 since he just dinged over to 5. That's absolute pressure in the top lane for LGD. TT have to do something about this.
UCal's moving up, so UCal's at least going to look to come cover as Chieftain is looking to posture for that dragon. So at least that is one, place of reprieve, is the fact that UCal, still does have that prio in mid, so we'll be able to move over first. He will have to be more careful now because Jay is now level 6, so some kill pressure will be able to come in the mid lane. But
Jay is level 6 there. UCal is level 6 as well. Have the 2v1 advantage for TT, but they're still top because nobody's coming up here to help New. They just left them up here.
Three plates are gone.
They just don't care.
Rift Herald, and sadly they're not able to find anything more on the bottom half of the map.
Oh, here comes the moonfall as well.
He's dead.
Is he going to get out? Oh, barely
wow.
does with the drink of the cask. New makes it out alive. A lot of LGD pressure up here, but this is a full tower potentially going over to Fearness, as TT have completely given up on that top side. This is the kind of focus that we wanted from TT, and they're looking for the dive down to Eric and Jin Zhao, but this is a tough dive to accomplish, and TT can't find anything.
Yeah, like, you look at TT's comp, and I mean, one, they didn't really have enough of a wave, in my opinion, to look for a dive there, but even just, you don't have a ton of burst coming out early on either. Like, I guess Southwind would start tanking back off early on. You hope you have enough burst to take out Eric. They're very close to level 6 as well, so Devour almost being there, the Moonlight Vigil. Yeah, TT still just over 1k gold behind, but once LGD break open that top lane turret, Fearness will have a ton of pressure, be able to constantly roam down the map. You can start looking for plays where you bring, you know, Fearness mid, move Jay down to the bot lane, look for some plays spot of your own. Like, I feel like there will be so many options open for the side of LGD, but hey,
this is the option.
Rift Herald fight's
Lyric.
coming up.
This is the option. This is the only option in the LPL. 8 minutes comes on the board. There's just a natural instinct. Get all 10 members in front of the Rift Herald pit, because that's how we do it. But LGD definitely feeling the more confident of the crew, especially with Fearness having such a lead on the top side. New is still 2 levels down. Has to utilize the abilities to just get away from that engage. And now LGD have TT completely surrounded. Yukal trying to take out Jay on the side in a 1v1. But it's a 4v4 in front of the Rift Herald pit. It is still in favor of TT right now as they have control over the Rift Herald, but no, it's stolen from Shadow. The moonfall to forward-man Abyssal Dive. Jin Zhao. What is happening to TT? They're being dusted, and it's just the execution for LGD. But now Southwind and the rest of the crew are able to turn back the time, and TT make it out without losing much more. But they lost Chieftain and the Rift Herald.
Man, that was so nice coming out from LGD. They start walking aggressively towards the Herald, which opens up Jin Zhao to find that massive knock-up.
He's going to go for
LGD
it.
taking everything so far.
Southwind realizing there could be a suspicious catfish in the bushes there. Just use his spidey instincts to make sure he doesn't die to Jin Zhao.
Yeah, and we're starting to see advantages just open up everywhere, right? You have, you know, an XP advantage in support where Jin Zhao are now 6 and Southwind's 5. XP advantage in mid, Jay sitting level 8 compared to 7 on Yukal. Fearness is 8.
There's no,
New is still 5.
He doesn't even have his ulti yet. Like, this is terrifying.
Finally
gets it. All right, but the tower, the big thing I feel like is LGD have not gotten the towers just yet. Maybe that's by design to force New to stay up this far, but Fearness making the outplays here, dodges out of the cask.
I mean, right, there's always like these types of discussions around like keeping the turret up longer to force an extended laning phase, but Gragas freezing, like Gragas not going to get too much out of, you know, an extended lane, as we're going to see what happens here. But again, the Tom Kench right there, the 4-man knockup, pretty much isolates Chieftain, allowing him to go down. Fearness flashing over the package to be able to guarantee that kill. Just absolutely beautiful coming out from the side of LGD. And again, LGD are also the team with the Rift Herald.
Yeah.
And they know they don't need to dedicate it towards the top side. Fearness will just be able to naturally take out this turret in the 1v1. LGD are looking for plays in bot lane right now, setting up a dive.
They've got 4 members down here. Southwind is running that way. He will make it in time, and Shadow realizes this dive will not go through. Eric and Jin Zhao get a turret plate at least. But now we got pings from LGD towards this mid lane.
Look, Marcel, the prayers clearly weren't strong enough.
You need to get a prayer session in real quick?
I was going to say, I'm not a memer. I'm not a Twitch chatter or a YouTuber. I don't know if there's already a TT copy pasta out there, but if there isn't, one needs to be made right now to give TT some energy.
You're fine. You're fine. If you want to throw out an LGD copy pasta, then that's completely fine with me. I don't know about the TT one. Tower still alive in the top side. Fearness not able to knock that one down just yet, but again, we still have some time to go. Yukal in some trouble himself against Jay in the mid lane, but we have Dragon on the board. Dragon number 2 will be a Cloud Dragon. Not a lot of focus as we have both junglers towards the top side right now.
Yeah, it's pretty bad too, since New is struggling so heavily in that 1v1 matchup, having to buy the early Bramble Vest. But, you know, Shadow being on an AP jungler, not going to do anything if Shadow is able to find that massive engage onto him. So Shadow just moves up here to ensure that Fearness is able to take this one easily. Also guarantees the Krug camp to come out. So I wonder if LGD would... Oh, go on.
Just
you go, Marcel.
I just want to break down here because the numbers are screaming at me, And I don't do well with numbers, all right, Lyric? But New is down 3,000 gold. He's got half the CS that Fearless has. And still, to an extent, I agree with it, but TT just can't find a response up there. Now is the troubling part for me, is when Fearless is unlocked and can come into the fights, and that combo of the Moonfall plus the Dominus damage and Fearless on top of everybody is terrifying.
Yeah, I mean, and again, right now it's open. Now Fearless pretty much unlocked from the map. Can look to push out, hover around mid. You have that Rift Herald, so I think for the side of LGD, you should have a very easy setup in mid. Just commit both Shadow and Fearless to the mid lane, drop down the Herald, get some plates down. Looks like Shadow might just look to do it himself. Southwind is on a timing, though, will be here, but still shouldn't really be able to stop this one from going down. Second Dragon is up as well, so I feel like LGD should be...
Felt like they wanted to actually try to get the charge in, but it is TT who... Oh, no. Oh, no. Fearless, stop! Jesus!
You know,
come on, man!
I was just about to comment how, again, LGD, like, you should have just committed Renekton into mid lane to guarantee the Rift Herald going off. But hey, at least Fearless finds something somewhere else on the map, able to guarantee that kill. Now pulls UCal from mid, which is going to allow Jay free time with the turret. It's going to set up for LGD to be able to take out that Dragon. And this is what we're hitting on, right? It just opens up so many avenues when you break down this so early in the game. And you don't really have something that, like, sure, again, New could try and, like, hold the wave as much as he can, get some more farm under his belt, catch up, but ultimately, I feel like LGD have so many options, considering that they do have this, like, heavy dive-oriented top side, where they can just try and commit Fearless Shadow down towards that bottom side, and even just showing them
why we gotta do this to New, man? Why we gotta do this to him?
Yeah, gets the damage down, charges up for the Empower W to come out, and I mean, he's pretty much dead by the time New is able to even get that cast
It's
out.
been a constant 2-level lead. Absolutely. Like, almost the entire game. Since level 5 for New, it has been a 2-level lead for Fearless the entire game, and it does not show any hint of slowing down at this point. It will, right, peter out a little bit if the game goes super late. You do still have a lot of scaling options, as we've mentioned, for TT in this game, especially UCal and Puff. But we've already seen it play out early on. The pressure gain from this top lane just unlocks so much for LGD.
So, I just want to highlight real quick, Mazilla, just because we're seeing on our minimap. UCal's moving down to bot. UCal's the package. He knows Rift Herald's about to come up. They know they can't get this to top side. So TT are trying to make an aggressive play on bot with that package.
Got a back from Houston there on the top side of the
Oh,
map,
wow,
so
I
they
guess.
don't have the wherewithal to pull off that dive in the bot lane.
Wow, I guess UCal... I don't know.
3 levels now. Lyric, it's getting worse. He's just taking
I don't know.
the tower up here. I don't think I've ever seen anybody just left so much on their top side. But, oh my god, New. He actually gets a ton of damage now. The TP's coming in from UCal. Can they get... Oh, it got canceled in the mid lane. Wow. Is that the Gravitum?
Might have been as... Again, I might have just been delusional before in seeing that UCal the package when he was moving down. But again, like, I don't really care too much about this top 1v1. I want to see Fearless start using his momentum to move, to enable, again, for these Herald plays to come out. Looks like LGD should be fine now with the fact that they have committed their bot lane to mid and have Jay just covering inside lane, so this will be able to come off.
It was the Moonlight Vigil Gravitum that got the stop on the TP, saving Fearless' life. Now they're going into mid lane. First tier tower falls. Fearless is here to join the team, and they're going to get another charge off this Rift Herald.
Yeah, really nice by them. And again, now they are committing Fearless to hover over. It opens up for Shadow to be able to take these Raptors on the top side. And for TT, I mean, having to dedicate 5 members to try and cover the potential aggression coming up from LG in the mid lane allows for Jay to just have free time with this bottom lane turret.
Still about 60 CS up is Fearless, but here is the response from TT. Package not available for UCal. They wanted to try and catch out Jay. Won't do so, but still the focus on bottom lane for TT as usual.
Yeah, and for the side of TT, I mean, right, because now we got to start thinking about ways TT get back into the game.
I hear the laughs.
I mean, it's a rough one, right? I mean, for TT, what they're trying to do is just find picks on Fearless topside with how aggressively he's playing. But I really do feel like you are very reliant on a mistake coming out from LGD to be able to, you know, bring this back in striking distance. Still a few minutes away from Baron being up and maybe potential like baits coming out from LGD to force engages. A minute and a half from Dragon as well. You would assume LGD will get those, and TT should just be looking to say, hey, the next few dragons are yours. We just need to be looking to get gold back on the map elsewhere. You can control bot when it's dragon timing. We'll look to farm up our camps, clear waves in both top and mid, and just try to get to the point where your Jinx and Corki are relevant enough to where they can start contending in these team fights.
And I will say, the mythics coming online will definitely help TT to some extent, but the item differential is going to continue to grow here if they can't find a way to kind of plug those holes, maybe get some flexi seal in there, some duct tape, or something along those lines, because the item advantage will be very hard to deal with, especially against a comp like this, where each item is such a big damage threshold for the position.
Yeah, especially when we look at, again, things like the double rocket belts coming out in mid-jungle, very easily being able to get onto their targets. Just tons of ways to close distance for the side of LGD. And for the fact that they haven't been able, Moonlight Vigil, not going to be able to do anything. For the fact that they weren't able to really find a massive advantage elsewhere, like Eric isn't behind either, it's like, cool. Eric doesn't have to be afraid of like anyone getting on top of him like Chieftain or New.
Yeah.
He just will be able to follow up the dive with his own Gale Force as well to try to find these aggressive kills. So LGD coming to mid now to gain some pressure. Dragon is about to come up.
So I will say, Fearless absolutely smashing lead in the top side. New is actually catching up a little bit. Not in terms of CS all that much, but in terms of pressure, right? Like, you're seeing a little bit of damage given there to Fearless, but he's still the Gragas. He's still got the cask, and he's catching up levels at least to some extent. So it's not like New will be used. The picks are crucial for TT.
I also want to highlight, like, even though, yes, obviously, like, Noob did make a lot of mistakes, I feel like Chieftain was also part of his downfall. Not only from the level 1, not level 1, but, you know, like, the I think it was level 2 or level 3 skirmish at Red Buff, but then also not providing him any cover afterwards, where it should have been very telegraphed what LGD were going to be looking to do. Even for Chieftain, you look at, like, mid and bot, you don't really have too many aggressive plays available as New.
They're coming up here. They're getting TP behind again. They need to shut down Fearless. Southwind is here. There is no way Fearless is getting out of this one. This is going to be a big shutdown for UCal if they can deliver it to him. Mega Death Rocket comes across. Fearless is still tanking him up, but he's going to die surely, but slowly, and give UCal the shutdown.
Yeah, flashes forward, gets a stun off on UCal. I don't know what his cooldown on Slice and Dice was. I'm not sure if he was trying to buy time for that to come up. Then, like, no, you flash forward, you stun, you eat through the Corki, gives you another charge that you can try and get away. Or if he maybe was just hoping he would have enough burst damage with his lead to try and get one in return. But point is, Fearless, you know, looking for a play along those lines to try and get something back. Still, though, this isn't going to turn into too much tangible map pressure for the side of TT. Just going to get the gold and, you know, the shutdown from taking Fearless down. So we get the replay. Like you highlighted, we see Southwind making his way up now. The TP coming in from UCal as well. Damage coming through. Dominus is popped. Southwind is able to get away. And again, Flash coming out from Fearless to get the stun on UCal.
Shadow almost found Southwind on that transition there behind the Baron pit as we come back into live, but nothing coming of it just yet. I want to highlight UCal really quick because that kill gave him the finishing of the Luden's Echo, but as well as the stop early on for the Hex Drinker, I think is so interesting, especially going against Shadow and Jay. We'll see if Shadow can make it out. Mega Death Rocket, he goes golden to buy some time from it, but he dies anyways. UCal gets the kill. Another one, a second in a row, and mid pressure is all TT now.
And this pretty much is the crux of Corki plus Jinx, right? The fact that you do have the range, you do have the AoE, but LGD look for the engage.
Moonlight Vigil does not connect. Jay tries to get on a puff, but he can't find it. There's Fearless in the middle of everybody. He's tanking up a store, but Jay's in some trouble now. He's in the Shroud. Eric still pumping up some damage. He's got the Calibrum now. Jay out of there, but Jin Zhao is the tankiness now as Fearless is going back in. He can't survive. He dies. Now Puff is excited, but Puff gets blown up by the Catfish. And now you've got to deal with Eric throwing the chakrams to your face and TT back away.
Yeah, so tragic that Jay wasn't able to find that E onto Puff. It was so close to landing Puff. Flashing the last second. UCal!
He does not get Eric, but they do get Jin Zhao.
We said this was out. We teed this up. We set it up. It doesn't matter. The gold lead coming through with TT versus LGD. TT able to find the pick sister to come back in. We're going to go straight into the replay. we see Shadow getting caught out trying to brute force his way into mid from River. But TT already have the control with, 4 members strong coming through. TT got to keep up the siege. Keep your eyes on the Akali here. New doing a nice job as well to block this, but Puff flashing at the perfect time. He was right about to connect. Since Puff is able to survive, they're able to get all the DPS off, exhaust straight onto Jay, so not able to bring out any meaningful damage. And then I'm a bit surprised Fearness goes in here. He does have the Gorger available, so I think thinking maybe get a bit more back and try and buy space for Eric to come in.
Oh, poor Puff just gets licked to death there at the very end after all that craziness going back and forth. But it is TT who find themselves on some stable ground at least. Still 5,000 gold in the deficit, but they found a fight. Their team composition will do this constantly if they can position correctly.
I also want to highlight the Void Staff coming out for Jay. When you highlight the Hex Drinker on UCal, of course, new building tank, and even Puff right now sitting on a Null Magic Mantle. Nice of Jay to preemptively get all of that magic penetration with TT already stacking that one. So, Dragon, 50 seconds. Again, LGD will have prio. They will have control. We're finally starting to see what we were hitting on earlier about, like, hey, again, when your side lanes are winning out so much, use that. Don't just hard force sit under the enemy tower with your Renekton against Gragas. You honestly shouldn't be able to get any meaningful damage off by the time TT can commit more members to answer that push. Start rotating your members over, getting deep vision in the enemy jungle, looking for picks, or even just forcing TT to try to walk into you blind. I feel like there's a lot of options that LGD have that they weren't using earlier because of the size of their advantage. They feel like they can make those aggressive plays, but now doing it properly. UCal, though, has the package.
There is a huge item advantage there for LGD, though, and as we got the back completed for a lot of the members, they're coming back out for the Dragon. UCal has to back himself, has the Unleashed TP to get back into the fight if he needs to and wants to, but it's LGD, as you kind of said, are set up for this fight.
Yeah, right now, though, TT trying to brute force their way in. UCal able to keep you just right back into the package. We need to keep our eyes on Jay. Jay and Shadow, like we said, could be the big difference makers in these team fights, even though Fearness might be the big one.
LGD doesn't need to fight this, but they want to. You just feel it instinctually in them. They have the package. Jay is used, but it's not going to be onto anything, really. Not finding the damage they wanted to. The Dragon's still continuing here. Jay on the side. Chieftain just goes in. The Dragon resets. Now Fearness getting his health bar chunked out, and the rockets are starting to pop. Lethal Tempo is activated for Puff. Shadow goes in with the Moonlight Vigil. There's the Wombo combo you needed, but Chieftain with the Crescent Guard gets a ton of the damage back. Jay is back into the fight, though. This is the Akali you got to deal with. The Shuriken Flip is there. New is separated from the rest of his team, trying to run away. UCal with the damage onto Eric. Gets one back, but can they do much more? Valkyrie out Southwind there as some support. Abyssal Dive goes through, but LGD back away.
Ultimately, really nice by the side of LGD, right? Trying to wait out that package. Timing is New. You are probably dead once again, as New does go down. Soul point for the side of LGD. UCal pretty much being the only hope for the side of TT at this point.
Really is 4-0 on this Corki. The package was a little bit preemptive. He really wanted to get Jay out of the fight, but it did not matter. It is too fluid for the Akali, and the damage has to be concentrated. You see in all these fights, UCal is like, no, I could turn this around. I got this. And he is consistently pulling back kills left and right, but is it enough is the biggest question.
Not if Shadow's able to find those opportunities like he just did, set up for Fearness to be able to follow through, as well as Eric. I do feel like UCal's package was about to time out, which is why he committed to that awkward angle. Because let's remember, he had package, then he was forced to recall, then he had to TP back in with the package. So was sitting on that one for quite a while. Now for LGD, going to start posturing up towards his top side again. Look for deep vision, try to find these aggressive picks. It looks like on the minimap they have their waves set up to push into bot side. Someone on TT will have to answer that at some point, so LGD can try and use that to, again, get numbers advantage top, look for these aggressive skirmishes, but Fearness right now going to be just sitting in the enemy jungle bot side, so not actually going to commit to that plan. They are going to send him to put more immediate pressure on that bot half of the map.
TT kind of realizing the situation they're in. We're trying to pull the trigger on a Jin Zhao, but it will just be the side lane pushing, continuing for LGD. They do get another objective, at least, for themselves. But TT and the rest of the squad just kind of posting up in mid lane, trying to get Puff as far ahead as they can. has a decent CS lead, but it's nothing to write home about. Still waiting on that third item spike for both of these ADCs.
Yeah, and I think, you know, again, with TT just grouping mid like you just hit on, I think TT have the right idea. They know keeping new to answer side waves against Renekton won't do anything, so just try and find a window where you can be like, hey, you get out the push here, we try and find a pick in mid. Does open up for Fearness to push out that wave, though, and again, make the transition to mid first. But TT playing very safe. They have the range to be able to clear these waves from afar, so for TT, just buying time to get to those next item breakpoints.
And quick little aside, really, Eric is sitting on the Severum right now with no charges. He's just waiting to utilize the ability to get all the chakram stacked up, and I think Eric is really playing this one very high-brained, at least. And TT got to find a way to kind of turn it around. The red buff is appealing to an ADC. It will be utilizing that Severum to make sure he can get that one. So now having the Calibrum and the chakrams, a little bit more range to deal with the range poke that's coming out of TT. But Puff is going forward.
Oh, wow.
Really is. Oh, the Mega Death Rocket actually goes wide there. Eric takes the zap, but you got Jay and Shadow on the side. Chieftain just walks straight into him. There's no way he can get out of that one. Shadow trying to use the Hextech belt over to get closer for the Moonfall, but doesn't get the distance he needed. Still has the Wombo combo available, and TT are looking worse for wear.
Oh, wow. And LGD going straight to trying to force this Baron, keeping Shadow on the flank. Shadow gonna look for an easy way in onto Puff. Puff does have flash up.
Oh, the Moonfall into it, and Southwind is dead. Jace hunting down UCal here, has the Shuriken flip going in for it. The package isn't gonna do much. Fearness chasing him down with the dominance. Jay goes down to UCal, and there is the saving grace for TT. The damage needed. Fearness gets the flash out of UCal himself.
Yeah, still, we saw Jay get a little bit overzealous there trying to follow up on UCal. Just going straight into the package. LGD still feeling confident on turning Art of Despair, and Chieftain is back up. Chieftain does have Smite available, so might turn to a bit of a Smite fight. I wonder if LGD instead will posture for the turn.
Health here, the Baron going down. It is taken by Shadow, and the beautiful Moonlight Vigil will come out to save the day. Eric gets a double kill, and TT are dusted.
Yeah, TT gonna have to back off from this one. Trying to hold up hope that they can find some sort of steal, or at least, you know, get the poke off with the Corki rockets, use that range, chunk some people out, and maybe set up for a few kills on exit. And heck, Dragon's up in 10 seconds. This will be soul for the side of LGD, but he goes straight into the replay. Shadow finds it onto Southwind. Pup did have flash, so he was able to get away, but still, UCal.
Wild Growth was available.
Go down.
Wild Growth
But
was
still,
available for Southwind as well, not able to pull the trigger on it.
Jay a little bit overzealous with that one. Lands the E onto UCal. Of course, UCal had the package. Maybe thinking, hey, like, sure, I might die, but I'll buy time for the rest of my team to be able to get here to try to find some kills. Wasn't true. UCal now sitting 5-0-2. Does not feel like it matters, as the Infernal Soul was picked up by LGD.
Question though, I'm looking at New, and he has finished the Ravenous Hydra as his third full item completed. Interesting with that AP build, having that implemented in there, and having a little bit of a different damage spread. But talk about damage spread, it's LGD all day long, baby. It's J double, and we'll see if they can continue to go through for LGD. That was a big engage from Shadow and Jay, and now it just feels like the pressure is on for TT. They are into their base, they are backed into a corner, and LGD want to take this victory. They want to be the ones to put that 2 in the series win column. This will be first inhib falling in the mid lane, second inhib quickly to follow at the bottom.
Yeah, and I mean, right, it's felt like a matter of time since the early game. Sure, LGD have made some missteps, they've given over some kills, but they've still always been the team in the driver's seat. You don't have certain ultimates available, no Moonfall for Shadow.
They can get the first tower down, now onto the second here. New trying to separate everybody with the cast, but he's just going to be burned down. The tower's still alive. Moonlight Vigil comes out. That's a kill for Eric, and LGD will finish it off. Can they? Eric is the one that stays true. He gets the Nexus, and LGD win this series 2-1.
Great to see coming out from LGD, having 2 very decisive games against TT. Again, one game where they did just kind of roll over, did bring out that comp that was pretty much full scaling, but still great to see from them. Sorry, Thunder Talk, my prayers did not work for you.
The Kelsey buff didn't work.
You put up an admirable fight. You know, they would have won had we had her cast this series, but I feel like that would be too unfair.
Yeah.
I feel like to prove that theory, we need to have her come on when TT are playing against like V5 or LNG
I
or
like that
something.
a
But
lot.
point is, we can talk about that later because LGD are the ultimate winners today. Again, I feel like this roster has looked reinvigorated a little bit since Jay has come into the roster. They have their very clear like flavor or identity in terms of how they play, especially with the picks they're willing to bring out. Again, highlighting like Fearness's very unique champion pool. So nice to see from them. Eric definitely improved, I'd say, from the previous year where, like, let's be real, Eric was just a little bit of a meme because he had a cool name in Eric, but now, I mean, this year he really has stepped up to be the main damage dealer for the side of LGD.
Yeah.
And working out against other lower tier teams.
I will say that, you know, I've always been a huge fan of Shadow since his days on Mad Lions. There was something that was missing last year for Shadow that I feel like was a big part of how he was able to find success, and it was that jovialness. It was the fun he seemed to have, like on the Mad Lions team a little bit when he first came into the LPL, but it seemed to get lost as the season went on last year. But this series, this year, like I'm seeing those smiles, I'm seeing the laughs, and especially in this last one, it was a little bit all over the place, but to see the entire team laughing, hugging, like getting along with each other means that it feels invigorated, like you said.
I was going to say, Mazel, they are playing against the other team that only has one win.
But that's all that matters. Like, it is the hat for me. It's always about emotion, right? And especially in the LPL, it is so important. And to see that, you know, positivity coming through on the side of TT is so, or on the side of LGD rather, is so important to me, especially when you're having a rough season.
So I need to pull up the schedule then. So, you know, if LGD come in with jovial spirits against. Let's say Weibo. They play Weibo in week 7. So you're saying if LGD come on the stage smiling, they'll beat Weibo.
Yep.
That is what you're saying to me.
Absolutely.
Okay,
Hold me to it. Why not?
You guys heard it here first. Mazel saying LGD greater than Weibo, who have been on an absolute tear.
I'm on V5's trade anyway, so it's fine. I can watch Weibo go down. It's okay. No bias, right? No bias. But in all actuality, like I was bringing up that point about Shadow, but to see the whole team kind of come together, and especially in that last game, to see the tried and true fashion that we know them for, right? And like making sure they get this top side of the map locked down. Fearness was on one from level 1, and Shadow making sure that that happens very nicely. And it's that control of the top side that is so important for them that we don't see super often these days, at least in the LPL, because it feels like everybody's sitting around bot lane, but it is still nice to see and a bit refreshing for LGD themselves.
Yeah, and again, I still feel like a lot of it was punishing mistakes, as we highlighted earlier.
At the beginning of the
day. TT completely, I feel like, misplayed the topside jungle skirmish around red buff. And then, again, with that play happening, it opens up that, you know, Shadow's going to still be on the top side of the map. He's definitely going to go and take your Krugs. He's going to look for the plays around that top dive next. I think Chieftain especially could have looked to play it differently, given more pressure up towards the top side, not misplayed the skirmish for the red buff. And I think things could have gone smoother for TT, where we saw in the mid game, like they still had the damage, they were still able to contend, but the early advantages LGD were able to mount were too much. So nice to see for LGD that if the enemy does give them those windows, they are able to pull it home, but still those windows were required. Also, we'll highlight the fact that, guys, since we are in Hangzhou, there will be no interview today. Probably just waiting on our key player, then quickly get into the next series since that one has already begun. But you'll still get to see all of it here because we'll just play it on a delay.
TT didn't get a single tower in that game. You know, I'm casting it, and I felt like they got a tower, but the numbers don't lie. They did not get a single structure in that last game.
It's because we saw, right, LGD like getting things like the early Rift Heralds or dedicating Fearness down. TT always had to dedicate more numbers than like just a 2v2 or 3v3, or they would outright lose with how big the top jungle were for the side of LGD. So, yeah, again, sadly, it felt like that last game really did just blow up from that early skirmish, and then LGD capitalized on it well. TT didn't answer correctly. And again, UCal almost was able to make things happen, and LGD did make some mistakes as well, as we saw. They were They were very happy with the advantage they had, and they were playing like they were happy, like you were hitting on Fearness, staying, so far forward in the top lane most of the time. Yukao with a sick E following the Corki package. There was a lot of moments like that, but still, in the end, again, LGD came out strong. And just to look ahead a little bit, right? Sure, we don't have to think about the Weibo series, but LGD's next opponent is IG. They do play against them on Monday. That one is a winnable series for the side of IG in terms of standings and rosters. So for the side of LGD, I think you're looking towards that. You're looking to take the momentum from today and use that, going into their next series.
Yeah, and again, momentum is always so key to me, and especially in the LPL for me specifically. I know, Lyric, maybe you have some different thoughts, but it's always an interesting conversation to have, and especially for me. So something we didn't really highlight too much about this series, and something I've been kind of personally watching, is LGD's objective control, and especially how they look around the objectives, because in their RA series, they were throwing Barons left and right. We see a lot of things like that, but this time around, it feels a lot more collected. Yes, there's some things to work on, obviously. There were some things, missed trigger pulls, things along those lines. But Shadow, who is our MVP, is the piece that moves everything in terms of objective, in terms of map control, and he rightfully picks up that man of the match.
Yeah, I mean, right, it all started with his contest into the topside red buff, and we even saw from there things like the team fight around Dragon, where he was able to find the critical ultimate onto Puff that set up LGD to win the game and win that team fight. So Shadow coming out with some strong moves again. Shadow, I feel like, has had it rough, as LGD as a whole have had it. So, but nice to see him have a lively performance today. I feel like is a really good way to put it. He
man.
Yeah, New got left out to dry. Reminds me of their very first series where they played against OMG and he got dove 9 times in the first 20 minutes. So New just cannot catch a break from not only the enemy but his own team. But again, highlighting Shadow coming into these fights. Phenomenal to see.
It was just funny to me because TT blatantly said sorry, New, have fun. It was 3 dives in a row without a single person from TT showing up there and them all being on the bottom side trying to get something going. So it's just always interesting to see the kind of give and take between the teams, and especially what turned out so good for LGD. But Lyric, we are done with our first series of the night. That means we have to hand the reins of this crazy horse over to Hysterics and Kelsey, as they're going to be bringing us Anyone's Legend versus JDG. You do not want to miss it.
Go Kelsey!
Go Kelsey! Woo!
Dear Mother, I'm writing to tell you about this absolute Chad in the LPL. Where do I even start? Well, when both teams are even in gold, Hung feels that FPX is at a great advantage, and thus he does not hesitate to start a team fight. When FPX is 3k behind in gold, Hung thinks that FPX is at a small advantage, and so he starts a team fight to secure their lead. When FPX is behind 7k in gold, Hung thinks that FPX is at a disadvantage, and so he looks for a team fight to regain control of the game. When FPX is 10k behind in gold, well then Hung just thinks that the team has reached a desperate situation, and they're only waiting passively for their death if he does not start a team fight. I know you love statistics, Mother, but in this situation, you can keep your statistics, because I prefer the magic.
Something I'm super excited about, though, Lyric, and we're going to go back to the top of the table of conversation, because LNG are taking on V5 this week, my dude! We get to cast it. It's going to be awesome. I'm so excited. Every single matchup is exciting for me. We're obviously going to start with the center stage, but we're going to talk about every single one of these matchups because they're all very fun to dive into. Rookie versus Doing V. I want to leave it at that. That's all I need, I feel like. These legends speak for themselves, but to see it happening It's gonna be so fun.
Yeah, the battle of world champions, right? I mean, heck, both these guys being the first and second world championship mid laners for the LPL. I think it's super cool. I will say in regards to this matchup, just if we're gonna give opinions on who's gonna come out ahead. I mean, I think Rookie's just squarely looked better than Doonby this split.
Is it not influenced by your V5 love at all? You promise it's not biased? You promise? As an analyst. You put your analysis brain on bet. I don't know if that's how you say it.
Transitive property. We saw Xiaohu completely dominate Doonby in it was one of the games. I think it was game 2 where he was on Corki versus Vex because Doonby made this like really bad roam timing. I think we also did see Xiaohu solo kill him one game, and Rookie solo killed Xiaohu. Therefore, Rookie comes out ahead. But I also
results-based analysis.
I do feel like just in terms of laning, I mean, Rookie in my mind has always been a better laner than Doonby. Like that's not controversial or weird to say. Rookie is like the gold standard for how you can lane, especially on certain champions like Orianna. Like there's almost no one better. There might be no one better at Orianna than Rookie. The fact that he's finding that was the matchup he solo killed Xiaohu on. It was Orianna versus. Might have just been the normal Orianna versus Corki, but still flashes under tower, solo kills him at level 3, gets out, flashes the emote. You love to see it. And I really just feel like this is another split where Rookie has just been able to come out rejuvenated and revitalized. He's looking really good. I do got to say, right now on my second monitor, V5 have dropped the game to LGD, so maybe this is going to look like a total meme whenever this episode gets released. But yeah.
Can I just say, though, like, it works out no better because the meta is so beautiful for both these mid laners, right? You get both of their power picks, both of their comforts coming through here in a lot of the ways. But for me, it's the flexibility. It's the craziness that we have the possibility of getting, especially from Doonby's side.
I feel like we actually don't, to go the other direction. Like
really,
I feel like
I'm hoping.
I feel like it's much harder to run things that he probably would love to run right now. The Kleds, the Renekton's, the Malphites, the Scions.
Is it though? Is it?
I feel like early laning phase against the mid lane meta champions right now would just be way too hard, right? Like playing Kled versus whether it's the Oriannas or the Victors. Like sure you'll be able to probably get your prio, but still I think it could be quite hard, especially just with the emphasis on scaling now.
It just brings out Tryndamere. It's fine. It's just, it's totally
but
fine.
that's not off meta. That's not off
meta.
That's not a classic Doonby pick. You're making me think of the Kleds, the Malphites, the.
I would love that, but I still want to see some spice in that mid lane. Obviously, Rookie has his try and true, and especially now that Orianna has just like skyrocketed it into the meta. I feel like it just fits so beautifully for him. But that's where I want to open up the conversation to the mid jungle duos because that is what makes it even more exciting. I said at the beginning of the split, V5's mid-jungle duo, for me, have the possibility to be one of the deadliest duos in the future and history of LPL, right? Like, these two playing together finally is insanity to me. And on the other side, you have another duo who's just this guy. You have the king of the jungle in Tarzan. I mean, he's swinging around on vines, killing people. But also, he has Doonby there as the duo. And I think when we see these two teams clash, that is what's going to be so integral, especially the early focus from the junglers and how that coincides.
Guess who's back to blow your mind? But let me warn you one last time. Guess who's back to change your life? But it's not gonna be just fine. Whoa, I've got you under my spell tonight. Whoa, we're both heading to hell tonight. So don't ever listen to a word they say. It's time that you found out that I'm gonna get my way. Won't light it up, then I'll burn it down. I'm gonna make you feel like
LPL 目前执行力算是需要再加强的吧，然后我自己还要加强跟队友的沟通，因为我经常是一个人玩嘛。369这名选手的凯南玩的是非常好的，因为之前训练赛也会经常打到嘛。 我觉得下一场打京东，我觉得我们首先先减少自己的失误吧。
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the LPL English broadcast. My name is Jake Osipenko, but I am joined by a very special guest for this broadcast. It is the one and only Kelsey Moser, who has taken time off of co-streaming the LPL itself to join us on the official broadcast. Kelsey, a huge welcome. We've wanted to get you on the show for so long, and finally here, starting with AL versus JDG, we welcome you properly.
Thank you very much, Hysterics. I'm really excited to cast this series in particular. I know this is going to be a very exciting matchup, especially in the jungle. Looking forward to seeing Xiaohao's aggression come out and a little bit of Kanavi's farm up and carry style going into this one.
It's exciting, isn't it? And look, you know, running into AL versus JDG, ladies and gentlemen, we are at a bit of a delay here. Introing the series, we are going to be jumping into pick and ban. But of course, we had to give you a proper welcome. I like this. Our graphics team wanted to do the same thing. It has been a long time of you following the LPL. And that's why this is such a big deal, because your information, your knowledge had to come onto the broadcast at some point. Even though it took so long, I'm glad we finally got to that point. As let's start talking about picks and bans, Kelsey, because game number 1's already underway. As we said, it is at a delay. That's why chat's in prison at the moment. But I want you to run me through what you see on your screen in the drafts, because I see a Rek'Sai. I see interesting junglers to start us off for game number 1.
Yeah, we see the Caitlyn first pick, which typically we're seeing a lot of people look for split map strategies against the Caitlyn. So they're looking to clear the wave with the Jhin, which came out next, and then looking for a very aggressive jungle pick, Rek'Sai, which people love to pick Rek'Sai into Lee Sin because of the knock-up. I think Rek'Sai into Ornn is a little bit of a huge pressure on to Kanavi here. He's going to have to actually make something happen early on, especially with the Jace. Sure. I think Jace can actually lane very well into the Ornn if he spaces well, but that's going to be what I'm going to look for in this matchup, is just something to happen on top side, because I think bot lane are going to look to neutralize on JDG's side and hope that Caitlyn doesn't take turrets in their face.
So that's interesting to me, because especially seeing Caitlyn come out of anyone's legend, a lot of teams not letting it through, but a lot of teams kind of shying away for the pick, responding with a Jinx, Felios, a trade, one of another. If that's neutralized, then as Kelsey says, we're going to be looking at the top side. We welcome you to Summoner's Rift for anyone's legend versus JDG. Now, Kelsey, we had a full segment fleshed out. It's a bit unlucky that the first series between TT and LGD went to game 3, but I kind of feel like we expected that one. Let's be real, especially against those two teams. For JDG, it's jungle v jungle, and again, Xiaohao's aggression needs to be matched. And for Kanavi to pick out the Rek'Sai is kind of interesting, considering that, like, it's not always that you think of Kanavi pulling out something like this.
It looks like we're getting a bit of an invade just to mark out the Rek'Sai. In the Lee Sin versus Rek'Sai matchup, one way that you can throw the Rek'Sai out of the game, just because he's not too strong until level 3, or she, excuse me, is basically to ward out, look for an invade level 1, and make sure that Rek'Sai can't really do anything. So we've seen a lot of these level 1 invades happen for Rek'Sai, but knowing that so many people are top side, Hope is going to go ahead and get a ward onto the red buff to try to just note any level 1 shenanigans that might set Kanavi behind.
Get that information on jungle v jungle. Opposite side starting the map, but 369 poking his head into ZDZ, and Xiaohao is going to get that information away anyway. And Kelsey, I wanted to ask you a little bit about what these comps are going to do, because if Kanavi is on something like the Rek'Sai, you talked about going to the top side, and I see a Jace. I see snowball potential that for JDG would really escalate the poke coming into the mid game.
While I would say that JDG's front to back isn't awful, I do think that in general, if you're looking at the Caitlyn, you're looking at the Orianna, you're looking at the Ornn, that's going to scale up and have those ornaments later on in the game, their front to back's going to be significantly stronger. So JDG is going to want to make sure Jace is really strong, and then try to use the range advantage from the poke coming out from the Jhin and the Jace to get rotation onto neutrals and poke people down before fights happen.
A bit of that poking earlier in the game in the bottom lane. Betty and Chocho with a good trade in 2v2, and already 369 pushing out ZDZ and now hit level 2. But to come back to that, I like that, you know, trying to poke them out pre-fight, 369 Hope. Important points for me, especially when, as the dredge line goes a little bit shallow here and missing trades back. Actually a good little deadly flash, but it's blocked as missing, goes for the knock-up. It's Ignite territory as well. The flash forward to Hope and the tongue lash from missing. JDG's 2v2. We talked about this neutralizing Kelsey, but missing and Hope take it to a new level.
Yeah, that was pretty much a disaster, and then
Even
more
for mid?
action is happening in mid lane.
It is a disaster as well. Forge has to flash away. That's 2 summoners down on 2 carries. Anyone's Legend getting absolute obliterated here in this early game.
Yeah, so the Caitlyn Nautilus is not typically something that I see as a pair a lot and have a lot of success with, and as soon as you throw that Q, instantly you know you're going to outdamage, and Hope and Missing just taking advantage of that cooldown being down, instantly engaging on really nice engage from the Abyssal Voyage onto Missing, noting that basically Betty and Cho were right by that wall there. It was really well done to see that, and then instantly Kanavi also trying to capitalize on mid, making sure that Yagao is going to get a more favorable back timing than the Orianna.
And look, Kanavi burned his own flash, but taking away mid lane flash, Forge now without the teleport as well. Yagao having double summoners up, and it looks like Kanavi is starting to rotate through his solo lanes, Kelsey. For ZDZ, the lane we talked about here in this early game, important enough now that 369 has the shove.
Yeah, this is, again, I think a lot of people think of takes as being strong into the Jace, but Jace pokes actually scales up quite a bit, so unless you're pressured to force or engage into it, not going to happen, and here we have an engage.
ZDG's bot back, he might just have to flash this one out. Does it early, but the Searing Charge is blocked by King Kanavi. Jumps down on him, the Predator is destroying anyone's Legend solo lane.
And this is not what I expected from Kanavi, right? I kind of joked that he's,
Oh my god, Kelsey, welcome to the LPL, by the way. Like, you've been co-streaming this for a while, but, you know, we kind of expect with anyone's Legend JDG early game heroes that you're not going to get much chance to speak this game, apparently, as Chocho even flashes forward. Not even going to let me hand off as the jungler returns on in, and Betty picks up the kill. Xiaohao playing the patient game as Missing pops his shield, but anyone's Legend finally getting something in this game number 1.
And anyone's Legend has to kind of make something happen in bot lane just to answer. They got the flash from mid lane happening, and this happening in top lane. The fact that CDC was walking up here, I think around this time in the game, you know that Kanavi just was mid, your jungle is heading towards top lane, so walking up and trying to get those crypts and the wave is crashing towards you is not the best. If you have a combo that's going to be able to pin the wave and prevent a dive on you. That was more of a hope game than anything from Kanavi, but definitely making it work. And just like I said before the action erupted in the bot lane, enjoying the aggression that's coming out from him, because I usually just think, oh, he's going to play the Xin Zhaos and the Lee Sins, and he's just going to full clear the jungle, and not much is going to come of it. But pairing well with 369, who had a lot of question marks when he swapped into JDG, and making sure that gank top is happening. Also making sure the flashes burn mid so that Victor maintains prio and they prevent anything that looks like a 4-man dive onto the Tahm Kench Jhin, because you definitely won't do anything to that lane unless you have at least 4 members coming to that.
An important point. Coming back to it as well, I remember you're a big fan of Zoom, and I know you noted Zoom's laning in the 2020 period as now we're going to get spotted out here, just clearing a control ward. Another one placed down by Xiaohao. I want to talk about this important piece of narrative as Missing comes up. Forge with the shockwave, though. Moving down in front of Dragon. Looks like both teams are kind of gearing up to fight, but Kelsey, I'm going to come back to it anyway. I don't care. You're a big fan of Zoom. We know that. And for you, 369, what was he, a downgrade coming into JDG?
So, I will get back to that. It looks like
I
Kanavi's
don't
going
get
to
time, do I? A classic Forge caught out. He has no flash. It was burnt before. Kanavi gets him. Xiaohao comes up there. Sonic waves in. That's interesting. As Kanavi almost level 6. Doesn't have the ulti to follow up, but Missing going back in. Forge and Xiaohao maybe just not the same wavelength.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure. I know that obviously Kanavi doesn't have the Unburrow and the knockup anymore, so maybe he thought that there was an angle there, but also the gravity field being down. Just generally speaking, you don't want to dive into...
Or this. I mean, jumping into Hope, he's a slither of HP left. Betty can't reach him, though, and they get out. Xiaohao takes Kanavi with him, though. And that's going to be a jungler trade for the Dragon. 5 kills, 7 minutes. Yeah, good luck to this one, Kelsey.
Some redemption arc there for Chocho's hook, since, you know, it's been hit or miss so far in this game, managing to land those, but both of the kills that anyone's Legend have so far have been off of the back of Chocho getting those engages. Chocho being more or less the leader or the aggressive member here, having swapped from AD to support in the past so that he can use more of a shot calling voice in these games. So nice to see that coming out from him so that anyone's Legend stay in this game.
in what has been, you know, a kind of seesaw game. We're back to even gold at the 7-8 minute mark. Dragon was taken by JDG, but Herald is now spawning. Chocho's already making the move up. You can see that Betty's wave state right now looks like it either just crashed in or, no, excuse me, opposite end. So anyone's Legend focusing towards the top side, where 369 unaware to the fact that there's a 2v1 being pursued.
If there's a time here, I'm definitely feeling it a bit, and then of course he just uses his full combo. So it's a calculated bait to see a 369 jump up and Italy's huge base. That's the line I'm gonna go with. Okay, you know,
Okay.
blow your full combo to see if you can get Jace to trade.
Smart. Very, very smart. I feel like, you know, it's been smart plays this game at the very least. But 369 as he pushes out the wave. Hey, Herald spawned there, Kelsey. Anyone's Legend still have Chocho on the move. Without an ulti is an important note, but Forge with Shockwave, a big deal. He's able to push out mid, and looks like no one's really looking at it for now. Both junglers just kind of hovering around the top side, while ADs kind of make their move to think about whether they're going to join.
You do see the supports rotating to it though, so I think both teams definitely want to fight for this, because if you're anyone's Legend, you want to see if you can threaten something on the bot side and manage to drop the Raquel mid so that you can rotate the bot and deny something from the Jhin or accelerate the Caitlyn a bit on plates. For JDG, you want it because you want to accelerate the Jace, like we talked about before, to kind of make that poke very impactful and allow him to win the side lane versus Warren as the game goes on.
But for JDG, they've got a ward on it, but for now, the steal, no, not coming in. Xiaohao with a good smite down, and anyone's Legend pick up the Herald. JDG decide not to fight for it in the end, as Hope just stuck towards the bottom side. He'll get a plate for it, being the Jhin. Not the fastest push here, Kelsey, but still for JDG, the immediate gold trade versus the prolonged one, with anyone's Legend deciding it might just be Betty who benefits with the Herald going towards his top side.
So they are deciding to swap away from the Jhin just because it is hard to make a dent in that lane. As soon as Jhin comes back to the lane with the pickaxe and the longsword, he's really easily just clears that wave with his combo, and it's hard to see the way that Caitlyn normally is. Why we saw Jhin picked a lot of times into Caitlyn, it's just that Jhin into champs like Nautilus and Ornn is just going to be way less effective in fights later on in the game. So not the greatest answer into Caitlyn, but does do the job as long as you have mid-prio and are able to counter these types of denial.
Well, I mean, yeah, there's a lot of mid-prior going on at the moment for JDG's side, though. I'm just noticing this, Kelsey. It was a steal of the bottom side wave as well as bottom side jungle, I should say, from Xiaohao. He didn't put the Herald down. JDG's bottom lane rotates to the top side. But the most interesting part to me is that there's a Prowler's Claw on Kanavi for the first item. And the fact is, he's just been farming away, more to the style that we've talked about, despite his early ganks that have already interrupted us.
Yeah, he is 30 CS ahead, so, you know, if we're looking for a Fed Rek'Sai, he's one level up at least, so maybe we can see him have an impact even as the game goes on. But like we said, the Jhin and the Rek'Sai, you're looking to Jace and you're looking to Victor to be the most effective members as the game continues. And ideally, you want to hit that mid-game area and really, really start to do some damage, start contesting the second and third dragon.
Some of the burst that comes through, I think as well, we did talk about the front-to-back nature of anyone's Legend and how they're going to do it so much better with Ornn, with Orianna. I'm still looking at anyone's Legend, how they get to that point, because JDG in the early game, the 1,500 gold lead here, we're getting those mythics coming across the board. Dragon in 30 seconds as well. I feel like a lot's going to come to how Xiaohao plays this bottom lane. As he gets spotted out by a ward, I don't, he's still spotted out. Herald's there, and anyone's Legend want to build themselves up, but still no Herald options, he decides.
And the unsung hero of this game has been the Vision.
Okay, kick away. Kanavi.
Disengage. I don't think we're going to get any real action here. I think the Dragon should just go over to JDG, honestly. Basically, you have Victor rotating a little bit earlier. If they want that, they should just grab this wave and be able to start it here.
Xiaohao just disappeared, so that confirms that JDG with 2 early dragons. And, you know, Kanavi's adding so much pressure here. When we were coming in and looking at the jungle matchup, I think we were expecting, you know, Xiaohao to match aggression or at least be this bloodthirsty animal that can either give or take games away. You know, it's that Rogue Warriors mentality that we saw from Haro in the past, Kelsey. I feel like Xiaohao definitely completes that for the new AL roster.
Yeah, and I think that he definitely has been looking for these things, but JDG did a very good job just making sure that they're constantly using the flow of basically the jungle clears to make sure that Hope, Missing, and then on the top side 369 are getting wards to spot out any action from Xiaohao, and so Anyone's Legend have not been as on point with their vision control, partly because they don't have these priority and pushing lanes that allow them to walk into the jungle and set up vision. And so Kanavi has had much more successful gank angles overall. But of course, that is selling short a bit that the scoreline isn't too different.
I mean, totally kill difference. Missing actually getting hooked in. Shockwave used on a one-man member. He flashes away. That's depth charge. 3 ultimates used on top of the Tahm Kench. Well, he's still not dead, and Chocho rocks a bullet to the face. Forge with the last. JDG now with the Herald through the mid lane. Call the Forge God. They want to re-engage. Missing finally the 5th ultimate used, but he doesn't die. Everything in the kitchen sink burn as he even escapes, but Ignite comes through with the unsealed spellbook from ZDZ. And finally Missing drops while Herald hands over some gold to Xiaohao in the mid lane.
That was just way more trouble than it should have been worth, but the big winner here is 369. And then to pick up a little extra plate before plates fall, doing a lot of damage to this turret, and I think he's probably he's in a really good spot right now with the Eclipse. Early on in the game, the Ornn had to back a little bit earlier before he could afford the Warden's Mail, so that's why he's sitting on both a Brambles Vest and a Warden's Mail right now, with the Warden's Mail being much more effective. But taking a look at this fight, I thought that this could start out with Chocho having a very effective engage again, but Tahm Kench, with the kind of soft rework in the new season, gets increased effectiveness from that gray health when multiple champions are around, and just to buy a lot of time, doesn't go down until Anyone's Legend involved invests a lot of resources into making that happen. So both supports kind of having some hero moments there, but definitely think the big winner is JDG because of the advantage that 369 is getting on top side.
Yeah, after those, 4 or 5 ultis that came through, the Ignite was the only thing to tick him over. And now that those ultis are down, I'm curious as to what happens in the next couple of seconds. I should say 20, 30, because we've rotated enough time where Herald's going to be up, but Call the Forge Gold will be the only thing down, as 369 once again forcing ZDZ into a pretty uncomfortable space. And I want to point out that the solo lane is a 10 CS ahead of their counter opponents. The only lane that's ahead in CS is Betty, but you have to remember that Hope traded turret plating while Betty moved up for the first Herald, so it feels like for 80 carries, gold won't be too far off. And Kanavi even going to start the top side Herald here, Kelsey, so you can see 4 members of JDG moving up. Might even try to buy space for 369 to pull up first turret blood as well.
This is an interesting kind of LPLism where I feel like a lot of teams are just way more to go into these side trade escalation strategies. They don't necessarily mind giving over the turret to Caitlyn, where a lot of teams would be, oh no, you left Caitlyn in a side lane alone. That's not great. But investing all those resources into top side, using Jid to clear the wave, and making sure that they're guaranteeing the Herald and that going down for 369 so that he's much stronger for the impending dragon fight that's going to be up in 1 minute, and be able to get those poke off before Ornn has completed his mythic, is more the strategy that JDG wants to go with here.
I'm going to repeat what you said at the start of the game. The poke that comes through, Hope and 369, important members for that cause. We've also got a Manamune that's almost on the way for 369, so yeah, right, he's in a pretty good position. Hope as well with the Gale Force. He's going to make 4 mythics for JDG versus the 3, and then almost there for ZDZ, as you already mentioned, the item build. Herald just about takes down mid lane turret, 12 HP at the end, so that'll sit there with a stiff breeze to bowl it over. 30 seconds before the dragon, Kelsey. This is going to be the 3rd dragon for JDG. And it kind of spelled the dooms that Anyone Legend would have to fight after this one. They want to take it nice and early. JDG moving into River. And it looks like Anyone's Legend will storm their way in for now.
And Hysterics, this is LPL. We should be excited about things like fights, small skirmishes, wild support engages, but I'm just really excited about JDG's vision control here. They rotated way early for the dragon, managed to get vision down, so now...
Missing, might be called out. He's looking for a knock-up though onto ZDZ. The Bellows Breath saves him, but Missing again. The target does not net a win. Anyone's Legend focusing so hard on the support, and Chocho suffers for it. Forge with another couple of hits as Yagao follows him up. The zone control begins. The poke there, and 369 sending a message. 2 members dead, and Kelsey, I think JDG have just completely laughed this one off as Missing still doesn't die.
So I'm gonna go back to the question that you asked earlier that we haven't really been able to answer, which was the question of 369 versus Zoom.
Oh, yeah.
So the reason why, even though I would say that Zoom is generally a better top laner, I was excited for this trade for JDG just because 369 is going to be someone whose vocal comms and demand jungle pressure and acceleration. Looking in this fight here, you can kind of see what he can do and what, with the advantage that he gets. Almost every shot class landing, doing a significant amount of damage and health, willing to flash in to secure these kills. And of course the rest of his team, also no slouches. Hope, very effective ultimate, Yagao getting that off, so just a really nice cohesive looking JDG, whereas allegedly, you know, Zoom doesn't always call for resources when he has an advantage. He's much more of the weak side carry, if you will, and JDG really need a focal point in these 3 lanes, and I think that at the moment 369 is, at least in this game, providing that.
And even when JDG at the start of the split were looking down, I think 369 was one of their best players. Like, it took a while, this split, for Kanavi to return to form, and I think Kanavi is practically king of the jungle alongside people like Tarzan. You know, Wei's not having a great split, so you even push Kanavi further up than that. But my point being that the jungler of JDG having such a strong top laner as well feels like now they know how to ride with it. And you know, Kelsey, this has been a strange split for JDG. It's been a long time coming since we could talk them up and be excited about their gameplay like we are here in this game, as Missing wants to go all in once again onto Xiao Hao. Kanavi's over the wall. Here's the knockup on top of 2 members, and Yagao sends down the Chaos Storm. Kanavi wants in with the Prowler's Claw. Missing a bit deep this time, and finally, yes, he will die as 369 with the angle. Wants Xiao Hao. Call the Forge God. Ram jams only Yagao. And anyone's Legend getting a pick after JDG fought hard to try and get the right.
That exciting of a fight overall, but I was excited about Missing's engage. Unfortunately, it seemed to backfire a little bit there, but we did get a lot of ultimates, or JDG I should say, did get a few ultimates out, and that's going to be pretty effective for them in terms of just looking for playing through sides, slow seesaw around, not necessarily looking for a fight in the coming minutes. So I think that they're a little bit happy with that trade-off. They're not too upset that only Missing dies, and I kind of like that they look for it because they do want to feel that aggression. Because one thing we haven't talked that much about is anyone's Legend aren't out of this game yet, right? It's only a 3k gold lead, and they will scale way more on the front to back, which we know. I could talk about side laning all I want, but these teams, at the end of the day, they're probably just going to rush the objective and fight 5v5.
Yeah.
So from that perspective, you know, we're starting to look at the itemization on the Caitlyn. 2 items completed. We're not at a mythic deficit anymore as they were in the last dragon fight. So anyone's Legend starting to feel strong. JDG starting to feel that pressure.
Okay, well, 21 minutes in. I'll keep an eye out for some of these team fighting ultimates as well that I think are getting more and more crucial. Namely Forge, ZDZ as well, the soul laners of anyone's Legend. Well, they'll have to bring a fight around in minute 40 anyway, because Dragon's coming up. Now, in the bottom right hand of your screen, we did see that Betty, for some reason, healed. In that last little fight, there was only an Ornn getting hit there, and it was about 2 seconds delayed, so I'm not sure what that was about. Just unfortunate. It's just worth mentioning as well. Got to throw in some criticism here. As 2 items are being struck, Kelsey. It's 21 minutes into the game. Dragon up in a minute 20 as well. I'm just noting that we're hitting 2 item power spikes on things like Kanavi, 369 as well, with the Mirror Matter about to be complete. The Shadow Flame for Yagao, that's going to pivot through the Shields of Forge, Chocho, Xiao Hao. Like, there's a lot of usage out of that item as well. So for JDG, feeling pretty strong themselves as well.
And the vision control here isn't quite as strong. JDG going to have to use a bit of that poke to sort of look for that, but it looks like anyone's Legend are just kind of giving their hold or their control over that area to get the next group wave. Interesting that Nautilus is recalling now, so actually this should be a very free vision take for Missing at the moment. And then of course, Victor getting that wave in early on, making sure he's guaranteed to rotate to the dragon about 30 seconds and contest that mid wave
Yeah.
as it spawns. So just smart, basic macro structure coming out from JDG. It's making it work. Oh no, Jojo's engages down.
Starts out, gets on missing once again. The kickback, though, doesn't turn into anything, and 369 gets out of there. And for JDG, they blink health buff, but Xiaohao himself gets dove by Kanavi. He runs into sacrifice his own life. Both junglers are now dead. Missing blocked by 369. Anyone's Legend, though, they lose Chocho once more as Betty's poked too. It's a nice curtain call, and ZDZ plans to block all the shots, but the poke continues to fly. Misses one, and Betty, it gets sunk through. For JDG in front of the Dragon, they're just going to take themselves a free soul.
Yeah, this is a Hextech Soul coming out, which is going to be great for their composition, getting that true damage effectively, right? Because they are going to be up against this very heavily armored Ornn, and you already saw that some of those ultimate procs were only tickling him. But interesting here at the start of the fight, JDG more or less able to space use the gravity field very well to zone, and Navi taking down Xiaohao, dropping as well, but as long as his team can carry the rest of the fight, he went pretty deep, you know. That would be a tank Rek'Sai move, if anything.
That's
But he does trade 1-for-1.
Yeah.
And none of the, Chocho's engaged, not connecting, and ZDZ's ultimate connecting when the rest of the team was not really in position to follow up with a lot of damage, made that fight go very well for JDG.
It's rough again, because I don't know if Missing is a magnet or if every single fight, he just happens to be in the way. But the ultis keep being targeted for this Tahm Kench, and Missing continues to churn out all the shields in the world. As for JDG with the Hextech Soul, big deal is going to be on the extra movement speed we come through, but 369 adding a bit of burst on top of the burst he already has with the 2 items fully complete. And for Missing, as he zones out, Anyone's Legend know they have to walk a little bit towards the Baron pit. Actually, Kelsey, I don't think they do, because Vision's there with the scrying, Scuttle Crab, which is going to give River control for some time for Anyone's Legend, so don't have to face check it just yet.
If anything, you have the Ornn having to address this wave, so this is a point where the next mid wave coming in for JDG is pretty much theirs, right? It's not going to be contested by Anyone's Legend just because JDG have been ahead of them in these small macro decisions, as I pointed out before the last Dragon as well. So JDG, once upon a time, a couple years ago, they were known as the smart team, and I gave them a little bit of flack for that because they do have a tendency to, 5-man mid when the chips are down, but seeing smarter, more calculated mid-game map play coming out from them this game is really exciting and really cool to see, even if, someone might say, oh, they're just against Anyone's Legend. Anyone's Legend have been picking up wins against some LPL heavyweights, haven't they, Hysteric? So,
oh, yeah.
Worth pointing that out.
I think it is. Is Anyone's Legend better than we expected? But more so for JDG, it doesn't matter who they verse. The mid-game in the past couple of splits, has been rough around the edges. Let's be real. That smartest team line, we use that on the English broadcast as well, but we haven't for about a year and a half. It's been since 2020 summer, since their fall at Worlds, where JDG have been absolutely down in the dumps. But in this split, in about week 3, I think, week 2, week 3, they came back, and JDG looking more so like this. Now, again, Kelsey's already told you that Anyone's Legend, despite going up against the Hextech Soul, this is the comp that will scale better with the front to back. Does have the Ornn items coming through as well, so I think next play around Baron, next play around Elder, if JG can get any picks, Kelsey, feels like the nail in the coffin that needs to come through sooner rather than later. Otherwise, Anyone's Legend, given time, do have the space to bridge into this game.
And I will say the Hextech Soul gives them a lot of breathing room, though. They're able to position up very, very aggressively here, despite the fact that, Ornn ulti is up, right? They can't
Oh no, Chocho's just dead. Golden Kanavi goes. All the forward god there. Actually not done. The shockwave flushed away from him. In fact, no, just disappeared from, I believe. Kanavi had himself up, spell shield once again, and JDG with another pick. This turret goes down, and you're right, the breathing room for the Hextech Soul playing out dividends here in game 1 for JDG.
Yeah, I think Kanavi generally played that correctly. He was basically saying, there are specific abilities that I have to avoid, right? I need to avoid the engage from the Nautilus, the engage from the Ornn, and the Orianna Shockwave, and using his cooldowns judiciously to make sure that happens. Nice to see just a calculated siege play coming out of JDG.
Look at the replay again, Kelsey, because Xiaohao tried something on the back end while Chocho on the front side And looks like he didn't really expect the burst.
And it does seem like, you know, Chocho, we know him, he's one of the LPL supports who doesn't always think before he engages, which we love to see because it always makes games fun and exciting, but when you look at that, you wonder what the communication is like on the team. Are they feeling extremely pressured to make something happen? Is it Chocho looking for something to come out? What exactly is transpiring there? Because he did that engage, and I don't know if they wanted that exactly, or if they were just feeling like, oh, we're losing our tower, we have to do something.
True. You know, running out of options here. At the very least, look, for Chocho, a couple of times in setting up the engage this game against Missing or against anyone else from JDG, and it hasn't gone quite to plan. So feels like a kind of rough egg at this point, and with 55 seconds to Elder, with Baron still staring them in the face. For JDG, I love that right now, Yagao sitting in a bottom lane Kelsey. They've got so much vision control around this Elder. You can tell that JDG wants to make sure anyone's Legend don't really know that they're going to be setting up around the Elder this early.
And because anyone's Legends tend to address this top wave really, really late in general, right? JDG are able to just textbook, get the top wave in, make sure that anyone's Legend feel pressured, and then that just gives them free dragon control continuously, right? And then for me, again, the star has been how coordinated JDG have looked in terms of their vision control and how well they're spacing using their long-range advantages from Jhin and Jace to make sure that anyone's Legend can't walk into Fog of War for free.
I love, you know, like, coordinated vision control is different from just getting vision down as 369. Oh, that hurts. A Deadly Flourish connects as well. And look, Forge and Betty are just out of there. 369 wants to do it again, and he lands it through the Ornn. ZDZ, not a big enough fridge at this point, more like a magnet. As JDG, they're like, okay, well, Xiaohao's on the bottom side, and with all that poke damage out, Elder's just going to be started, and I think taken.
Yeah, this should just be an Elder, and I think we've seen him a couple of times thread the needle on some of that poke, making sure that getting past the Ornn to the back line happened in the last fight as well, where you had the fourth shot coming out.
Hang on. They're going to still try, though. Xiaohao's low, though, as he steps on a trap, and Hope just gale forces for the kill. An early smite doesn't matter, as Elder's going to get the security. And JDG couldn't make it look more easy at this point. Betty standing still with Ignite going down. The fourth shot flashed away from. He tries, but 369 is on a tear. Might only be 1-0 and 10. But this Jace and the other solo lane of JDG have come through clutch.
And they don't have any waves in position to rush for an end or to rush down these objectives, and they don't necessarily siege extremely quickly, so it's probably safer to look for recalls and get the Baron and secure that for the next push and close out that way. But very just clean setup. Of course, can't really fault anyone's Legend for trying to look for that here, but nice poke from 369 to start things out. And not a lot in the tank to execute at this point, even though, you know, not every skill shot landed, but they looked for the contest, and JDG just playing it intelligently to make sure that it doesn't happen, and they get the Elder.
Yeah, smart team. Really feels like it suits the game one of JDG. You're right. We've been going on about it, but I think it labels them perfectly here in this game. You've been talking about that intelligent vision control now with Baron and the waves under their wing and the gold lead that is going beyond gold leads at this point. We can just assume that JDG are going to start pushing these side lanes in, get that last inner turret on the top side, and break down the base of anyone's Legend. Scaling still there, but oh boy, this needs to go for another 20 minutes before JDG become irrelevant, Kelsey.
Yeah, another 20 minutes, and maybe if we turn back time and change the dragon,
yeah,
you know, that's that would be a good one.
That's true. It's just so
maybe
hard.
If we give anyone's Legend a Mountain Soul, you know, that might help a little bit.
Okay.
That would be a good one.
That would have been good RNG. They would have gotten it anyway, but anyone's Legend at least would have had some hope.
Or no, we just give it to them for free to keep the game going and make it
True, to make it even.
Have both a Hextech Soul on JDG versus a Mountain Soul on anyone's Legend. I think anyone's Legend like that, so that would be a fun experience.
I love we're coming down to the what ifs. That's what this game state feels like. His Elder's actually still up as well. That's a dangerous play as they move in. I believe it's close to expiring. We've got the Baron timer in the top right. Actually, 5 seconds till it disappears as they're sent to the fountain. JDG, they haven't really lifted too much of a finger, but I will say Kanavi in the early game made all this happen. It's called the Forge God. Lands on missing again. They love this Tahm Kench. And as Betty runs away, JDG are putting the finishing touches on Forge's ulti a little bit early, but he's dead anyway. And with intelligent play, with cleanly taken down anyone's legend in game number 1, what more can you say than JDG holding firm control of the series by their hands?
You know, and going back to that jungle matchup, Hysterics, Kanavi identified, okay, we need to get a lead for my top lane, and we need to make sure that mid lane goes well, that there is no opportunity for a 4-man onto the bot lane to make sure that the Jhin and the Tahm Kench can clear for free. Missing actually playing that pretty well in general, you know, looking for those Tahm Kench engages, the W's and the knockups, a lot of fights starting out, creating a ridiculous amount of space with that in conjunction with Yagao's gravity fields. And then, of course, they just have so much room to poke and then constantly keeping the wave states pushed. Yagao always topside at the correct amount of time, and just not a lot of options for anyone's legend at that point, despite the fact that you look at these compositions and you think, oh, it should be really easy for the side of anyone's legends to execute their comp compared to JDG overall.
I mean, there's so many things that we could break down and talk about the cause for that game 1, like Kanavi's mid pressure onto Forge. Forge's flash being burnt, he returns, he continues forcing him out. Yagao had a great laning phase even before that. 369 versus CDZ is the Jace, you know, got jungle attention too. And for Xiao Hao, he tried to put his eggs in the basket of bottom lane, but hope and missing getting that 2v2 kill. Felt like all the options were just taken away the early game, in an early game that could subdue JDG and stop them from snowballing ahead. It's hard, Kelsey, when we look at this and say, well, anyone's legend could have done this, but for JDG, it's that cleanliness, it's that intelligence that is returning to their gameplay in the later half of the LPL split.
And if I went back to anything and reviewed this, right, looking and talking to anyone's legend, I would say when you're looking for the level 1 invade and you're showing those people on the map, don't necessarily allow them to be able to counter that and get the vision on bot side, because then you can't do anything around your Caitlyn lane and you don't have a lot of options at that point.
Oh god, it's hard to look at, hard even to review. I'd say 369 gets MVP, by the way, which is interesting because it comes down to what we talked about, the poke being huge. The damage percentage will be big as well. 31% when he only had 1 kill kind of tells you that he knew his role in this game and he was playing it to perfection.
And I'm excited to see 369 kind of cash in on that, despite the fact that I would say his 2021 wasn't great, but he played this game very smart. You know, keeping the spacing well. I didn't see really any shock blast whiff. It seemed like they were, you know, targeted skill shots. That's a little bit of an oxymoron, but you know what I mean. So basically, it just felt like he constantly had the aim missile going in and getting those low health members, going past the big hitbox of the Ornn and really selling this game for JDG with the lead that he had.
Again, like, really good to see, especially when for 369, I feel like he's been one of the most solid members when JDG were having their downtime at the start of the split. Against CDG, RNG, JDG looked just strange. You know, even against FPX, it was a question in that series where I think that was a Baron throw that lost FPX, but it has been a series against WE, OMG, top esports even, where they were showing those glimmers of power. JDG currently on a loss streak, but still, I feel confident in this series against anyone's legend. We'll have to see, because we can talk about AL when we come back from the break here. Ladies and gentlemen, small break. When we return, Kelsey and I will take you into game number 2.
Everybody fighting！
已经有人嗨了吗？米娜桑干巴。
明海有点赶，感觉明海有点赶。我干什么？我是最不敢的，兄弟们。
真的吗？
平常心平淡。我那个分析做的还不细，兄弟们。
大
家准备好了吗？
太细了，
太细了。大家准备好了吗？太细了。真的，说你是 OMG 教练，我都觉得是真的。确实，你太了解他们了，
太细了，太细了。
感觉分析完都知道他们接下来要怎么调整了。哦，分析完了， 直接就有思路是不是？
他这个意思
直接有思路了。
他意思就是我们这把必赢，我们必赢。
他们可能想打的，你这边放眼吧，啊，你放眼吧，我在这儿。
雷克赛，慢点。
哦，好像哎，看把雷克赛杀了吧，我一下，他一下，走就行，没事。泰坦没闪，雷克赛，保一下，他们要硬杀，哎，哦，可以，
这一定没闪现。
OK，很赚，
可以慢一点的，其实。
不是，我想去放眼的。
哦 ，OK，
然后打起来了，没事。中路开，维克托
没闪。
哎，别个闪 OK， 再看。
啊，这样就死了。
哎，你中了。
有点不行，赵姐慢点，捡个灯。
我顶，没事。
雷克赛，慢点。
我死了，
可以打。
输出。
慢一点。
你没闪了，你没闪了。
慢点。
行，我灯，捡灯，可以打。
别个都没闪，
慢点吧，
先走吧。
这操作我看的有点
没听会了。
稳点，赵丽姐太着急，看你操作，回了。
我开吧。
对，盲僧别冲，别乱冲。
没事。有点失望，赵丽姐。看一下这波。
OK。
准备好看。
可以。
先看泰坦呗。
慢点。
慢点。
没事，我死不了。哎，你死了。
慢点。我们冲吧。我们先绕龙，慢点，我们先绕龙。
那你们打吧，来个赛不在。
我们先杀鳄鱼。哎，维克多。别这么道歉。
我这羊。
你为什么能秒 AD 啊？
我直接单切 AD，哇上去了拿下了吧？
对。你这羊不对劲啊，黄翔。
我好久没玩
去一波，没事，这羊可以的，我只能说。直接预判别人闪，只是这盲僧太可惜了，这把真的。
我老预判闪了。
没有，那波。踢回来了，被打断了。
就是踢太慢了呀！
羊
怎么能踢那么慢啊，赵丽姐？
我大概把他撞飞了，他没踢。
你的盲僧没那么慢吧？我刚看了一下，
老了，
被夹住了。
太离谱了呀！
你们加油，还有最后一把！
加油，兄弟们，赢下这把过好年。
看后面有鱼，鳄鱼，看鳄鱼，鳄鱼没闪，
跳走了，鲨鱼。nice，
可以追吗？我追过去了，
可以追，自己看。
冲，兄弟们！死了，我死了。可以打，没闪。
你看，你没闪。
追，能闪吗？别急，慢慢操作。
打断了。
这个。我来了。
他没闪。好乱。
把这个杀了吧。
不行就打先锋吧。
把他杀了可以。
或者我们推上。
他能杀，别急，他能杀，别操作他。nice，兄
弟们，这波操作拉满了。虽然真不是吹牛，但我这波操作真的拉满了。
兄弟们，稳住就赢了，
真稳就赢了，
绷住。
这位置看我靠！你们拉掉，推打！
就赢！推打！
杀人！
来上！过个好年！
听我讲，我觉得这波我们可以压到他们下高地，然后让金哥你站中，怎么样？
可以，来，可以。
来呗！
我中间也快进了。
金哥是可以，没事。
哎，勾大，很急。哎，我来看。
哎，挖掘机！
我打击！打击！挖掘机！来！哎，你没闪！冲吧！别急！打击！
A 塔一下，等会 A 塔，等会。过年了，大哥大嫂，过年好。
Staring out at an April snow and your taxi in the street, I imagine time has slowed. In sympathy of packing up my heart to walk away. Still it's all I want to say, 'cause I learned to love for you. I don't want somebody new. Impossible for me to let it go. So if it's goodbye, if you're running free, you
金克斯这个英雄的话，就是什么情况下都能选出来吧。然后，就对线发育的比较好的话，打团就出还可以。AL 的下路就最近打的都挺好的嘛。然后就是，小心被他们单杀吧。然后，然后再注意一下他们有时候会玩一些比较怪的英雄。
Strange champions indeed. I think it's funny as well. Be careful of Owl's bottom lane because sometimes they can solo kill you. It was actually JDG the other way around that solo killed the bottom lane. And if you are just tuning in, welcome back, folks. My name's Derek. Our very special guest today here, Kelsey Moser, is going to be running through the last 2 series with us of the LPL day, which is exciting because we have just seen JDG play very intelligently in game number 1. You were saying yourself that the vision control kind of winning it out for them, spotting AL moving into the territory of these usual objectives.
Yeah, they weren't able to punish the Rek'Sai on the level 1 when he was weak, and he kind of took over the game, managed to get a big lead for the Jace. And obviously, Jace came away with the deserved MVP, 369, but Kanavi, a great deal of pressure. Their bot lane doing very well, like you said. They managed to get the duo kill. So, and of course, Anyone's Legend has been performing extremely well as a bot lane duo. You know, they have been looking for these almost cheese-esque style all-ins, and it's been winning them out in a lot of situations, but JDG came prepared. The Tahm Kench, the Jhin, ready to go.
Yeah, and again, as we look at the ban pick for this game, what we saw was really great poke out of JDG from 369, from Yagao. I mean, Hope was the person we talked about. Looking through here is Anyone's Legend on the blue side. Jinx was talked about in the interview just before, but I see Twisted Fate from JDG, from Yagao, which has been a comfort pick for him a while. I see Nidalee for Kanavi. So I feel like Rek'Sai, Nidalee, like we are getting these early game junglers that he wants to obviously dominate and take over in the first 15 minutes of the game.
Yeah, and I think giving him the last pick here definitely shows a vote of confidence. You know what? You made the jungle counter pick work. You didn't necessarily interact that much with your jungle counterpart, but you know, saving last pick for Kanavi here is something that definitely works out, and capitalizing off of the gold card TF into the Nidalee Spear combo, which used to be extremely popular when Nidalee and TF were both meta a couple of years ago. Definitely something that we're looking out for here. And again, the poke, the Jace coming out for 369. It seems like they're kind of getting everything that they want, but I did want to touch on that Jinx hysterics because that is by far Anyone's Legend's most pick 80 carry, and they've had a fair amount of success with it. Obviously, you know, we had JDG highlighting that in the pregame interview there. So expecting to see them do a little bit more damage here. Maybe the Caitlyn, like leaving the Caitlyn open, was a bit of a bait to keep them off of that Jinx.
Well, I think it's interesting because for Betty, 13 games played, for Hope 10. Most played 80 carry by far for both of these ADs. So yeah, it feels like a pick that needs to be talked about. I like that you bring it up. Betty versus Hope going to be interesting. I think more importantly is JDG invade the bottom side. We've also got ZDZ versus 369 in a more interesting matchup. I'm going to hold on that for now because for JDG, they've gone unspotted into this red side. And a deep path is going to enable that. They want to spot out with the bottom lane 2v2, but no one's there. A ward's going to see them in the tri-brush right about now.
They don't necessarily want to hard commit for the invade and walk into the passive Leona Q damage, right? They don't necessarily want that to happen. It won't always go favorable for them, so they're just going to get that vision down as a 4-man roaming squad, avoid most of the vision themselves, and but they are going to follow up here. So now that they know where the Leona is, it's much safer to just initiate the invade.
I just love it. JDG loop-de-loop. Yagao is getting zoned off right now by Forge. In the 3v3, it'll be interesting to see Kanavi hits the javelin toss. We begin with a bit of damage. Forge and Yagao looking at each other. And nothing really coming in. Xiaohao right in front of his buff, and Kanavi has to go back as Xiaohao just thinking he's there, but nope. Spots him on the brush, so Xiaohao can start the buff and we'll have a bit of a tempo advantage.
And yeah, anytime situations like that happen where the jungle kind of loses his nerve a little bit and they stare at each other, you're going to see the jungle on the invade fall behind. However, it is Nidalee versus Lee Sin, so that clear speed is going to be quite fast enough for it to basically not matter that much by the end of the first game.
Good point. Onto Gromp now as well, so keeping tempo just about here. Kanavi is going to be heading towards that top side, though, and so is Xiaohao, which I find interesting. While there is setup through mid that you talked about for Kanavi, I think importantly enough as well, 369 ZDZ, bit of a volatile matchup in the Camille versus the Jace, one we haven't touched on.
Yeah, it's both of these teams drafting for the mid-jungle 2v2. I think that did have a little bit of an understated impact, and the Nautilus keeps going wide in this particular one. But as I was saying, the mid lane 2v2 did have a particularly understated impact in the last game, just because Victor was constantly ahead in that matchup after the Rek'Sai gank. So I think that that's a situation that they're maybe looking to repeat here, and anyone's legend in the coach's room said, you know, we need a strong mid-jungle duo, we need to be able to execute on this, and they're looking for that here with the LeBlanc Lee Sin and a massively built up.
Yeah, already a good start here for Forge. It's taking TP into the matchup, but it is Electrocute versus Jigao with the Unsealed Spellbook. And now Kanavi up towards his top side. Xiaohao in river first, though. He's going to pick up Scuttles, so feels pretty nice here, considering that ZDZ as well is pushing deeply into this top side. Wave stuck here for the time being. And for 369, trying to abuse a bit of the range on this Camille as ZDZ continues walking up to the wave.
Yeah, a little bit of a surprise to see, generally speaking, how this matchup is going for the Jace and Camille. It does get to be a little bit more interactive, a bit of skill after the first couple of waves and Camille gets levels off, but...
Oh, good dredge line. That's a flash out. Chocho actually going in as well. He gets rooted down. Graviton will follow suit, but that's all it's going to be. Betty with no summoners available after Ignite comes down, and another win for JDG's bottom lane yet again here in Game 2.
Yeah, and once Aphelios manages to get past the level 1 where he doesn't really have an ability, you have the ability to use the Graviton snares, basically look for more effective trades in that situation. So, very nice hook and initiation from Missing. He's just been spacing very well in these small skirmishes and creating a lot of area for Hope to be able to do damage.
I think in the last game we saw that on the top bench, like his ability to create that space you talk about and fights as the Dredge Light interrupts the Zenith Blade but gets rooted up anyway. But Kanavi here for the counter gank onto Chocho. The spear a little bit short. Xiaohao about to be Graviton up, but again, won't matter as Kanavi just stops the inevitable. And Yagao, meanwhile, is moving up towards the top side. So JDG in all angles trying to benefit from the plays.
Yeah, and I really like to see when teams do this, right? They get the mid wave in, and then the mid laner shadows one side of the map, and the jungler shadows the other, to just kind of look for whatever play is going to end up yielding itself when the jungle shows himself, because the enemy mid is stuck in the
Now, see that Forge makes the first move. Kanavi with Javelin Toss hits Betty in the end. And Missing and Hope once again sticking towards Kanavi. So we're seeing the same amount of action in this early game, just not the blood to follow suit, Kelsey. And it's around this dragon. It's at 5 minutes now where it spawns, where both junglers hover around the bottom side. And in game number 1, it was the picks that came through from JDG that enabled that first dragon to be picked up, and that wave of momentum led them towards an early solve.
Yeah, and it looks like JDG are just going to continue to prioritize these dragons, but if they can get the dive on the Jinx, knowing that Nautilus is ahead on the recalls, they will take that. Doesn't look like that's going to happen. Betty's respecting it. Doesn't mind backing off too much either, because it is a cannon wave, so he's not going to lose too much. Cannon buying a lot of time, and even picking that one up, so probably should have just started the dragon in that particular situation.
Yeah. That's a good point. I mean, Kanavi goes back to his jungle, but Dragon again was in perfect timing. And I think the biggest thing is as well, Yagao now returns to wave right around the time that maybe would have been tested with his ulti up and available. And you were talking about how this is a secure lane for JDG's 2v2. The response from anyone's legend having a strong 2v2 themselves, but we know now with Destiny available, it adds another layer. We can go to these side lanes and start influencing as Yagao.
And this is another game where anyone's legend front to back should be relatively favorable, just because, you know, you do need some time for poke. You need to have TF in situations where you can favorably pick. Unless you have the caliber, the green gun, as I like to call it, because I'm not as well versed in ability names. basically, unless you have that, Jinx is gonna drastically outrange you in team fights.
Line comes through. Destiny used once again right into ZDZ. Under turret gold cards there, but I think Yagao just wants to keep him at bay while 369 gets solid time with the turret. That's a lot committed towards the top side. 4 members there. And for anyone's legend, they take the dragon. In the meantime, Forge even pushing a massive wave up to this turret. Looks like there will be a good trade-off.
Yeah, and because of, again, the win condition being much more focused on side laning in this game, would much rather have plates on the chase than have a first Infernal Dragon, so I think overall both teams are relatively happy with that trade given the win conditions of their compositions. But, you know, at the same time, nice to see anyone's legend grabbing what they can given the state of topside and how many resources JDG invested.
Ooh, even now. They've actually just tried to bombard Kanavi. He gets rooted down, but he's out. Hope in now with his ulti as well, and Xiaohao's first blood. The Twisted Fate there in response, even though Yagao has no ulti. Now Missing will go down, but the gold card at the ready as Forge is flashed on. Not sure what you expected out of LeBlanc as it's the 1-for-1 trade, but first blood does go over to JDG's 369. Ignore top. That's just some heavy trading. And it was anyone's legend, Kelsey, who started that little ambush.
Yeah, and the thing about Aphelios, and we just mentioned this, is that unless you have your green gun, Aphelios isn't going to be even with the range of the Jinx. It doesn't really matter if you're engaging into him. You know, I think that Aphelios perhaps is the Cho-Cho counter champion. As we see him jumping in here, he's got the red and white guns, and he doesn't necessarily even start to do damage until he shows up here, but you're seeing a little bit of that power with the ultimate coming out of the Jinx when he's able to get in range of you and you're in these close quarters fights. Aphelios is going to be a huge monster despite the fact that JDG's composition is more optimized for buying some time with the Jason middle equip.
And I think as well, you know, like some of Hope's poke as well, something to look out for. Hope now has a Dune Quiver too, and Berserker Greaves are well and truly on the way. For JDG, the 80 carry only ahead by 300, but focus towards mid, focus towards top, an 800 gold lead for 369, and about 400, maybe a little bit less for Yagao. So solo laners once again, Kelsey, in this series are having a great time of it.
Yeah, and I think, you know, hold on.
He jump back in. Javelin toss not going to connect.
He has no E, so...
The Forge is coming up though, and this is a LeBlanc with a blasting one, so APB respected. Kanavi finds him at point blank range as the root comes through. Xiaohao over the wall with a sonic wave. Execution, denial, and completion here for anyone's legend. They pick up their second kill.
So in that situation, when you're not respecting the LeBlanc roam, you either kind of have to all commit for the Camille with no E, or you're in a situation where, okay, we can't overstay this, we have to just get out. And since they didn't really commit to either, Yagao getting hit by the E, or excuse me, Kanavi getting hit by the E, and they have to, it goes down. This should be a free Rift Herald for anyone's legend.
A much better early game here for AL. Still behind in gold, but the Herald should be able to get something off here. And the kill going over to Xiaohao too, excuse me, wrong player. As we look at the replay, Kelsey, and Kanavi just not expecting this. I think the lens ran out literally as Forge went through the brush.
And LeBlanc is a champion that is heavily contested by both teams, right? Very frequently banned against both JDG and anyone's legend. Both of these players very happy to pick it up when they can, and we're seeing just a little bit of the threat and the damage that can happen when he's able to trade heavily in the lane and get priority, make the roams happen before TF does. If TF doesn't have ultimate up, then LeBlanc's going to be a huge threat on this map.
And I love as well, like playing around that window, Yagao only just got the ulti up and available as well. And now that he has it once again, I'm curious to see if JDG can get the ball rolling a little bit. We know how volatile Nidalee can be for JDG. The poke as well that we talk about. And relying on the fact that this gold lead continues to go swimmingly. But anyone's legend having a lot more punch in this second game. And his dragon spawns in 50 seconds, Kelsey. I want you to set me up for what we're going to see, because we are getting close towards these first items. Only the Eclipse up in the top lane as the Mythic completed.
So this is the window where you want to push out the top wave the way that JDG have been almost textbook every time. And then using that priority, it's very easy to, you know, your top laner has the option of standing in fog or rotating first. And JDG holding that vision as a result because they know that ZDZ is in base. not too concerned, able to disengage if the teleport comes through, and knowing that 369 will get a nice trade of plenty of plates if they do end up getting that one out.
Which is just going to be the case, feels like anyway, right? 800 gold. Still continues to hit ZDZ pretty hard, and there's a level lead at this point for 369. That TP versus TP, you know which one you're scared of more. JDG in front of the Dragon, while the Herald's just been placed down by Xiao Hao. They want to get Forge further ahead. He's only picked up assists. He's 20 CS himself, but excuse me, that's not even the play. It's just about adding pressure. While Xiao Hao moves into River, Forge gets knocked up. Missing gets him as well, but Soulflare on the back of Kanavi. The Nidalee exploded from the fight as Betty now hitting Hope, and you can see Herald whittling away as well. JDG have lost their jungler, and yet again, it looks bad for anyone's legend, but the play turns.
Yeah, I think there's just not an awareness of what exactly is happening in the mid lane, because JDG pulling the Dragon while Yagao is getting effectively zoned off or having to deal with that Rift Herald, else he loses plates in the mid lane. So I think if they just back off and they let JDG start poking the turret, deal with the Rift Herald, and then either give the Dragon or look for a re-engage after that with the Destiny's Gate, then I think that they're in a much better position. So it seems like they were not quite connected on the fact that Rift Herald was being dropped in the section anyway.
Not what we're highlighting recently, is it? We'll look at the replay again, because anyone's legend came from different angles. As Missing's ulti went for one, but Chocho with a great engage on the other.
So the camera before we saw this fight kind of was more focused on mid lane. So we didn't necessarily see that they were trying to disengage, they were trying to get out of that Dragon Pit. So I kind of misspoke earlier on that, but just not really able to group up with Yagao before Chocho gets a very good ult off onto the Nidalee, and they managed to chain the CC and take members off.
It's nice that anyone's legend, you know, in this game have a much better idea of how they want to play out this composition. We see that the strong side lane threat, right? We have ZDZ and the Camille, who has been behind in CS, but hasn't given away too much to 369. Forge in a great position as this LeBlanc, and Betty is that backline threat, the jinx that we highlighted. Kelsey, there's so many good things to say about AL in game number 2, and it feels like this game's going along very swimmingly at the tempo that they want.
Well, one thing to note, right, is JDG were so effective because their side lanes were basically uncontested in the mid game last game. But in this case...
Hang on. Everfrost there, kick back for Kanavi, but flashes into the rocket. That gives Betty a nice little assist and a kill onto Yagao. Now, there's a problem, and I see it is that Xiao Hao is getting fed.
Yeah, like I said, there wasn't an answer to any of the side lanes, right? It was just a point where, okay, I guess we're going to have to go 5 mid because we can't beat anyone inside, so JDG are just going to control those waves, rotate to whatever objectives they want. But here, you know, Camille will scale better. Yeah. They have a better 2v2.
Soulflare down, a good Sonic Wave, AoE damage from Betty too. For anyone's legend, another turret to bite the dust. But look at Forge. Forge is level 11 LeBlanc with Flash, with everything up and available, and Chocho getting knocked under turret, maybe a bit of a mistake. Gravitum looking to take him down, but he goes Golden's missing, bites his own time, teleport in the back line as well. JDG have just got a massive shutdown as Yagao comes in. Anyone's legend sticking around too long. Forge didn't pull the trigger, and JDG, they're the ones that are laughing once again. A flash gold card, Everfrost. Those were so many shutdowns back to back. And that just spells disaster. Flush away by Forge. 369 runs forward. They won't be able to get the mid laner, but they got so much from such a simple overstep.
It was a very nice, basically, TP from Jace. They had the 2 globals available with the Destiny's Gate and the TP coming through. I'm not quite sure about the chase on the LeBlanc because 369 probably had some time to go top, but they're going to just cede this T1 over to the Camille, which is not really what you want as the game progresses. So we're going to get a replay of the 2v2, basically just seeing very good play from Forge, able to land these E's, and then good play from Xiao Hao able to land these Q's. He's by far his highest win rate champion in the LPL right now.
Yep.
Redeeming himself a bit this game after last game.
But as we look at this replay in the main fight, I mean, kind of tragic for AL considering that you can see the dive coming through, but missing with a great hook, buying time himself, and everything after the fact from JDG, cleaning up the mess they made in the early game.
And I kind of wanted the 369 just to back even before that last pick that we saw and try to answer the Camille a little bit earlier. Just because if Camille gets this turret, if Camille manages to get the 2 items, it's a little bit scarier to fight her 1v1 in the side lane, and you won't get the really easy, straightforward setup.
We begin again though. Hang on, anyone's legend have found missing this time around. Good soul flare, depth charge used before he dies. But JDG burned their teleport to get back to this, I believe. Excuse me, it was actually Forge who came in as Herald is taken away. Only the second Herald, but you know, you're not getting a time to talk once again because JDG are getting caught out with their plays with their head in their hands, and on the other side just doing something different as ZDZ actually Hextech ultimatum on top of Kanavi. Forge jumps in and won't be saved by 369. Kanavi dead again.
I think Chocho is having a little bit of a better time on Leona because he engage fights, doesn't necessarily have to commit, you know, a full screen away. Can just drop the Leona ult, doesn't start off the fight ahead of his team. Also, the flank angles that we're able to see from ZDZ on this Camille are a little bit stronger this game. So, big credit to both of them for how that fight went and played out.
As 369, look, trying to bring something back to JDG at this point. He's the most fed member. He looks like the most successful member. As Dragon spawns, I also want to point out that this turret going down without teleport means that he has to make a quick back and a quick return. Dragon sitting there and staring anyone's legend in the face. It's a Hextech Dragon again, Kelsey. And, I mean, anyone's legend have the same condition JDG had in game number 1. They're 2 steps away from securing a soul and having this insane burst damage.
Yeah, so they are going to have to look for missing to walk in first, to land some poke from Nidalee and Jace before they can force AF off. Nice to have the Destiny Gate just to get vision on anyone's legend, so they should know that ZDZ took that Hex Gate.
So I'm curious though if he can make the flank work. His ultimate not up and available just yet, trying to buy time as Dragons pull towards JDG. Smite needs to be perfect from Kanavi. There's Chocho once again in the back line, but no one's doing damage to Dragon. It's taken by anyone's legend. ZDZ goes in, then pops on out. His ultimate now available as Yagao, trying to run them down. They need vision, they need summoners, they need speed. And Yagao, gold card only, just an expert for Kanavi, looking for the chase. The poke again, needs to connect, the flash away, they got the Dragon. They lose only Chocho. I redeem that as a worth, Kelsey.
Yeah, it's definitely worth. They're now on Hex Dragon, excuse me, Soul Point, with the Camille, with the Jinx, with the LeBlanc. That's going to be a very devastating composition to have to deal with as the game goes on, you know? I think that anyone's legend adapted. They said, okay, we need an answer to the side lane. We can't just run back the orange. Definitely seeing that pay through dividends here, especially as they had to face check the Dragon this time, right? Camille actually in position before the Jace in this situation this time around. So it didn't even matter if they didn't see the flank. Basically able to just walk up position and threat so that JDG's backline feels like they can't necessarily hit for free. Having lower range means that Betty should just be able to run these fights in those scenarios.
I mean, especially at this level 11 point. I'm about to have a look at the items here as our lower third disappears. The highlight of Forge, who's also been playing well on the anyone's legend side. But yeah, rapid fire kind of makes that a nice eventuality. And I want to point out that, you know, with Kanavi being 0-4, with Yagao not really getting these amazing ultimates off, you're targeting people like Forge who just disperses. We can see that JDG are in a difficult position. So Kelsey, in this game, I need you to tell me what JDG do from here, because they're up against Soul Point. They have to fight at the next Dragon. And even though gold's even, it does feel like with the way you're describing comps, anyone's legend feel like they have full control of this game number 2.
Yeah, and I will say that 369 is still very strong, right? Still in a position where he should be able to make something happen with Kanavi shadowing him in a side lane, and then they are then in position with the agency to rotate to neutrals first and still get that kind of position off. I say that Jinx's longer range in a front-to-back scenario, anyone's legend are basically just incentivized to pull neutrals off spawn and force JDG to walk into them. But here we go.
Missing bit deep here. Dredge Light doesn't connect, and a depth charge that doesn't take Forge out either. It was the Ignite they ticked down, and they dove that. They sent a lot of ultimates off. They tried to get their poke down, but again, JDG just falling short.
And we're seeing Nautilus sort of fall a bit in priority. and other regions, but LPL still loves their Nautilus, and then when we see it in these fights, it just turns into paper at a certain point in the game. Definitely way lower in terms of the damage, flat damage combos, in terms of the tankiness, so not a coincidence to me that he's engaging in, and then Leona just has to use the W to win out on that trade, and everyone else on anyone's legend turns Nautilus into dust.
I mean, Missing still doesn't have Sniffing as well. That's got to help with it. Missing here in this game. It's been tragic as Yagao makes the engage on top of Betty. Flashes away, but Gravitum and Hope finishes it off. There's the flash response. JDG still with fire in their bellies. As Baron's now live, they're moving up here, Kelsey. And we know that anyone's legend will have to face check, but they're out a little bit early. They poked them down. They're still running forward. And JDG, they're going to ARAM for a little bit longer.
And JDG want these types of siege scenarios where they can use their poke and force people off of that in these open spaces. They don't necessarily want to be in, you know, the choke points. They don't want to be fighting on vehicles where...
Solar Flare under turret. I don't know how this goes. Forge has just bursted down 369. Your strongest member dead. JDG still considering the siege to continue, but again, I don't know what they expected, Kelsey, when there's Leona, there's a LeBlanc.
Yeah.
There's a lot of gap close on anyone's legend.
Yeah, and all you can expect is that they know that anyone's legend is about to be 5 strong again, right? So they're trying to force something to happen before that happens in a 5v4 scenario, but they're way better off just continuing to poke and get that second T2 for free, and then backing with that lead and looking for a Baron setup, right? So moments before disaster here.
Oh, a lot of damage at this point.
Oh.
You were talking about the damage output of anyone's legend composition. Hope now in strife as he burnt the flash, diving down Betty, and it's Soul point time. Now that Hope's taking a bit of damage, I mean, anyone's legend have the river control. Kelsey, how did JDG move in?
Yeah, I mean, they're gonna have to look, like I said, anyone's legend is incentivized to just pull this on spawn, basically, and then force JDG to walk into closer quarters fights. Luckily, Yagao is about to have the Destiny's Gate up, so that will give them some vision on any flank angles anyone's legend try to execute. There we go. It's popped instantly. So now they just... Oh, nice.
On to ZDZ now.
I don't think he can win this.
No, it's buying time. ZDZ doesn't want to re-engage. JDG stick around in the river, hoping that poke goes off. The longer this dragon takes, the more they can achieve. But Yagao has just walked into 2 people. Ignite dropped down onto ZDZ. He wants Kanavi to help him out. As picking any card at this point needs to be gold. The engage started on Chocho. Well, anyone's legend, they've got the Hex Dragon.
No.
They now jump in. AoE galore. It's a bounce out to ZDZ. Hex that ultimatum, and Hope in close range, the only person left alive. But anyone's legend, no. He's a slimmer of hope at this point. A triple kill for Betty and AL in this series. Bring it all back.
And I think the JDG overall had the correct idea there, right? Space it off, pull them off the dragon. We don't want them to start it because that'll force us into a close quarters engage to try to get Xiao Hao off of the dragon. But unfortunately, in this particular scenario, Yagao gets a little impatient. They're able to see him, they walk close to the dragon, they pull it, and then this nightmare scenario happens where anyone's legend's poke isn't necessarily connecting. I also think, credit to Chocho, nice positioning, able to catch most of the spears that JDG launched their way. Creating space, also making sure that Missing's engage went onto him. And look at all of that from the Super Mega Death Rocket. Insane amount of damage from Betty in this fight. You can see why Jinx is such a big priority pick for anyone's legend as he moves around, basically avoids almost every engage. The combination of Missing's spacing and everything else, but Betty probably looking at an MVP this game if he keeps it up in terms of how he's playing these fights.
And it's hard, right? Because I also feel like Xiao Hao, for how he played the early game, is well deserved of one as well. Like, anyone's legend in this game pretty much did what JDG did. They've been quite intelligent themselves, and I feel like AL been capitalizing on the fact that Kanavi doesn't do much here on the Nidalee, that Yagao, once those ultis are down, you talked a lot about Forge being able to make the map movements necessary. A really good adaptation in the series. When AL, we just considered them like, okay, they were kind of gapped in so many ways in game 1. I didn't consider the potential comeback that we're seeing in game number 2 is with the Baron. They are pulling ahead with gold.
And I do think that, you know, Anyone's Legend just diagnosed very well in the draft phase, and in general were a lot more proactive in terms of what their jungle could execute. The fact that they didn't get the level 1 off JDG in this game gave a small head start to Xiao Hao, and he did execute on it.
Oh, Mystic almost dying. They burn a lot for that, but Soul Flare should make a Death Rocket at this point. Yeah, and the cooldowns are big at this point as well, Kelsey, so, you know, for Anyone's Legend, they got the Baron buff. It might buy time for JDG, but still, the Baron power play has done enough at this point. And I feel like with the 3k gold lead and the Dragon Soul in the back of our mind, the only thing that can come through for JDG is the potential Soul and the poke out that we've talked about. But look how strong AL are at this point in the game.
Oh yeah, and again, because of how Chocho is positioning, how ZDZ is threatening these flanks, definitely a lot of panic scenarios that happen around neutrals, but if they can steal an Elder, you know, maybe you can get that really, really accelerated shock blast that basically almost one-shot Betty in the previous game, and that would be the scenario that comes to fruition here.
True. I mean, I look at the roster and I think, okay, well, there's some tanky members in Xiao Hao and Chocho, but Forge and Betty, if they get hit directly with that shock blast, is going to hurt quite a lot. If Anyone's Legend put in the front line in front of Betty, making a lot of sense here as the Baron helps them push as well. You can see that JDG are moving down, but it's too late. Turret goes down. Baron power play has been about 2.2k. And Kelsey, I think you and I are just going to sit back and relax for the time being, waiting towards that order, and JDG being forced to make their final move of what could be this game too.
And I think just from the side of Anyone's Legends perspective, this is a time when they've brought in Betty, right? Betty didn't necessarily have the best season, but he did constantly look like a highlight on that Rogue Warriors squad. So basically, in terms of this rebrand that's happening here, they kept Forge, you know, despite Maple being an option on the roster. And
yeah, back from PCS.
Yeah, not many people are expecting them to do exceptionally well, but I think they're definitely punching above their weight, and there's just win conditions that make that happen.
The gold card comes out, but Anyone's Legend have already started the fight, and they want to complete it. Look at the backline. DDZ with a huge flank angle. Missing already goes down. Hextech Ultimatum on top of Hope, but DDZ is such a bruiser. Exploded with a Super Mega Death Rocket, and for Anyone's Legend, their only trade is towards Chocho, as Kanavi does nothing this game. King of the jungle, king of absolutely zilch, as Xiao Hao has his way. 18-9, Anyone's Legend have blasted all of JDG once again, as Betty, look, you can see 369 wants this, but he's got a lot of range to play with it. Betty knows that he's going to need to play next to his team.
And for ZDZ, I don't want to see him play Ornn anymore if he can play Camille like this, right? Constantly aware of what angles he can approach from, getting pretty strong picks overall. So, you know, I just want to see more of this as if we go into a game 3, which at this point, looking pretty likely hysterics.
Yeah, let's look at the replay, because again, it started with Forge and the brush, and JDG, this is a fight they wanted to start, but didn't look hopeful as soon as the Soul Flare came down.
Oh, and then following up again, looking for... Betty gets pretty low here, but look at how much space EDZ creates, and this allows things to continue free hitting despite being relatively low HP, and heals up right with the license.
Right, and Elder's now spawned as well. Hope has the perfect guns, I will say. Hexgate taken once again, as Chocho flashes in for the Soul Flare, missing with the engage, but into the backline, 369 is destroyed. Anyone's Legend making this look too easy as Betty gets the reset. Excited as all hell. And Anyone's Legend with one member left remaining. Kanavi, I don't know how he gets out of this one to buy his time while doing no damage whatsoever. DDZ will take him down, and then Anyone's Legend are going to take us to a game 3, Kelsey.
Yes. Yeah, this is just a game 3 situation right here as Kanavi goes down. You could argue maybe the 5th pick in Italy was flying a little bit too close to the sun, you know, for JDG, trying to bring that one back, trying to make the jungle acceleration plays happen and have that poke in place to deal with the Jinx. But there's a reason why Jinx is so powerful globally right now. Jinx is very effective in these fights, very difficult to touch. one person goes down, she just takes over, speeds around, very hard to land onto, and love seeing the draft adaptation overall. I am kind of, the question that I have remaining here is someone going to fall for the Nautilus bait in game 3?
True. Are they going to fall for it? Because it has been pretty bad in that second game. I think importantly enough, you know, Betty, again, we talked about that Jinx coming through in draft, and to further your point, like, it is such a big pick for both these AD carries that we saw the work it did. There's no way it's getting through in a third game. It destroyed through range advantage that you also mentioned. So feels pretty big here for Anyone's Legend to find a win. And you were talking a bit of narrative in game. I also want to point out that, you know, Anyone's Legend have been on a tear recently. LNG, BLG, they lost to, but they took a game off of LNG. They beat RA, they beat Ultra Prime, they almost beat TT, which was kind of a fun series. This is a team that's taken a game off of RNG, so Anyone's Legend are that team at the moment that could have the potential of climbing all the way up to playoffs. They're a bit of a surprise, and I like that they adapted so well to game 2.
Yeah, and I feel like even watching that TT LGD series that preceded this, we are seeing a lot of growth already this season from some of the lower tier teams in the standings, and Anyone's Legend is a tier above them for sure. So just seeing them continue to improve, the draft adaptation going from game 1 to game 2, that's the kind of stuff that we need to see, especially considering how little they changed from the core Rogue Warriors roster going into the season, and the faith that they're showing, in particular in the likes of Forge and Betty.
Yeah, I think Forge, you know, kind of surprising us. In game, you're talking a little bit about how Maple was, you know, he came back from the PCS back into the LPL despite having kind of some rough years on Sooning, in all honesty. Forge is someone who, as well, he debuted on IG, and then he fell off a bit of a truck, you know, on the Rogue Warriors roster. We're like, oh, man, what's going on here? And, you know, I am glad overall that we do see Forge, you know, playing in what seems to be a starting role over someone like Maple, and you can kind of see why. So it's an MVP for Forge, by the way, here on the LeBlanc. I think there's 3 people we could have given it to. You talked about Betty, but Forge on this LeBlanc was pretty pivotal, and it's nice to see this man win MVP every once in a while.
Yeah, and I think if Betty had gotten the MVP, it would have been a little bit undeserved considering how much pressure that Forge was exerting on the map in the early game. Generally speaking, this guy was out roaming TFs, right? Keeping pressure on the mid lane and constantly looking for those gaps to exert pressure on opposite sides, right? Made a lot of those chains land on really, really slippery targets like the Nidalee. It seemed like Kanavi couldn't play the game just because of how easy it was for Forge to land those chains and take him out of the game. Yeah,
we never saw that twist of fate that Nidalee come into fruition, not in the laning phase, but especially not in either a dive or roaming up towards together as a squad. A lot of questions here for JDG in game number 2, but for Anyone's Legend, at least adapting the draft and bringing us into a game number 3. Folks, we're going to take a short break. When we return, that game 3 of JDG versus Anyone's Legend is right up.
Ultra Prime here, you can see what they're thinking. Hey, we still have a lot of follow-up damage. Sure, our Leona tells them to back off, but again,
Elk is wide! Elk is wide in this replay!
Oh, wait, Elk is wide!
It's Harry Potter! Oh my god! Oh my god! Alright, forget the replay. Elk is a wizard. Like that.
You're a wizard.
I don't know how. Got the Shy on your roster. They can move towards this bottom lane. The inhib is open. There's a minion.
Nice.
Man, my team is very good. My team is very, very good. Very good.
Nice.
My team is very, very good. Very good.
Nice.
Man.
Stepping forward with another point. Shots onto the board. They're 1-0.
And now they can just look to take that wave in mid. The TP's already coming through the Shy. The masked man standing. Can he get Doggo?
How is Doggo on this side of the tower?
Oh my god!
What happened for Doggo to be there?
He's so far from home. He doesn't even have a collar.
He's got Battlestar, but still gets the kill. And now the chase down is on. Invincible has to block for his team as the curtain call sends V5 away. The team I mean, let's be honest. If you want a team with Mojo, this is your team. They know what's up.
Oh, the ulti comes in. Cole's now going to be the target, but that's just the support. Southwind has been left behind. Wait, did Cole think the Jinx was on the enemy team, I wonder?
And WE find a consolation prize at the end.
V5 need to stop this. Dragon is in 20 seconds. V5
Wait,
are
what
trying
are
to
these
stop
wards?
them from
How are
resetting.
you missing?
And wow, Super Mega Death Rocket with an absolute big one. Strive on the chase, the needlework. It's just a little tip. Tarzan, the what? Strive is a madman. That target selection lyric, that was insane.
That wave out, and it feels like they're trying to get pressure on that bottom side while they can. 2.5 minutes until that Baron comes up, so they don't need to worry about getting caught on the wrong side of the map. 6-9, he's found us.
It was at this moment he knew. He f***ed up.
He must have gone past that control wall to get there. Goes for the slice of Maelstrom anyway, but Viper flashes away. And 3-6-9, you know, it was a good attempt. I like the gumption there. You're down on death row at this point. You might as well try and make something happen, but it just cannot come to fruition.
Try and use their map pressure, use their mobility, look for picks, and see if they can kind of catch out Ultra Prime. Oh, they're going again.
Oh, they're doing it again! They just have no chill. EDG, these guys have families. Come on.
Very curious about that. So no TP available for ZDZ. Let's have a look at the inside. Oh, no! Or sorry, in the base, I should say, is actually just been saying, look, I don't care about the 1v1. So where are we going, observers? We're looking at one, the other. RNG, take the neck. No, he didn't the inhibitor. No, wait, did he? Wait, no, the inhibitor respawn. We haven't finished. Go back to the game. Go back to the game. Go back to the game. Observers, please. Go back. Thank you.
Okay, they're gonna end it. They got it. They got it.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
All right. I have one word. Fiesta. that was some. Okay. RNG do close it out. They do manage to. They manage to. I mean, the rest of the team would join them. For the back.
Don't care about the tears, all your problems. I'll be there for you in the middle of the night. And I don't care about all of these hard times. I keep pace with you, 'cause the rest is shining bright. Let's walk for a while with a face full of smile until sadness disappears. Oh, when weakness overcomes you, face it, go through, take things as they come. It will go further, it will go further now. Spring worlds wide apart in the middle of the storm. Whoa,
我们觉得我们队伍的话，在前面还是有非常多的小失误吧，这些小失误会一些连锁反应，就导致我们会输掉一些比赛。所以说，我觉得我们还是要把这些失误给处理好，然后来应对接下来比赛。像对战 AL 的话，AL 的中野的话还是非常有进攻性吧。然后我觉得我要跟卡宇多配合，多沟通好，就是小心他们两个吧。
Well, in game 2, anyone's legend jungler and mid were the problem, so it makes sense that for JDG, still a lot to be learned, still a lot to be developed here. My name's Asterix. I'm joined by Kelsey Moser, who's going to be running us through game number 3 as well. Kelsey, this series, JDG vs anyone's legend has gone to a game 3. I'm not sure with how JDG have been playing recently, I really expected this, but hey, anyone's legend had a really good adaptation in game number 2, and it feels like through draft, you were kind of highlighting their improvement to understanding what JDG wanted to do throughout this series.
Yeah, just a lot more pressure on the sidelines for Camille to make it difficult for JDG to consistently rotate to Dragon to set up and get the free poke. Also, just constantly having Kanavi's number, matching him either with, Forge or with Xiao Hao out and taking the Lee Sin into the Nidalee matchup, which is usually you just get out cleared by the Nidalee, but if you get into a skirmish, you can definitely outplay that in an even situation, and that's a lot of what we saw, the 2v2s constantly being outplayed. As we go into game 3, so I'm going to already hyper-focus on the mid-jungle and see what happens here. Should be an advantage early on for JDG, as long as they aren't gated through Rek'Sai in the jungle. It looks like there's not really going to be an opportunity to do that, but something to look out for as we load in, just because they do have that Akali in the mid lane, and they do have the Leona, whose level 1 isn't that strong unless you're walking directly into it.
And I think the important part is that, for anyone's legend, one of the key conditions we talked about is Betty getting that Jinx. Jinx was such a big pick and has been such a big pick for Betty, but not only that, for both AD carries. So JG once again leaving that open. It was first picked away by anyone's legend. Another big point that 369 was given over the Jace, but this time around, ZDZ wants to match it with the Victor, the Graves. And you talked a lot about jungle mid 2v2. This time around, you go on something pretty solid, but Forge on the Akali. I'm curious to see how we go here, Kelsey, because Xiao Hao on his Lee Sin, it's going to require quite a lot to make sure Forge gets through it. Okay, just had a massive jump in the stream. Not sure what happened there, but hey, missing with a fake dredge line, and it's going to hit a wall. And the invade turned sour. So we stop there, and as we return to Summoner's Rift, what I can assume is a real time, I want you to walk me through a little bit again about what you expect to see out of anyone's legend 2v2, because it's obviously a lot more interesting.
Yeah, their 2v2 isn't really going to come out online until the level 6 when Forge gets the full combo. Yagao should have that portion of the laning phase until basically 5:30 to 6 minutes, just to kind of bully and deny Forge a little bit. I don't think it'll amount to a whole lot because, again, I don't really know if we've seen a lot of Victors play these matchups very aggressively, and Yagao isn't particularly known for his laning. Plus, it'll be pretty difficult for Kanavi to get a dive off if Forge is able to use the W very intelligently in terms of making sure that he's not targetable under those situations.
Good point. Kanavi is starting in the bottom side now, however. And Xiao Hao is moving his way down, so opposite sides of the junglers. And we talked in game 1 about JDG's intelligent warding. This time around, no wards placed in the enemy jungle. Didn't spot out what was happening there. But for anyone's legend, a ward on the Raptor camp. So they're going to see Kanavi pathing up towards the top side, giving ZDZ a bit of an idea of how JDG want to play this one.
And we do see some junglers just kind of bypass the Raptors not to give that extra information out, so I'm wondering if Kanavi's going to do that here and just walk kind of the long way to his red buff. But we're going to see here, yeah, looks like he will be spotted.
Yep.
And just go ahead and do the clear.
as we just
In
pan
terms
up.
of this top lane matchup, though,
Please.
I was just going to say that while ZBZ should be able to get shoved in a lot of scenarios, it's very easy for 369 to trade HP, basically, and win out in those trade scenarios to make sure that the wave doesn't crash, and to put ZBZ in a kind of awkward position overall. But he will get the first recall off, well, not even recall, just going to ward. Maybe we'll see like a cheeky little mid lane play here.
Oh, Kanavi going to spot him out, though. You can see Tremor Sense got him in the Pixel Brush. Tremor Sense knows he's there. Kanavi kind of playing dumb, but as ZDZ gets spotted out, it looks like it will just be for the scuttle. So top laner backs away, 369, spends time in the wave. I'm curious if this opens things up as ZDZ with the right timing, but unfortunately half a second delayed. Kanavi pushing him back, and this is kind of nice from JDG. The top side continues to be their priority.
Yeah, and with the mid-prime going the way it is, there was even an opportunity for maybe Kanavi to try to deny a little bit of the wave, make it difficult for ZDC to catch that and threaten maybe a 3-man. But if he does do that, he's probably going to fall a little bit behind on his clear. So just choosing to go get the Krugs, look for a recall, and not be in a position where he's having to fight a Lee Sin who's already backed and gotten another component of his item.
Pickaxe is going to be the first buy here. He's going to pass towards top side, and there was ward placed by Kanavi when he went deep against CDC. So Xiaohao will be spotted when he moves up. Kanavi finally makes that back off as well for a double longsword. So a bit of extra power here coming through from Xiaohao. As it seems like he wants to shadow the potential dive or the potential build-up of a dive for JDG's toppers. Let's ignore bot. It is against Leona. No damage done for now. I'm more curious in what happens top. He's actually all winning. Oh no. Oh no, flashes away. 369's taking 2 turret shots as well. Sonic Wave won't be able to connect through the minion wave, but 369 wanted to be a little bit greedy, and he gets punished for it.
Yeah, just not anticipating the Lee Sin being there, which is a little odd, because if you're understanding basic jungle pathing, Lee Sin should be heading back topside around 4 minutes.
Yep.
Be in that jungle on the camp, so if you're choosing that time to turret dive, you're basically flipping it in terms of in an unfavorable way. You know, the coin is kind of stacked against you, weighted the opposite side of where you want it to be, but as a result, because they know where he is, it looks like Kanavi might just try to pick up this dragon for free. Okay. They're looking for the Drake stacking win condition again.
If you're telling me 369 might flip it, I don't know. That doesn't sound like 369. That doesn't sound like an ex-top esports player. No way. JDG's top laner at least having a lead. Dragon, you mentioned, going down as a response. And this early gold lead actually pivoting in their favor while Xiaohao is going to start taking some jungle camps away. The control ward in the brush, and Kanavi actually going to spot him out. Tremor Senses get him, and you can see that Yagao should be moving up, but I want to point out Yagao in the opening series of LPL has been really slow to rotate, so no surprise that he's not going to move anywhere near it, and Kanavi just going to pick up the scraps of a camp stolen by the enemy Lee Sin.
Yeah, so wasting a little bit of time, but gets the big chicken. So overall, not too bad, especially since his camps are not quite up. Should get the top scuttle for his troubles as well, considering Leona has to rotate back to bot lane.
So, Kelsey, my question for you, stretch line, somehow lollipops over that wall. My question to you is how JDG, you know, continue playing out this game, right? Top side, we can see that it's double summoners burn. Are we just going to continue looking for dives, top lane, set up for Herald? Is it just going to be about solo laners for JDG once again?
So in this particular case, it is a little bit more about solo laners, but here we have the Aphelios versus Jinx matchup. We have very short range composition overall for anyone's legends, so I would say that Akali is going to be in a better position overall to answer the likes of the Jace, basically. So in that situation, you're more willing to take these fights in choke points and try to get anyone's legend to commit into you and have basically your Rek'Sai off in the corner to make it difficult for Betty to step up, look for those flank angles, get the vision from the sidelines. But still, generally speaking, I think both teams want a fight of some kind. And Aphelios is just wants to be more accelerated. So putting more of a win con on Hope in this particular case, making sure that he can stack up those confirms for major fights. And if ZDZ walks in, face checks, Xiaohao walks in, Leona walks in. They can very easily get shredded.
And I feel like as well, you know, we saw Hope as, ironically enough, he was a bit of the hope in that game number 2, but it was only one pick in the bottom side fight that we saw, and then after that, JDG continued getting obliterated. So here in this early game, I Hope in a decent position. He's got a Noon Quiver now picked up versus the Cull and Longsword from Betty, but Betty's now backing. That should be a Noon Quiver as response to the match. Instead, Berserker Greaves, excuse me, double Longsword. Small CS lead to be noted here from Hope, but I think as well as Herald and Dragon now both up and available. Excuse me, JG picked up the first Dragon. I'm completely blind. Herald is up though, Kelsey, and anyone's Legend are on it first. Kanavi completely disregarding it.
Yeah, I think this is one of those situations. I try to sometimes question if it's okay to give the Rift. I don't think they will. This is LPL, and we have to fight Rift outs. I think it's probably in their contract somewhere.
They've actually just jumped in. Xiaohao's ulti. Okay, well, anyone's Legend have picked up the Herald, and Kanavi a bit slow to the party, so they want to fight, but after the fact, while Betty just gets to sit in the bottom lane, and Hope actually moved up for this.
Yeah, Hope moved up for this, but it was on a window where he's not necessarily going to lose anything. It's not like that he's going to grab a plate. As I was saying, since this has been kind of a slow early game, this is a situation where the Rift Herald isn't necessarily super high value because you have a lot of wave clear pretty much on all of the JDG lanes. So anyone's Legend picking it up, not necessarily guaranteed more than a couple of plates, right? Which is still pretty high value, but if you can get a trade-off in a bot lane dive or anything else, you could probably neutralize this, right? So generally speaking, I don't even know if Rift Herald is that high value this game for anyone's Legend to pick up, but it is nice to have in their back pocket, considering they got it more or less for free.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, Kanavi came in after the fact, and there's only a kick from Xiaohao that got them the Herald in the end, so it cost practically nothing. As for anyone's Legend, we'll keep scanning those lanes, see where the window opens up, because you raise a really good point with the wave clear coming through. Both these solo lanes especially always pushed up against this turret, and right now 369 having a great time against CDZ. He's farming the Gromp, and he's unfortunately going to be losing turret plates while he's doing that.
Yeah, and I think it's just there isn't necessarily vision on where Kanavi is, right? The complete and utter control on the top side from JDG with the pink wards that we've seen, particularly, or rather as they are now colloquially termed, control wards. And then just very easy full river control basically for JDG on both sides because of the fact that at this point in the game, Forge isn't too strong, isn't really able to fight back without pressure from the jungle at the very least.
Glad you bring up vision. I mean, yeah, it's littered red for JDG as Kanavi makes his entrance in. Xiaohao is going to be spotted out. Kanavi solar flare down with a shield break, does nothing, and even missing, getting blown up as Hope wants to bring it all back though. Look at the chakrams at the ready, but now that Forge is nearby, they have to back off further. JDG knew that Xiaohao were there, but it was just unlucky window for Kanavi.
Yeah, I think definitely just in terms of how that skirmish played out, perhaps we'll get a replay, but you could see that maybe going the opposite way, considering that Chocho invaded, and particularly because Hope, I believe, did already have the shotguns in that scenario. So that fight could have gone a bit differently. It's just that anyone's Legend won out.
I'm just so surprised. Like, you know, Kanavi's been pretty smart with his pathing this game, and we'll watch again because it's like, okay, play, okay, now disappear, and yeah, Chocho just makes the engage. On this Leona, I feel like Chocho's style.
Yeah, and it's a little bit unfortunate, right, that not only did Chocho manage to get the engage, but basically both Missing and Kanavi were grouped up for the Jinx.
Oh no, well, Akali thing, splash forward, Forge with the 5-point strike, it's closed. Now Yagao wants to bring it back, Chaos Storm gets the gravity field, and for 369, that's a bit of burst damage to add in suit. JDG have 3 members versus 2. ZDZ joining in as well. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, Hope wants to make this dive alongside Missing. Betty is outside turret range. Ignited down. And in a quick instant, JDG with 2 big kills across the map.
Yeah, JDG knowing that Chocho isn't available there, taking the opportunity, and knowing where both junglers are, taking the opportunity to zone off of the turret And Kanavi getting out with a sliver of HP, Forge overextending for him. Suddenly things are coming up JDG.
No, how that quick changed so quickly. It's almost a 3k gold lead for Jingdong Gaming. Turret plating at the bottom side was huge as well. Yagao picked up a crown, and now it's the gank on the Xiaohao. Pokes his head in the jungle, and Kanavi was waiting. ZDZ wants to take him though as the Herald charges in for end of the line, and ZDZ with his ulti tries to burn him down, but he's taking a turret shot. 369 doesn't care if he's avoided it now, as the hammer will fly through a blast cone, but Yagao waiting. And with Forge joining in as well, missing on top of him into the shroud, slowed down with Riptide. All you need is a good dredge line and a lockdown, and anyone's legend, it's just gone to poo.
I don't know if, you know, that was just kind of a one-by-one assembly line into the JDG gold bank situation there. They felt pressured to help their friends, but ended up just going to their deaths one at a time as a result. We did get to see, this is going to be the earlier replay. The knockup was very crucial there, and then Forge not able to get the follow-up from the flash and the ultimate combo. Just, you hate to see it. Behind enemy lines, goes down. But the two very clutch knockups, we'll probably see the next one after this, have come out of Kanavi, just both to interrupt the Lee Sin engage and to get the Akali in great positioning there. So that's kind of been the big difference in these last two skirmishes.
Yeah, I think as well when Kanavi was caught out on the bottom side, like, this is a good little retribution for him. This is the jungler who, again, in this series has been either stellar or been outclassed. In game number 2, he was outclassed by Xiaohao, but here in this game on the Rex side once again, 10 CS lead, the knockups you mentioned in the top side, Kelsey, were beautiful. And for 369, he's now set ahead. Yagao as well, benefiting off the back end of that play. He's got a crown of the Shattered Queen. JDG, almost 4,000 gold in the lead at 14 minutes. I don't know what happened in the last 3 minutes, but so much gold was given over by anyone's legend.
Oh, poor ZDZ. They're starting to camp him at his tier 2 now.
Oh,
That's,
yeah. That's rough, isn't it? I mean, ZDZ fighting back. I don't know. So what do you do here? Because anyone's legend, their solo lane of Graves right now down 20 CS. The bottom lane Jinx that we've been talking about all series long. I mean, Hope is going to be stronger now with this second turret falling before anyone's legend even get one.
Yeah, and I think it's fine to just kind of stall out this Rift Herald while Aphelios is getting the turret hold coming through there, rather than immediately start it off. Again, it's at this point in the game, Rift Herald doesn't even feel that strong because they have failed to take any tier 1s, so you're not going to get T2 gold. No plates are still up, so way more worth for Aphelios to get that rotation, see if you can stall out the Rift Herald take and look for another fight.
Well, you're going to have to hope here for a good kick from Xiaohao. Betty getting a bit of space as well. At this point, JDG are going to start it up, deny the objective goal. And in 25 seconds as well, we've got the third dragon of the game coming through. JDG with decent enough health bars, walking down, even threatening the mid turret on the way through. It feels like this should be theirs to take as well, as Betty getting the full front of 369's first.
Unfortunately, we see Forge in the side lane here, so Hope feeling a little bit, you know, frisky, able to walk up here, not too afraid of something like an Akali flank coming through, and they just grab the T1.
Well, there goes all of them. 3 turrets taken down the map, wide open when JDG, you've been complimenting their vision control in this series. When all those tier 1s are down as well, that intelligent vision going to be right back up and available. And it feels like anyone's legend going to be tracked through all parts of their jungle.
Yep, and one of the things that I've really enjoyed about JDG so far is just kind of how willing they are to constantly move the vision line aggressively and missing, potentially getting caught out.
Yeah, he stole a water, but Betty's exploded, and it was just, yeah, he decided to go that extra mile for the vision we talk about.
Yeah, okay. You know, it's a bit of a song moment, if you will.
Maybe word. Word for the reputation.
But now but now that basically JDG committed these members to get that, they are trading eventually anyone's Legends first turret of the game coming through here.
Objective bounty as well.
Gonna be the much needed gold injection for ZDZ, who's been behind most of the game, but has the tabbies, has the shield bow versus the eclipse from Jace, and might do a little bit better, can't get pushed out of the side left.
Yeah, we'll have a look because I think in the moment, yeah, we're just going to look at Missing once again, who on this Nautilus second time in a row hasn't been as great. Been kind of rough here, not like the Time Kench game we started off with. And for JDG, I'm glad you brought up the turret on the top side because gold has shrunk a little bit. 3,500 is all they lead by at this point. They've got 2 dragons under their belt, which happens to be an Infernal Soul game. And now I'm curious as to how they can push this a little bit further, right? Because, Kelsey, we've got a 2-item chase. 369 once again in control. This time, Yagao off to a more flying start. Pick Central and Poke Central continues to be the mantra for JDG in this third and final game.
I appreciate that despite 369 not having as strong of a performance in the last game, that they're staying committed to his iconic champion pick, right? It's definitely been one of his most comfortable champions historically, and consistently seeing why in this game and in the first game of the series.
I think the 369 always strikes me as that player who will go with these volatile picks. You know, they can fall flat, do nothing, or almost carry games. Game 1, he carried games. He carried the first game easily when he was a 1 or 2 kill Jace. It didn't have the scoreline, but definitely had the damage portfolio to fit. And that's what JDG are looking for here in this final game of the night of their series. For anyone's legend, now grouping up towards bottom side river. There's no dragon here, but trying to clear out some of the vision that JDG have set up nice and early. Weirdly enough, 30 seconds before Baron spawn.
Yep, and the nice thing here, though, is keeping in mind that because of how ahead on the map Jace is, right, they put all of that shallow vision down for anyone's legend to retake. If they crash this to T2, they can immediately start transferring that vision and then create a situation where when the dragon comes up, anyone's legend is constantly in the position of retake. And because Jace is now so far ahead on the map, they see multiple members of anyone's legend here. You're in a position where you're threatening a T2 potentially compared to just having a T1 on offer on the bot side for anyone.
And committing, you know, more than one member as well. ZDZ struggling against 369, Forge going up, and as the wave crashes in, JDG are right on top of that objective a minute 30 before it spawns. Side waves continue being pushed up, and I also want to note that Yagao has a Lich Bane here. Another serrated Dirk on 369 as well. That's very strong solo laners. In comparison, when Forge just got the Rocket Belt and a stopwatch to add to his inventory.
Well, we've talked a lot about, you know, the threat that Hope can have, how Kanavi is playing these skirmishes, and 369 being accelerated, but Yagao is Victor in these fights. If you're a short-range Graves or an Akali, you don't necessarily want to commit into the gravity field with the Chaos Storm. That's going to do a lot of damage to you, especially considering that Victor does have the crown, so any all-in is going to be
Yeah, which, Missing starting this one again with a shock blast on the 2 members. Anyone's legend this time been baited in. Missing might die, but look, the Chaos Storm on top of Chocho. JDG waiting over the wall as he comes out of stasis. 369's waiting. And for JDG, 4 versus 4, both supports down. But the health bar's a little bit healthier on JDG.
Yep, and that's another instance of the support committing into the gravity storm, the gravity field and the Chaos Storm. It's almost as if I knew it was going to happen in the next 30 seconds. All right, here we go.
Well, that choke you talked about for JDG, yeah, as easy as that, apparently, coming into fruition in the next 30 seconds. So, nicely done there from this team on the red side as they move towards Dragon. This will be Soul Point. I like that anyone's legend know they can't pick this up. They're going to go topside, de-ward Baron a little bit. That seems to be the next objective we'll be talking about.
I think when people talk about getting a pick off before a neutral, there's a lot of emphasis on, oh, we got the carry or we got the jungler, but if you get the support, they don't really have any means of contesting the setup.
True.
So basically, you always want your support to be resetting ahead of your team on that map to secure the area, to allow it to place wards in a creative or more aggressive location. So that's going to mean the Dragon's going over to JDG just as easily as if Xiao Hao was the one who died there.
And let's be realistic about this series. Support's been everything, as that's a great kick. Hope goes back in though, dies to the solar flare. And that's why support's been big here in this series. Chocho cleans it up as Xiaohao with the hero play on Hope. That was an attempt that I respect it.
And I think I definitely have been enjoying Chocho's performance in the series overall. I think the first game, not as strong, but it's nice to see this decisiveness coming out of him because I don't know if you know a little bit of Chocho's history, but when he was on an 80 carry, he had the longest loss streak in the LPL on Top Sports. Not the greatest, so when he transitioned over to support, had a little bit more agency in the role. So nice to see that showing up a little bit, even if they aren't necessarily near the top.
Yeah, and like seeing the 1v1 there doesn't end up being anything, but you know, further to that point, I will say that, you know, Chocho was part of the roster that actually promoted top esports into the LPL. You know, when they were TOP, when Chocho was the AD carry, you talk about Cat being the support as well alongside him, who now is a caster on the Chinese side. Kelsey, I gotta bring us back in though, because Xiaohao had a sick play here, and when anyone's legend are pretty far behind, it's nice to see that Xiaohao is still bringing that aggression.
Yeah, and you will take that trade for sure, taking down the monstrous Hope in exchange for the jungle when no neutrals are up. So good to see them at least getting a bit of that gold back. No more bounty on the 80 carry.
Now, the good thing about being tasked is talk about what you want when you want. I have to pause because apparently that's not true. As Mystic sets up the Great Line instead of going for the dive underneath the turret. Gravity Field once again laid down in front of it by Yagao. Xiaohao wants another angle. No flash this time, but Dragon Rage up and available yet again. As JDG, their siege is immense. I mean, 369 even moving in, ready to poke out Betty, all in the name of a tier 2. As he gets down low, JDG still don't know when to go, as they're just going to hover around and stay for the next mid lane wave. They're not leaving.
And even though this composition is more equipped to play the front to back style fight in a short range scenario, they still have quite a bit of long range. Victory, the shock blast from the Jace, so still really happy with these siege scenarios, but they're going to be more reliant on creeps to get the tower. Don't necessarily have these long range.
Well, they've got Hope again. Remember the Hope burn he summoned us in the last trade as Chocho picks up one up yet again, but he's burnt low as Kanavi in the back line, but kicked away. Ulti comes through. The Predator becomes the prey in the end, as Betty now with reset. Yagao wants to make sure it ends there. JDG, they lose 4 members. 3 left on anyone's legend. They got 280 carries, Kelsey. They're going to run to Baron.
Yeah. And that's what I was basically just briefly talking about, is that you need to kind of poke them off before you have your 80 carry walk up for the siege. And Hope getting flanked on out of position again with the Akali, with the Lee Sin looking for him. They basically can just run at him. When you're in that position, you're definitely mispositioning. So a little bit of an unfortunate play from Hope, or an unfortunate position there. So, okay, nice. Ult coming out from Liliana. I wonder if he had the Gale Force there. And good initiation from Chocho. We were kind of celebrating his play a little bit here, finding those ults while Xiaohao was finding the Lee Sin flanks. It's a really strong combo here for anyone's legend looking for their comeback.
Also note that Forge, quick little execution on the 369. They actually killed each other in the end, so did his part on the back line, and 369 once again being one of the strongest members. Him down meant anyone's legend were able to pick up this Baron. Kelsey, it's a 1.5k Baron power play for now, but in front of Dragon, I wonder if that gold catch-up was enough for anyone's legend to deny the soul coming up for JDG.
And they should know that that Forge came from that bot side angle, right? So a little bit scary for them to walk in here with the Pixel Rush controlled by the pink ward. Nice shot blast, though.
Continue happening, isn't it? Chocho looking for the center blade on top of missing once again. Support v support still important as we head in front of a potential Infernal Soul for JDG. Forge still not spotted out though until the control ward goes down. And for JDG, it's getting low in front of the Dragon. Kanavi wants to run on in. He steals it. Infernal Soul given over as Chocho burnt down. Super Mega Death Rocket, great, but look at this. Forge jumping into the whole team. The Chaos Storm hits him pretty hard as well. Corrupting Potion ticking, but he'll live with a 2-for-1 trade for Infernal. Secured for JDG. It's not done. Onto ZDZ 369 bopping in, and he'll bop his way up to.
And Infernal Soul's not as strong this season as it was in the past season, so it's not necessarily a death sentence for anyone's legend here in these fights. But definitely when you're thinking about the types of champions that JDG has with the Infernal Soul and the increased damage available, it's the Victor, right? It's pretty scary. The Aphelios, if you're having a lot of teams that are going to jump in and commit to him. And Infernal Soul Aphelios is definitely nothing to sneeze at.
Yeah. Right again. I think this time around, you know, anyone's legend, you know, starting to show that Forge's got some damage under him as well. Like that Akali's doing a lot of work.
Yeah. Yeah, Akali doing a lot of work. Definitely capitalizing off of the really nice ult from Betty. Betty's had some very great ults throughout the series in the last 2 games that he's played Jinx, so I can see why Forge got bloodthirsty in that moment and decided to face first into 3 members, especially playing Akali. It's kind of difficult to punish you with your Shroud up and stopwatch.
Well, as we return to live, look at what Yigao's doing in the top lane. While Baron power play kind of being pushed to the wayside. Tier 1 in the mid lane still open. 369 reacting to the bottom himself. And JDG actually getting a benefit. Yigao pushing turrets so fast with the Lich Bane and 3 items now complete. So nice from JDG. Despite losing the play, they've still got 2,000 gold over anyone's legend at 29 minutes in the game. They've still got the Infernal Soul. And it'll be in front of these next couple of objectives that we get our answer to who takes the series, because right now it feels like the state is more even than I've been letting it on.
Yeah, it's more even, but again, the Infernal Soul definitely does tip it a bit. The fact that you have these all-in committing champions versus Aphelios Victor definitely tips it a bit, but we are going to have to see JDG be much more thorough and much more careful about how they're setting up for their sieges, right? I think it's way better for them to look for having a Baron, so maybe waiting out the next 3.5 minutes before they're looking for the final siege, just because then you can have Hope positioned way further back, let the basically cannon minions siege for you, and then just continue weighing down the poke with the E and the J shot last, or the Victor E and the J shot.
And I like that anyone's legend are trying to stop some of this sidelining, building up their members all onto one player. Okay, backing away, JDG grouping as well. And for now, as Yigao walks forward into TDZ, JDG will stick around trying to take this tier 2. Soulflare comes in again though from Chocho, a great engagement. Yigao goes gold. Forge on the angle is a concern though, as Missing burns down once again, but the Chaos Storm is shredding anyone's legend. Running on in, Xiaohao tries, but onto Missing, he might die. But will it matter? Yigao runs up to the turret, the next wave inbound, and the Shock Blast starting to hurt more and more. So it's a win for JDG, support for Jungler, while more gold is going to go in their pocket.
And Jojo's been landing those ultimates, generally speaking, onto Hope with no cleanse up. So instead, when he landed one onto Yigao with the Zhonya's available, not as effective as an engage tool, on top of the fact that JDG just have a lot more damage at this point. So if you're committing in, someone's going to win.
Watch again, because Death Rockets hit 369 this time around, but Yigao stopwatch did a lot in that fight.
Also, Kanavi doing a really good job of kind of standing right by Forge, zoning him out so that he can't get on top of his carries. Very good mindfulness there, understanding his job. At this point in the game, he's not necessarily assassinating anyone. He's looking to play a Peel Rek'Sai. Nice adaptation there.
Yeah, and that zoning coming from the fact that we saw Forge, his damage output in the previous fight was pretty big. I think as well that, you know, Forge is hitting that point that all Akali's hit eventually, where 2, 3 items, where they're able to shred someone like Hope, especially since he doesn't have Flash or Cleanse available. It's a dangerous position for this AD carry of JDG, one that they have to start respecting with the level 16 Akali on the wing. Playing from angles yet again, spotted out. JDG move around this area, and for now, head towards a Baron that is seemingly only a couple of wards dropped down by anyone's legend. Looks like JDG want to spot it out and clean it up so they can force them towards him.
But of course, one nice thing about Hope now is he does have that stopwatch available, the Bloodthirster shield, right? All of those things going for him makes him a lot more difficult to take down by the Sun Engage from Chocho. So not a straightforward target for either Xiao Hao or
Dredge line.
like Assassinate.
Missing starts it again. Sure to flip from Forge onto Missing. It expires. Missing wants another Dredge line onto Choto. Max range. Depth charge into the back as he flashes away. Super Mega Death Rocket can't finish the job as Forge jumps on in, but everyone from JDG grouped up while it is just a sacrificial lamb from Kanavi. Missing surviving once again as the Shock Blast does the rest. 369 all the damn time. The Xiao Hao running for the hills. DDZ with a Dredge line again. Missing. Sacrificing his life, he flashes over, but I think he's just doomed. JDG have all the eggs in their basket as they run it up mid.
And I'm gonna coin the term Assassin Tank Rek'Sai, because even though he has no tank items, he's effectively serving the purpose of a tank here by creating space, allowing his carries to do a lot of damage from a safe distance, occupying the attention of multiple members with his knockup. So I'm gonna take that one. Not necessarily playing the way he's itemized, but definitely having a huge impact in how those last fights played out.
We needed it. We needed it from JDG as they pick up their 2-1 over anyone's legend. They stop their loss streak, and they make sure that AL have a rougher time heading towards playoffs. For JDG, remember, that was their 9th series, and that puts them win positive, up with top esports, continuing to stay in the top 8. JDG had a bit of a rough time this series. We can be realistic that Game 1 was their most dominant. Game 2, they seemed lost for options, and in Game number 3, tested by Xiao Hao once again. I feel like there's a lot of learning for JDG to do here, Kelsey, but we definitely know that their play has improved over the course of this split.
And I like this more defined identity for JDG. It felt a little bit before like they were kind of lost in terms of exactly what they want to do. Deprioritizing Yigao's picks, not necessarily optimizing for jungle mid. Kanavi playing a little bit desynced from his lanes, right?
Yeah.
Just looking for the full clear. So Rek'Sai is not a pick that I expect to see a lot from Kanavi, right? But something that worked very well in this series. He was active, he was working with his laners, and they were saying, you know what, we have a top laner who's probably the strongest player on our roster. He has very strong Jace play. How can we leverage that to make sure that we're winning games? And that's really what felt like the identity that we got from JDG this time around. Much more controlled compared to the last time we saw them against Invictus Gaming.
Yeah, because for JDG, there's a lot of questions about that series, and I think especially coming off the back of their 2 loss streak against top esports, we saw a great game, but then, you know, again, questions needs to be the word. And then against IG, another 3-game series. This time around, for JDG, there's a lot of good things to say about game number 3. A lot of good things to say about people like 369 and Yigao throughout the whole series. They were kind of set up for success, but also throughout their laning, you know, 369 especially having a great time with ZS in all forms of the matchup, as he's just played Jace 3 times in 3 games today. So 369 knew his job, and he was definitely about that lane.
I wouldn't be surprised if he ends up with another MVP, though. I'm not going to jump the gun on that one too soon.
Okay.
I do think that, in general, we saw pretty strong performances out of the top side. And typically speaking, Yigao isn't someone who prays a lot, generally. He's not really the flashiest player, I like to say. Yigao stands for toothpaste, and you don't necessarily appreciate toothpaste for making your smile whiter all the time, but definitely looking a little bit more flashy in that case, coming out strong and blinding them with the smile that he has to bring to the table.
Yes. Everyone forgets that he is, in fact, toothpastes. Yeah, Yigao is MVP, folks. What a surprise.
There we go.
Yeah, here on the Victor, big damage. You know, 28%, you might be laughing at it as he smiles throughout, but honestly, Yigao, once again, has had a pretty decent series. I think he's also been one of the stronger members on the roster this split, and it's surprising considering that Yigao in the past has been one of the players we've talked about the least in JDG.
Yeah, and I think this Victor pick was just so effective in this game in terms of, oh, enemy team has a dive cap, I have a gravity field.
Yep.
So I don't necessarily think he was super proactive in his agency, right? He wasn't going for the roams that we usually associate with his TF or anything along those lines, but enemy team committed to him. He had very good reaction speeds, backing up Kanavi on those when he was getting invaded and making it happen. So
it's good to see some strength coming out of the jungle once again from JDG, considering that next they're going up against BLG. So I really hope that for JDG, they can continue to string line of momentum, build themselves up to what is going to be a much harder series, and show up once again. 2-1 over anyone's legend here as JDG pull up to a net positive win rate 5-4. But folks, we're going to go to a short break. When we return, I mean, we're coming back with FPX RA. What more do you need to know than Hung versus his old team? We'll see you soon.
Though, might be able to find a gank in this top side.
Let's see, ZS is a level disadvantage for now, but the barrel toss throws him down low. Again, he should have sustain as he W flashes in as well. Slicing guys, 1 versus 2, the Shy. Here's a Gragas, but how much can he do as ZS runs back into the fray? The barrel toss, first blood body slam, and Hacker can't follow it up. He don't know the flash.
Watch the Orianna ball. That shockwave could be huge. And now you can see Wei going in. He's not going to get the steal. He's going to have to try and use his ultimate as we can now get Blumel going way too deep. Has to go in. The Moonlight Vigil goes completely wide. And now Ala can wreak havoc. He's got himself resets. 1, 2, 3 kills there for the Akali before they get taken down. But the Gwen not to be outdone. The top laners triple. But it's still the Gwen alive. Finn trying to make this one work. The shockwave finally comes out, but it hits nothing. We talked about the mid laners, but this game is all about the top.
IG are still barreling forward. Uzi is now up. Crisp up as well. Never
Here we
lockdown.
go. They're going to try and go for it. There's a solar flare out. Uzi trying to pepper down the damage. Lucas is dead, but Freed is first to follow. They get the reset. There's on. As he's going down. It's a double kill for Uzi. It might be a triple kill for Uzi as he steps them in the game. Uzi has stood up and told IG to step out.
Have Shadow over the wings. There's grasping boots. They're forcing into Shadow's hands here. And this is all set up from LGD beautifully. The J engage on the back line. You've got iBoy still alive on the side. He's doing work on this Vayne. You've got to get the Vayne. You've got to get the Vayne. He's still going. He's still going. 2 kills, 3 kills. Can it be a quadra? Can it be a penta? Oh my God! RA smashed the team fight and a pentakill for iBoy.
They have no idea. RNG are moving out of the base. This is Karsa at the top side. Bane is still in the base. They have at least some people back, but if E5 can just stop the resets, they're in good spots. Rich now, he's moving away.
He's going.
They're looking
He's going.
for it. Karsa's running.
Cast is making the play, needs to drop the control ward. Immediately the TP's coming through. Bin desperately trying to stop what he can. The rest of the team TPing back. It's going to be onto the Nexus though. And V5, the Casta hero play makes it happen.
下场对阵 RA 下路嘛，我觉得他们下路就属于一种比较偏打线的下路嘛，对上他们的话就尽量打好自己的对线。我们可能就尽量把团战打好一点，就比较好赢下他们。
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the LPL English broadcast. My name is Cerex. I am joined by the one and only Kelsey Moser to run us into FPX versus RA. And good news for everyone out there, we are out of a delay. We are running into this series live as the LPL team has done their best to catch up. FPX versus RA, of course, is in Shanghai, so they had to reset. They had to wait it out. And Kelsey, we only have a couple of minutes before we go to the lineup. You and I were talking about this series, and we did talk a lot about the burger flipping. Now, FPX and RA, if you want to give some context here, they like to flip their objectives.
But yeah, I think when you look at these two teams, they don't necessarily... We talked a lot in the last series, for those of you who watched that, about how JDG were kind of pushing out their top wave on a timer, rotating, getting there first with numbers advantage and laying down vision. I would say FPX and Adam, not typically what you see. It's kind of off of spawn, run to the dragon, run to the baron, and just hope that you win the fight, right? Front to back. Yeah. Maybe fight on mid lane, maybe fight in the dragon pit, and just to test your luck there. So quite a bit of flipping, a lot of excitement for those of you who love team fights, right? Because you have very aggressive AD carries that sometimes engage with their face, you know, and it works out occasionally for them. So I think this will be a really fun one to see.
Yeah, I'm waiting as well because we've coined, you know, this one running through with so much aggression, with so much promise. This should be something like the LPL Arnold's, guys. There we go. The graphic I was waiting to see. Yeah, no copyright, no trademark, by the way, implied now, so anyone can take it. But I feel like this is going to be a lot of fun around these neutrals. And as you said, Kelsey, around the objectives, around a lot of these team fighting because these are, you know, team fighting teams that we look at. And for FPX and RA, they're both teams at the moment that desperately need their wins. Both 4 and 5. As we look at some of the flips here, Kelsey, their series have been entertaining to say the least.
Yeah, and when you get rewarded for just showing up and getting a kill over the wall with the Aphelios ult, you know, why learn, right? Why improve the way that you're setting up the Baron? Because you're just able to win basically off of hands from LWX coming into those situations. Definitely, I think FPX's bot lane has been the main focus of this team lately, just in terms of how they're able to execute, how they're able to play out the fights, and also how they're playing their lane phase. They always come to the table, I would say, extending the flips with some kind of level 1 plan, right? Even if they're not necessarily favored to win the level 1 2v2, they'll at least try to camp the bush, come out with a little bit of cheese. So I definitely feel like that identity for FPX is coming from LWX, excuse me, coming from Pump.
Yeah, and you know, coming from FPX, they've reshaped their team. Like, we are looking at flip after flip after flip. I wonder from our production before we get our lineups, RA the same deal. If we can get some of that RA video clip going as well, because RA I was looking through, not around the Baron all the time, but still versus RNG versus TT, we saw the same thing. And it's interesting because Le Yen is the cornerstone of this team, and he has liked also 50-50 some of these early dragons as well.
We saw the evolution of JDG's macro in the last game. I'm ready for some classic LPL Baron flips, right? I don't know, for if any of you do watch my co-stream, I have a flip counter, and there are multiple members on Rare Atom that just, basically by being in the game, they constitute a flip. So, you know, Loyan, iBoy, because these players love to take very aggressive plays that you would think maybe at best have a 50% chance of panning out. So always makes for really great excitement. I personally love players who have so much faith in just kind of being better, being able to out-hands the opponent, that they will take those opportunities, because not only is it entertaining to watch, but usually those players kind of start to understand and learn situations better and begin to develop a more sophisticated understanding of what actually works in a fight earlier on in their careers.
Yeah, and you know, like, I love the name and the word that keeps coming up in my mind is hand stiff. Like, That's developed, not taught us. That's the final clip, I promise, folks. Stolen Barons, Stolen Dragons. RA feel the same as FPX. And as we come through and we get closer towards running into game number 1 of this, a quick reminder that, as I was saying before, both 4 and 5. FPX and RA in a similar position in the standings right now. FPX have a couple of games as a difference, but, you know, both of them desperately need a win to get back to status quo. And the fact that we are going to expect to see these crazy Baron setups or these 50-50s, we are going to get huge hand stiffed here today. And Kelsey, I wanted to ask your opinion about a matchup coming into this one, because I think, like, my eyes start talking about mid, but is there somewhere else you wanted to look? Or is mid just the cornerstone?
Yeah, I think mid is the most interesting to me, because I think on paper the expectation is that FPX should be able to win this series, but I think that there's a lot of agency that comes out of Strive in particular for Rare Adam, because Strive has been playing a lot of these mid matchups intelligently. We talk about the Victor and the Corki matchup, and most people think it's really boring, but if you have a Victor who knows what he's doing in the laning phase, he can definitely punish, get huge leads and advantage using the Q, which is one of the most broken level 1 abilities in the game, in my opinion anyway, to get some harass down. And I think seeing Strive be able to execute in some of those situations makes me excited, because arguably, you know, Gory is not the greatest in terms of laning as a counterpoint. You see the CS difference at 15, Strive is 2nd, and Gory is 15th. So for me, that's a laning situation that Rare Adam can capitalize on to get a lead. And we saw in the last series, when you're able to have mid pressure, when you're able to control the map like that, it really has huge payout for the entire team.
Yeah, like it's easy to really look at, you know, Gory versus Strive in laning versus, you know, what does Gory bring to the team fight? You know, he has been getting better throughout his lane, but still, Strive has been, ironically enough, striving within the lane itself. As we look at FPX now, there's a bit of news here today. As we get Xiaolahu in the top lane, Bei Chuan returns to the jungle here with Gory mid, LWX and Hung, and they've been running Clid, and, you know, I was saying this to you in I think it was yesterday, Kelsey, where we were talking about, like, jungle matchup, Clid versus Bei Chuan. You had an interesting opinion that was, you know, there was similarities between these two and at least how they fit into the FPX roster.
Yeah, I think that Bei Chuan potentially provides a little bit more structure, but in terms of how he's playing the team fights, not as strong as Clid. I think Clid has a few champions where he can command the game off of, but it just feels like watching FPX when Clid doesn't have strong laners to help him out, to give him command of the early game. He's very lost. His timings are a bit off, so at that point you may as well play Bei Chuan, who's not really a rookie, but close to a rookie, right, for the amount of time that he was able to actually play last season. So I think that it's an interesting identity and an interesting choice, and I'd like to pay close attention to that and see how well it pans out here, because obviously Bei Chuan is someone who's been on their LDL team, who's come up through their system, and probably knows a bit about how the team functions or how the team wants to function, even with new members this year.
It's always going to be harder to sell it, considering Clid's been to Worlds. Clid is the more well-known player. Has been imported back from the LCK once again. Last time he was here, you know, we remember Clid really made his name on JDG. He was a member of the LPL who kind of, you know, grew within the region and then went off to the LCK. So good to see him back here where it all started. As for Rare Adam on the other side, I didn't mention, up in that top side, we have Cube, who's been playing well pretty recently. Loyan in the jungle, Strive through mid, iBoy and Yu Yanja will be once again there. So we were talking about some narratives before. At the bottom lane, Hung versus his old team, Hung versus iBoy is going to be interesting here. One semblance of the bottom lane duo.
Yeah, I think both of these AD carries and supports, they like to go for these skirmishes, and I think Yu Yanja's lane phase really let him down in the 2020 World Championship, so seeing him make gains this year is really exciting to see as well. I think this is going to be an explosive bot lane matchup, iBoy versus LWX, both kind of going through the UZI school, or the Uzi school of thought, playing AD carry in terms of they will take like any fight that's present to them and try to outplay it. iBoy used to playing aggressively, having come up in the Ardent support meta in 2017, right, was when he made his debut, so he's used to his supports kind of helping him out in positioning. Since we are seeing some enchanters be played a little bit, kind of a nice position for iBoy to be in. And then, of course, LWX and Hung able to bring the all-ins, able to fight just as aggressively as iBoy has been.
Yeah, I think especially with the FPX bottom lane, like you and I are going to be talking about that a lot. Hung in the laning phase, conversation we were having about how he himself, outside of the conversation of flipping barons or neutrals, Hung himself kind of doing it within his own laning state.
Yeah, I've seen him walk up to a Thresh as a Lulu with an E, and then the enemy AD carry being right there, and his AD carry being under tower, you know, just not really caring. If he can get a small advantage, take some people by surprise, seems to be looking for those situations. So I'm expecting for them to prioritize level 1 bot strength in general on FPX's side, just to make that kind of situation happen. Whereas I think iBoy loves to play these more scaling champions, and then I think if I'm thinking from Rare Adam's position, you want a support that is going to be able to help iBoy reposition, like a Tom Kench, like a Thresh, but also do fairly well in the laning phase.
I'm keen to see, you know, like what we get out of them, because again, it's been the lane that's picked up things like the Caitlyn Lux, you know, Hung as well. You know, you talk about things like Lulu putting LWX on Jinx. Like, there's a lot that could be said in this bottom lane as we enter pick and ban here. Again, we are up to date. We are now live, no delay, folks. So thank you for bearing with us. And we've already got some bottom lane bans here in this game. Rare Adam, the Caitlyn goes off the board straight away. Zeri on the red side, which you're telling me is busted here more than a mosquito, and the Hecarim as well against H1. So 3 very strong picks at the moment in the meta.
Interesting that they are going for the Hecarim ban to target Bitch 1, which often when you have a less experienced jungler, you want to get him off those picks that he's very comfortable on, and I think he's had some of his best games on the Hecarim. I usually think that FPX's best champion to go for is going to be the Corki, since I think that's the champion that Corey has consistently had good team fighting performances on, right? But they don't even opt for that, right? They go for the Rise, looking to maybe set up something in mid-jungle. Maybe they're looking to actually capitalize on that.
I mean, it's interesting
deficit that they've had in the past.
Yeah, like, you know, putting him in a better position. When we talk about Gory versus Strive, Strive is bigger in the matchup, in the 1v1. Just frankly, Strive has been a better player when we talk about the laning phase. So for Rare Adam, curious as how they respond, as iBoy's already got the Jinx. Support was talked about, but here it's an early Orianna for Strive up against Rise. So nothing too exciting here, Kelsey, but pretty standard picks at the moment.
Yeah, and Rise will still be able to get the wave clear in the laning phase, still be able to look for these roams, but Orianna can trade back fairly decently into the lane, so not uncommon to see the Orianna picked into that. Orianna Jinx also, already I feel like there's a much more defined front-to-back team composition from Rare Adam, which we kind of expected, whereas I think with the Rise, with the Viego, FPX are going to maybe look for more side lanes, more of a pick composition going through for the rest of the draft.
I mean, that's interesting to me because, you know, relying on Gory as well, especially with his map movements, has been not too bad. And if we go back to junglers, I need to pause because today's been the day of Rek'Sai. You weren't too much of a fan of Volibear, so interested to see if this gets locked in, but again, we go past it and Yu Yanjia returns to the Nautilus.
Cycling through jungle picks, there's still quite a few, so they choose to prioritize a support in ban 2. I think that, again, I would have preferred to see something like a Thresh maybe, or a Tom Kench for this side of Rare Adam, but we are going to see them ban those champions away to put them on a bit more of an even footing instead. And then, hopefully, FPX will be looking to target some jungle picks to have Rare Adam forced to kind of dig deep, and oh my gosh, they went for the Volibear ban bait, so that's relieving some pressure on Rare Adam. Things like Lee Sin are still up, so we'll see what they end up banning on the 5th ban and what Rare Adam end up pulling out.
And Jarvan as well, things that are still left up and available.
Yeah.
Hung's Rakan, something that has been pretty decent too. So alongside LWX, the pool shrunk quite a lot, but we've seen some great Leonas tonight. I think Hung would be, you know, well and truly along that list. As for FPX, that final jungle ban, Luyan hovered something like the Rek'Sai too, so let's just assume FPX are going to get rid of it.
And since Hong has been willing to pick the Lulu, right, you could go for the Jarvan here on Rare Atom, and then you're playing Jarvan into Aphelios Lulu, which as the game goes on, you engage into that and you just get shredded, right, because of the Lulu ultimate and then Aphelios being able to do a lot of damage in basically a concentrated force. So I do prefer the Lee Sin in that case if you're keeping that kind of pick in mind.
Well, Lian's still been a decent enough champion.
Fan of cheating.
Yeah. Okay, there we go.
And he does go for the Lee Sin.
So standard stuff. We talked about, you know, Hung on the other side, going something like the Leona. We still need a top laner for Xiao Laohu, and Gwen's taken. So what is another safe blind here you take as a top laner of FPX, who has been pretty decent within his laning phase?
So I would say that Xiao Laohu is actually a decent Jace player, and if they are setting up for the Rise side lane pressure, they can go for something like that as well. I do think that obviously there's still a couple of picks that you can come out that are decent into the Jace, but I don't know about the Gnar as a blind. I was going to suggest even something like Aurelia would deal decently into this composition, because the only real source of CC that's going to bother you is the Leona. Aurelia not necessarily that common anymore, but you can also see something like the Tryndamere coming out potentially into the Gnar if you're going to blind that. Typically, actually, I think of Cube when I think of Gnar, so it's possible that they're thinking of that. I remember the series where Adam played against FPX actually in spring playoffs, where he went for the Hail of Blades Gnar and ended up having it banned away from him, so...
Yeah.
Good times.
I remember. We get the Jace in the end. You know, for Cube as well, I think of things like Gnar, Scion, like Cube moves to very different angles, but this time around, going for the Jace. And Kelsey, you're gonna have to walk me through RA's composition, because we've got a bit of poke built up here by Cube. We have a lot of big burst damage now with Orianna, Lee Sin, like, and how this game kind of transitions with it.
Yeah, and I think the thing I like about Rare Atom's composition is it is a good front-to-back composition, but they just generally outrange FPX at every turn. So that sort of limits FPX's ability to execute the game outside of really playing through the Rise. And that's what I'm going to be looking for him to get an advantage, or to get an advantage through a side lane, realm warp into a fight with a numbers advantage, and then try to pick off members of Rare Atom as they walk into neutrals. But again, we've talked about the flip scenario, so if both teams are just running towards a neutral objective, I have to think RA had the edge.
Okay, well, again, using Gory at the very least, being so pivotal in this game, you know, kind of setting up the narrative we talked about, where Gory outside the laning phase, that's been the focus here, and how well he's played has been, again, outside of the first 15, 20 minutes through directly the mid lane. The Strive laning phase has been pretty good. So here on the Orianna versus Gory, we're going to see if he can keep him pinned down in a very comfortable position. RA versus FPX. Both teams sitting 4 and 5 right now in the standings. Both teams need this win. Now, Rare Atom been on a 3-win streak. They beat LGD, they beat TT, but that TT series, nobody go back and watch it. What a waste of 3 hours. Versus RNG, it was a 2-0, which was a much better performance. But for FPX, 2-loss streak. We're talking top esports, EDG, hard teams, so it can be dismissed for now. But RA a team that realistically they should be able to find a win on if they are able to keep in the top 10, keep in playoff standings as we move into week 6. So Kelsey, you already talked about it. Gory is pivotal here in this matchup on the Rise, and we're going to see when he gets level 6 how he can affect those side lanes, because I'm curious, Xiao Laohu decided to pick this Gnar blind, and Cube got himself a nice time.
Yeah, I think the old classic Gnar Rise duo used to be pretty strong in sides when Gnar was overtuned, but now I think the advantage definitely goes to Jace. If they want to, right, they can set up a guaranteed 3-wave crash versus Gnar, which always kind of, because Gnar's very squishy, and that's a little unfortunate, because that usually forces your jungle to path towards your top side, and then if your jungle doesn't get invaded, it's kind of a boon, because top lane will be pushing in, and if Lee Sin doesn't get the dive off, then he can probably deny camps. So they did prep for that by warding the blue buff level 1 as well.
Yeah, one on each side. Raptor Camp warded against Loyan as well. So both jungles pathing towards the top side for now. A note as well, there is a cheeky little pixel brush ward down there, and it's one placed here by Strive. So Vision's going to be talked about a lot in this game, as already we have 5. Maybe 4, I can't count. So I'll be watching, because for Beige1, his return to the FPX lineup, bit of a surprise as I saw that this morning. FPX have been using Flid for the most part in the past couple of weeks, and you know, he came all the way back from Korea. He went through quarantine, and they're like, all right, well, we're going to return to trying Beige1 once again.
Yeah, and Cube already doing a pretty good job of chunking HP onto Xiaolao, who denying him some CS, getting level 2 first, where Strive looking for the same kind of pressure on mid.
Yeah, good start to the solo laners. We've seen a lot of Jace go well in the laning phase tonight, but Strive, we know with the narrative how it works out. Beige1 moving to mid lane. Now this could be a flash as Root comes through, but they're not letting him burn the summoner. Beige1 in, and his return to the LPL with a grand first blood.
And you have to respect that Strive had something in mind, right? He was standing towards the bot side of the map. He had the ward placed there, but Beige1, pretty smart pathing decision there. Does his 3 bot camps and then walks all the way around mid to top side to get a little bit of a drop on Strive in that position. So even though Strive was leaning very heavily to bot, he was in a position where Rise just had to drop the snare, and fast follow-up, plenty of burst damage coming out of Beige1.
And easy to elevate the laning phase against Gory when, you know, Beige1 is going to come in that early. So even though Strive has a bit of a CS advantage at this point, as bottom lane, hang on, Ignite down, flash away, UNJ, LWX matching it in the 2v2. We talked about this. LWX and Hung again, huge chat.
Yeah, and with the Leona Aphelios, you're definitely in a position where you don't want to fight much level 1 versus Jinx Nautilus. So pretty tamed restraint coming out from Hung there, but as soon as they bingo level 3, Hung's constantly looking for the angle. That's when Leona has all 3 of her abilities, very strong, looking to follow up. Also, LWX flashing aggressively for the kill, so in this position, no matter what, I'm saying, look, LWX no flash. We could probably make something happen,
yeah.
and talking to the jungle from that perspective as iBoy. So I expect bot to continue to be volatile.
I mean, it's just good layering of CC. I love watching it back. LWX with Graviton, Zenith Blade, Shield of Daybreak after it expires. Like, a really good duo synergy once again comes through from a lane that's been a highlight. Rory's waiting patiently here. He wants to hit low end, but Yu Yan just right beside him. Won't be able to steal away the scuttle. And I want to bring this back to FPX having a great early game. I think they've had many great early games in this split, Kelsey. And it feels like once again, they're kind of on that wavelength where, okay, bot will do well within the lane, and Beige1 is just going to try and affect everything else.
Yeah, and the Rise, I think, to your point before, is something that might compensate a bit for the laning phase, because you can easily set up for a 2v2 scenario, and if that isn't well warded, or you're not expecting the wraparound, easy to get a gank off from that.
Okay, well, a bit of damage comes down. Gory has Ignite down, ticks through. FPX in a bit of trouble as iBoy flashes for it. Gets excited, and in the team fight environment, iBoy stepping up and cleanses through. Now is going to give one back to LWX. And Beige1 goes as well. On the backside, Gory dies. And the shockwave was just leveled up. Okay, RA are back in the game, and that was just a big fight over a very early dragon.
Yeah, engaging into that choke there. Good play setup from Strive. Pretty decent ultimate coming through at that point. And then we saw a bit of the classic iBoy, aggressive, wanting to 1v2 as the Jinx. So it does go down for that, but making a lot of damage and a lot of space in the game. So we'll see how this goes through. So ends up getting the basically just everyone all inning versus the Orianna and the Jinx. Plenty of damage coming down.
And yeah, I think overall, like, just FPX wanting to start the fight. Hung flash over the wall. Look bot. Gory making his first move with the Realm Warp here. And now that the fighting's begun, they can't stop. Hung underneath the turret. He's stunned up, though, and he'll take the next shot. Yuya and Jug gets blasted, too. And LWX will help give a double over to H1. Welcome back once again to the FPX jungler. He's 3-1-1.
Yeah, he's doing very proactive, setting up smart plays. Basically, as soon as you know that that fight happens, LWX probably are going to be back on the map. Death timers are still really low, so they're going to get that wave in, and they're already probably prepping from the dive from base at that point. So as soon as Rare Atom come to catch the wave, FPX is there to set up the dive and get the counter for the big fight that they had over Dragon.
10 kills in 7 minutes as well. So we've got a Herald coming up, and now I'm just going to wait and see what happens around an actual objective, because as the dive comes through, a H1 close to getting that Divine Sundera. We've also got a Serrated Dirk up in that top lane on Cube. I'm just looking at item components. Maybe not the time. That was a flash from H1. They got Eyeboy. They know he doesn't have cleanse. He got max range. That would have looked ridiculous if he missed. But he knows his range. He knows his limit. The level 6 on this man now achieved with another kill going to LWX. I mean, Baytron coming back. This is a completely brand spanking new FPX.
Oh yeah, I mean, the flash looked almost comical there, but he's on a very narrow window before Loyan can meet him on bot side, because both junglers are in a position where they want to get the bot wave in so that they can rotate top of the ring trail at that window. So you can expect Lee Sin to show up eventually, even if his top camps are respawning on that window. So looking for the window, making sure he gets the flash that I think from that position a lot of Diegos wouldn't take, right? Yeah. So definitely nice play from H1 coming out, Rare Atom getting punished, and this should be just a Rip Herald coming out with Leona's early roam.
I mean, also, there's Divine Thunder on H1 at 8 minutes in the game, so looks like Loyan's got to respect this here without his full mythic completed. As Herald gets pulled out a little bit, the whole of FPX solo lanes move down as well and sit adjacent in the river. So Herald goes down, H1 picks that one up with ease. And in this early game, gold lead might not be there, but we have a 3-1 Aphelios here with a bounty. We've got a 3-1 Viego as well. Gory in a decent enough position, and his Realm Warp's coming up again, Kelsey. So I feel like we're going to keep an eye on this mid laner who might not be winning the lane, but is definitely doing a lot for FPX in this early game.
Yeah, and you know, you say not winning the lane with a grain of salt, because he is doing relatively well in this matchup as another wave is coming in, so he's going to equalize that farm disadvantage just a bit. Also, one thing, as we're getting a flank, so maybe I'll come back to this point later.
Shockwave, he's got a flash available, gets narrowly through it. Loyan now under turret, Strive is low as well. H1 there, taking a turret shot on the way out. Strive lucky that H1 used his flash on the back end of the bottom side trade. And once again, FPX happy with that after a lot was used, and Gory's flash was only achieved.
And I'm really impressed by H1 on his return here, even though he isn't necessarily, I should say actually, even though Loyan's looking for these plays, H1's almost always waiting in the wings, right? Making something happen in terms of a counter gank, always in position to sort of read where his laners are available, vulnerable, excuse me. Orianna getting the wave crash in, knowing that maybe something might be up, just calmly taking those raptors at the same time, and the execution doesn't come through, but still, he has his presence there in case there's a 2v2 breaks out, and to your point, he's got the Divide Thunder. No one can deal with this guy at this point.
Oh, he's so far ahead. Tabi just picked up in the base as well, and with that Herald still in play, still to be placed down, Dragon coming up in 25 seconds becomes a little bit easier here for FPX. Loyan moves to river first, starts cleaning away some of these wards. But I want to point out, Gory's ulti back up and available. Hung having his solar flare. There's big ultimates there. No shockwave for Strive for the next 15 seconds. But Shala, who on the top side, does not have Gnar ulti and no TP, as Cube's teleport will be up and available, bar it being unleashed. So feels like here there's a benefit for both teams, as Herald's just going to be placed in the bottom lane as Gory's caught out once again. Shockwave almost there. He gets a root down. Loyan with a kick flash, and now Strive is going to bring it in nice and close. Nice little head up here from Yuya and Jar as well, as the Herald gives turret plating while their mid laner dies.
Yeah, and you get the sense that from FPX dropping that Rip Trail, they didn't necessarily want to contest this Dragon on that window, so positioning from Gory a little bit strange at that position. Rare Adam capitalizing pretty effectively, but regardless, I would say I'd much rather have a full T1 turret with all plates on my Aphelios than a dragon. So a dragon and a kill onto Gory.
I mean, it's a 1,000 gold lead now because of it as well. First turret in under 12 minutes, and you see 3-1. He already had the Gale Force before this back coming through. And we've been talking a lot about Beichuan, that Cloak of Agility, that longsword picked up, more than humongous here. iBoy trailing in both CS and items at this point. And you know, Kelsey, still good things to say as we look at the replay. And this is Gory getting caught out. You talked about not being coordinated with the rest of FPX.
Yep, and I think he's just kind of posturing up a little bit too much there. Maybe afraid of getting zoned off with a mid-wave because there's so much attention from his team on the bot side. But also, I mean, Strive went for it, man. He didn't even necessarily connect anything, but he saw the angle, and it almost felt like he was commanding Loyan to follow him up.
That's what you want to see out of the new mid laner here in the LPL. Strive being someone we talked about in the laning phase, hasn't had a chance to show off in this game, number one. You know, H1 came in for the early flash burn, pushed him out, and ever since, I shouldn't say early flash burn, it was First Blood that came through and set H1 off into motion. So it definitely feels like here for RA's mid lane, he hasn't had the chance to actually dominate Gory. Instead, Gory has been threatening the Realm Warp usages. Once again, doing the same thing. Look at this. The whole of FPX off to a wing. They'll be spotted out. We're not even Realm Warping at this point. Yuya, Joe, and iBoy on the defensive as they want another tier 1 turret in close to under 14 minutes.
To an extent, RA's bot lane can't really necessarily do a whole lot versus FPX's at this point, so they're incentivized to swap, but because there wasn't any priority top or any priority in bot lane, LWX and Hong have more than enough time to just rotate and match the swap, so they didn't really necessarily get anything out of that. The one thing that's a little bit surprising and disappointing to me from, you know, the RA perspective is they're only just now looking to capitalize on Cube.
Yep.
In general, Xiao Laohu has been doing very well at this laning phase. He's pretty even in CS. He wasn't really punished for losing as much HP as he did
Heartbreaker.
early.
Hang on. Lo Yan gets the flight kick back. Doesn't matter. Beichuan going to help give a kill over to Gory. Realm Warp straight away. Look at this reaction. Even on a ward, Cube running for his life. Ward spots him out. Flash over from Hung. Burns one from Cube. You know what? That's what we're talking about. Hung always wants to flash forward.
Yeah, and this is the FPX pick comp coming through, right? Immediately, Xiao Laohu knows that Loyan's in the area. There's someone threatening him under tower. The fact that their FPX's bot lane is so far ahead means they're going to get mid-prio and rotate first, so they just end up picking off that Lee Sin and just executing on the Realm Warp. Split-second decision-making, making sure that those picks happen and extend FPX's lead.
So walk me through drafts a little bit closer again, how they operate, because Gory has kind of ticked the window of adding pressure with Realm Warp, doing well enough in his laning phase. Xiao Laohu against this Jace hasn't really suffered. Beichuan is ahead and LWX is way too far ahead for their own good. We see that there's, you know, decent poke on RA, but people like Strive, iBoy need a couple of items before they're relevant in this game and can match anything that FPX is sending out.
Yeah, so effectively, no one can really match Gory inside lane as the game goes on. The other thing to take note of is the fact that typically you would have the Jinx clear the way more efficiently from a longer range than the Aphelios would, but basically you have a Leona and a really fed Aphelios willing to engage on anyone who threatens to touch their wave, even if they do outrange you. So at this point, you have a good setup for basically Gory constantly rotating to neutrals before everyone else and setting up traps for picks with the snare coming out, with Beichuan following up with Diego.
Looks so easy at this point. Leonas tonight have been pretty clutch, and I also want to point out that we're 30 seconds away from a dragon. Now, RA have picked up the first two of this objective as Hung is by himself. Dredgeline on a whim, not going to lollipop this time around. But Gory's now joined in, avoids the shock blast combination, and Xiao Laohu is walking up from the bottom lane. Megan are going to be something I'm watching for as well as that Solar Flare that could separate RA. Taking a bit of poke damage for now, and Cube doesn't land any of his, so with the Herald down, it feels like it's FPX favored as they move into River.
And this is kind of a situation where
Again,
maybe...
Solar Flare. Okay, Baitron's in the back line on top of Cube. Jace runs in hammer form. Shockwave though on the back end. Deletes Hung while Gory has them in a bit of a pyroclasm. Shallow about to go Mega Nasty. Mega Death Rocket though gets in low strive. Jumps back in. Shallow has his ulti there, but he's not going to risk it. Instead, FPX move up to mid lane turret. They know they've lost the dragon. They've lost the fight. And for RA, it's a gold trade versus the Soul Point.
Yeah, and as I was saying just as the fight started, this is a situation where Adam can maybe come back into this game because they aren't using that side lane pressure. They basically just ignored a giant wave crashing to the top side in order to group mid with a range disadvantage and then walk into the choke versus an Orianna Jinx comp. So let's take a look at exactly what starts this off. So they use only the Leona ulti on the Jace. He manages to shield off. Beishwan basically catapulted into iBoy Yuyada Loyan, where he just gets CC'd and goes down, and that's most of the gold that's available still on Rare Adam. And meanwhile, we have Strive and the rest of the members able to contend with LWX.
I mean, it's a massive bounty that was taken off Baitron. Further to your point, into Yuyanja, Cube, hammer blasted backwards. And Cube wasn't able to get the reset that the Viego desperately needed in the fight, so a slick move from RA. They now move to Soul Pointers, out with the nice little Hex Gate in the nick of time, I might add. No objectives up for a little while. It's Baron in 1:40, which we'll hold our breath for, but Dragon in 4 minutes time. And Kelsey, remember, you and I talked about what makes these teams so exciting now. With the Baron, with even the Soul Point Dragon, both these teams work at LPL honors. And we just want to know who's going to be flipping the burgers today.
Yeah, I mean, so far both of them, right? Exactly what we talked about before, where instead of setting up and taking the steps to set up that dragon, both teams just kind of went mid. And that's the resulting fight that we saw, because RA's composition in those positions are favored, and of course, Cube ended up playing that engage relatively well, with the rest of the team winning their wings to pick that up. So if it continues to go like this, we're going to get some cheese side up burgers, as we like to say in North American Amateur. Okay. Throwback for Rare Adam, which means the way you want it, as opposed to cheese side down.
Okay. Well, cheese side down. I wouldn't understand that. I mean,
yeah, exactly. I explained the reference now.
When I get my burgers, you know, here at Hungry Jack's or McDonald's or wherever we get them from. Hungry Jack's, Burger King, by the way. Fun story was that in Australia, Burger King couldn't actually buy the naming rights to Burger King. It's owned by someone else. So they had to call it Hungry Jack's. So they kind of got stiffed a bit there. But point is, I go for the Wagyu beef first. You got to get something that has the meat. The meat has to be top quality, then everything else builds upon. And I think in the LPL, as Baitron ultis out of the back of pit after getting caught out, feel like we need the quality meat. And the quality meat is in front of that Baron. And we want to see who flips it first. For FPX, off on the wing here. RA found the inside track towards mid. Shallow, who doesn't have Mega Knight. Hung flashes forward, Solar Flare, but quickly Strive ultis himself. That from LWX wasn't the greatest one, as Gory Realm warps in. FPX just used so much in the span of 30 seconds.
Yeah, and very nice reaction from RA to basically that hard commit. Dropping the Zonias, looking for a better setup there. So now they just get the mid 2-1, and they force FPX to burn multiple ultimates for free. Doesn't matter that much unless they're going to threaten a Baron here, which I don't necessarily think they want to do. They'd probably rather make sure that they're still in a better position itemization-wise before they start doing that, but that's definitely on the docket, is basically RA just walking in, controlling the Baron vision, and trying to force FPX to walk into them if they're threatened by it, so they're not allowed to leave Gory in side lane.
No, at this point he's 2 items strong, going to Rise tank build as well, so it's going to be pretty fun to watch him amongst these fights. Cube matching his wave for now. And at 21 minutes in the game, I guess we're just going to be waiting for Soul Point. RA have vision control up to their knees at this point. Baitron walking into River with Hung, but RA threatening with Yuyanja with Strive. Remember that Orianna now has 2 items, so that Shockwave catches you out. Not only is it going to be big peak potential, it is going to burst you down. I'm pretty scared right now, because RA, gold even, Kelsey. Soul Point is going to move into Soul if FPX can't get this steal.
And you actually see Cube willing to take this away in order to get some gold onto Jace, right? To be able to throw him his boat later on as it goes. So I don't know why the rest of RA are posturing here, probably just to stall time and allow Cube to basically grab 2 turrets for this. So I don't exactly know if FPX want to commit. They may as well commit, man.
Without Sulfur, I mean, they're walking up. The pings are going towards Baron. FPX might want to leave someone on towards Dragon, but they're like, no, we're going to fight it for now. Baron's going to start. It's iBoy on Jinx, plus Strive on an Orianna. It won't be the quickest, but hell, it'll be quick enough. FPX still not buying the bluff right now, and we're ready to flip it. But someone's going to start it to flip it as Dragon's being started. They're running back. Kelsey, RA is starting it again.
Yeah, I mean, this is what RA want to do, right? They want FPX to kind of walk into them so they can...
Oh no, LWX is dead.
All right.
Oh no. Okay, Dragon's going to go down, but what did it cost? Absolutely everything. 5 members still alive for RA in front of the Baron, and FPX have 3. Phage 1, you flip Barons all the time. Actually, no, that's split. Now we believe in you, but he's not even going to look near it. FPX may be learning while RA pick up the purple worm.
Yeah, and I think one of the big mistakes there, just in general, was FPX rotating to the Dragon so early, so that there was enough time before it even spawned. I was thinking, wow, they should just be doing Dragon right now, but Dragon hadn't even spawned, and Cube was just cutting through 2 turrets, right? So ideally, you'd have someone matching him, be contesting that top wave so that you can rotate to Dragon first. And they use that agency, right, with FPX still on the pit, and then they go and they pull Dragon, and FPX face check into them and die. So better map rotations coming out of Rare Adam, as much as we kind of talked about who was going to be the Burger Book King. Rare Adam not really opting for the flips as much as FPX is.
No. There's definitely a disparity in flipping going on. But look, hey, for FPX, at least they got the Dragon. But again, what RA got from the Baron play and the picks just before it, folks, we're at a 4K gold disparity against FPX. RA putting them in a bit of a corner at this point, and iBoy as well. He's caught up on items a bit. 2.5 years, Teleport comes down. They want the tier 2. Cube's going to stick around mid lane. And FPX are spread thin in a game that it just feels like they have no control in any longer.
Yeah, and there's not a whole lot you can do versus a Baron team, even if you are a Rise, right?
Okay, well, Baytron caught out from a great early game to whatever that was. FPX might be saying GG, go next.
And this is a lot of times when you have your less experienced players, they show it a bit more in the mid-game, right? Just in terms of not really knowing where they should position on the map, how they need to set up for these things, what timing is, how to command the rest of the team. So usually, you know, when you're a solo queue superstar, games just end after you snowball your team. So.
RA, we want to see them close it out. You talk about the experience difference. I think the big thing for me is that RA, you know, closing out games hasn't always been clean this split. RA decision making hasn't always been clean this split. Against TT, I had the misfortune of telecasting that, and that was an interesting series. So RA, I'm skeptical on, but at the very least, here in this game number 1, they've been clean. They've been, you know, really accelerating now that they've found a couple of those picks. Decision making's been great, and as the minion wave continues channeling in, tier 3 goes down on the bottom side. It's an inhibitor next, and Kelsey, this is going to be a massive gold lead. Supers spawning down, 2 minutes till Dragon, everything lining up in RA's favor.
Yeah, and basically at this point, they already have set up the vision on bot side, so FPX are going to have to retake that before they can even match some top. So for Adam, going to push that wave all the way in and then rotate to the Dragon, and that's going to be a situation where they should just be in position to grab a free Hextech soul. So again,
Free win.
a lot of Hextech souls today.
Yeah, actually, surprisingly enough, we've only had 1 Infernal, the rest have been Hextech, so I didn't actually catch the Dragons in the first series, so that's my bad, but we definitely had them a lot in our last series.
The only important thing about the first series was the rhetoric and, you know, vouching for Thunder Talk and LGD as the secret sleeper OP teams in the league.
Oh, yeah. TT are going to Worlds, in fact, for 2022. Just going to have to see a really good summer as, you know, the funny thing is with that team, TT are 1-8. I will tell you one thing, that TT, they need to start getting some serious wins for us to have confidence in them. Hung up against the wall. A good little shockwave here. He doesn't move at all, and that's easy, doesn't. LWX burnt out as the fight begins. H1, who was so unstoppable in the early game, now begins to die. Strive from the wing. Beautiful stuff. Shala, who I don't even think I've seen a big Nara ulti at all this game. There's your first one, and there's your last. Strive will clean him up with Luryen doing the same. On top of Gory, he's meant to be a tank. iBoy is lethal tempoing to hell. Let's end this one in under 30 minutes because RA want to go to LPL, Donald.
Yeah, they're going to pick up some nice, freshly flipped burgers from the FPX merchants and have a great night going into game 2.
Nice little takeaway. RA clean it up. Game number 1 over to them and a step closer to evening out their series score in the LPL. I'm not sure what happened with FPX, but past the early game, it all went to hell.
Yeah, and you do have to keep in mind, this is a new FPX. There are a lot of inexperienced members on this team outside the bottom lane. Gory has been around for a while, but it's been most of his time basically as a trainee mid laner for either EDG or for SKT T1, excuse me, it's T1, as you say. So you do have to keep that in mind when you're injecting BH1 into the roster as well. Then you're going to have a top side that's a little bit distracted. And then, of course, LWX and Hong as the primary leaders and voices on that team. Generally speaking, they just want to fight, as far as I could tell from watching their games. So looking for a general direction coming out of this FPX roster.
All the time. Like, Hung had some really great engagements in the early game. And again, there were some beautiful moments to watch from FPX. They had control in the first 15, let's say first 14 minutes to be precise with turret plating. But when lanes started moving around, a couple of really good picks here. And I think I've got to give credit to people, someone like Luryen. Luryen again on this Lee Sin, kind of playing the mid game a lot better. And you talked about the experience difference. While FPX have the moving parts and incorporating BH1 back into the roster, this RA roster's been together the whole split and have been trying to, you know, level up as we've been going on. They're at a 3-win streak, and you can kind of see why through this game number 1.
And there are 3 World Championship attendees on this We're Atom roster, whereas with FPX you only have the 1.
Yep.
So it's a bit of a difference just in the gap there. So definitely more decisive play coming from We're Atom, way less burger flipping than expected. Better control on the timing when they want to be around neutrals and knowing how to play their comp, just front to back, wait for them to commit into us, use the Orianna shockwave and go from there.
Yeah, because for Strive, like, all he had to do was pull out a couple of big shockwaves, and that's all it took. In front of the Dragon fight, you know, pivotal moment coming through from him, you know, incorporating the backline, Cube as well, alongside Yuyan Jia. A lot to dissect. Kelsey, we can have a break when we return. We're going to look a little bit closer at this as RA celebrate their first win against FPX in the series.
随着我们 LPL 的发展，我们 LPL 的用户越来越多，影响力越来越大那我们其实也去有一个品牌上面的策略的转变，就是我们希望能够更加体育化和专业化。
因为在目前可能从整个英雄电影竞技去发展的状态上来看，我们不再是去向 S 赛学习，不再是可能持续的大面积的去向传统的体育的转播进行学习的这样一个状态，而更多的是我们需要不断的去突破自己。
So with the LPL, we knew that we were going to have to dig really deep and find what made this league really different. And so to do that, we started immersing ourselves really deeply from a distance into their world, into their community, their culture, spending a lot of time with different team members, players, fans, shoutcasters, both present and past.
something that we found out is that the LPL's approach to the game is crazy. It's almost next level madness. But to the LPL, it's almost genius. And this unpredictable, intense, fierce, wild, and being always one step ahead was something that we wanted to tap into. Together we defined crazy as our game. It's a proud statement that really speaks to this bold mentality of the LPL players and the LPL community.
那么在整个品牌刷新的过程当中，我们也和 DS 团队保持了紧密的沟通协作，每一个设计元素都经过我们仔细的考量和精心的设计，希望能够将更好的体验带给玩家。
在设计风格方面，把 LPL 打造成为建立在专业和竞技的基础之上，融入新颖的视觉创意，给我们的玩家带来新鲜的体验。同时呢，也融入了中国的传统文化元素，创造属于 LPL 的全新视觉风格。
We then began to think LPL's crazy energy as this dragon mode. But this dragon mode had two key behaviors, tension and eruption, an ability to flex between calm and controlled to hyper-energetic and loud.
Every one of our elements is designed to supercharge our visual system. They become expressions of the crazy energy that the LPL unleashes on the Rift. And this gives us this great opportunity with our colours. They're both inspired by fire and water. We created a custom headline typeface in both English and Mandarin, with every detail designed to reflect the veracity of how the LPL moves on the Rift.
我们这次品牌刷新也以中国古典哲学当中的五行概念和 LPL 赛场上不同的战况进行了结合，去体现 LPL 竞技为上、无畏拼搏的精神。
Each of these elements were a dynamic manifestation of the crazy energy that exists from within the LPL. Flow, frenzy, focus, explode, and regenerate.
Every element of the brand had to be designed taking motion into account. We needed a system that allowed us to dial up and down the amount of movement. So when the fans need to read the stats or they're waiting for the match to start, for example, the gradients can function as a living hold. But on the other hand, when something extraordinary happens during the game, the visuals can explode and take over the screen in the most powerful way possible. 所以我们还是希望通过这样品牌刷新以后，给我们更大的压力和动力，去给行业和用户创造更好的一个价值，去传递具有中国传统文化特色的 LPL 的体育竞技精神和品牌形象。
而到今天，我们在制定我们今天的整个从我们的品牌的核心理念到我们最后呈现出来的视觉风格和我们的 slogan， 其实体现到了我们现在整体的一个新的风格，也就是 Crazy is our game， 无畏进巅峰。
Dragon, waiting for a second to push you to your limits, growing stronger, feeling better. But do you feel them? Can you hear them say? Welcome to the other side.
The moment I throw my backpack in the trunk of your rusty car, not knowing where we going, I'm hoping that it's gonna be far. Oh, I'm hoping that it's gonna be far. And all I see is a white view light through soft clouds, the sun, the moon, and you. We follow hearts.
首先我的控龙率特别高，也是我跟下路的配合做的比较好，因为控龙这个要看下路的线圈的。我觉得打比赛的话，控龙是最稳赢比赛的方法。对战方 plus 前的话，我想说的就是，想对付米航说吧，会不会后悔离开我们
If you feel regretful leaving us, I don't know if there's an end to that sentence or not. But if Hung does feel regretful, then, you know, there's going to be a lot of questions there. Because with LWX, he's having a great time. However, in that game, we got to mid-game and FPX stopped having a good time. My name is Sarah, joined by Kelsey Moser, who's going to be running through with the finale of today and this series. Kelsey, game 2, game 1. Strive got MVP. Trying to finish this up already. So, well-deserved here from the Oriana who, you know, got past the laning phase and decided to have a great mid-game.
Yeah, and I'm sure that we'll see some highlight Oriana shockwaves coming out of Strive, but in general, the target selection in a lot of these fights was something that we didn't hit on enough in this past game. Yep. Basically, just identifying when a target is killable, in some ways leading the charge ahead of Yuyandra and Loyan to say, no, this is the kill that we're gonna have right here with the flash, and Loyan following up to get the kickoff after Strive had already gone in and engaged. So that's not something typically you're going to see out of your Orianas, but definitely a situation where, okay, he's definitely having more of an impact on these fights than just having the classic Oriana 5-man ult.
Yeah, which is, again, important to see because Strive in the early laning phase, we didn't get to talk about him like we wanted to, which was, you know, Strive has been insane. Strive has been so good in 1v1s, in how he can build up a CS deficit. In this game, Baytron gave so much attention to Gory and, you know, didn't feel like we got to talk much about that, about Strive. So running into game 2, we'll see if we can hit that direction a little bit more cleanly as FPX, once again on the blue side here, similar bans as all three of them remain the same by Rare Atom. We get jungle bans by FPX, we get the Gwen once again. This time around, FPX, instead of getting the Rise, they want to get the early Jinx and take it away from iBoy.
Yeah, I think that's the big takeaway I would have, right? This Jinx was able to have so much impact, just doing burst damage with the AoE rockets on top of strong positioning. And if we're going to play the FPX game of run at you on mid lane, you need something like a Jinx, something that's going to outrange. So they're going to end up giving away the Rise to Strive, who I kind of felt like in the first game, the Rise pick was a denial pick, right? Yeah. So seeing it come into Strive's hands this game, I'm very excited to see what he can do with an impressive laning phase. And if he has good synergy with Loyan coming out, and maybe we can capitalize on the narrative a bit more that we set up in the pre-game.
Where I'm curious to see if FPX can match it now because we've got a Galio. Galio for Gory, when he has been the player that has often picked up things like the Rise, the Corki. Galio as well sits there too. So, Kelsey, I feel like this narrative is trying to copy and match Rare Atom when they try to move in this game.
And I have seen in LPL a fair amount of Galio picked into Rise. Not the biggest fan. Yes, you do get that magic damage shield coming for the Galio, but in terms of the sustained damage and the amount of burst that Rise does, you still end up losing the laning phase pretty handily, in my opinion. So you're just basically looking for, if Rise moves, I move, looking to good combo ult and situations there, maybe looking to interrupt the realm warp with the taunt, something along those lines. So I guess we'll see how he ends up executing this matchup here, but already opting into a matchup that might be difficult for him if we go for the Rise setup into the Volibear initiate. As much as I'm not the biggest fan of Volibear, doing 3 camp into mid gank sounds like a very unfortunate situation for Beichuan to be in. So, or not Beichuan, excuse me, Gory got baited by the name tag, so we'll have to see how that pans out.
I think the most interesting thing for me so far in both these drafts is that we see a lot of dive. Like Rise, Volibear, Viego, Galio. And it makes sense that for both these teams, we're getting bans like Camille, Malphite, the Nautilus coming through as well. Both compositions that want to add more dive, more engaged through here, being denied through solo lanes and now support.
Yeah, and they're banning the Camille away because classic combo with the Galio.
Yeah.
Sometimes, even if the laning phases are not favorable, you still get that one Camille initiate into the grand entrance from the, excuse me, not grand entrance, but the Galio ultimate comboing off very well, and it works out for you. So seeing that ban taken away, I think if they're banning the Malphite, then maybe FPX are looking for Jace, trying to pick up a little bit more range so that they can play those basically open space, long range fights better, despite the Galio indicating that they want to capitalize more on melee.
Something as well that could add to it though. We didn't talk about support. So Tahm Kench, that was in game number 1 of our last series, a really big deal for missing. Now added to Hung's inventory, while we also get the Jace that you're talking about. So yeah, we kind of round this out for FPX, while I tell you what, Cube on a tank would make a lot of sense, but yeah, what other direction could he go? Something like the Kennen, another of his strong picks.
Yeah, instead they're going to opt for the Graves, which again, you can get the wave in this matchup, but it should be easy for a strong Graves player to, or excuse me, a strong Jace player to kind of win out in the trades. So looking for that interaction to come up, I think generally speaking, because you're playing Graves into a Jinx, because you're playing Graves into a Jace in the mid game, you're going to lose out a bit, but we'll see how it goes, because even though they have those champions, you have a fair amount of that. You have the Tahm Kench, you have the Viego, you have the Galio, which is not going to fare as well into the Graves and the Aphelios as the rest of the team composition.
True. Feels like the way it interacts is going to be important then, because in this game number 2, for FPX, Beichuan returning back on the Viego, but Gory on something that can move around the map. In game number 1, Gory used the first couple of realm warps well, but it didn't really achieve much.
And I'm willing to give Rare Adam a bit more credit to play aside, so having better setups with this Rise than I think FPX did in the first game, whereas most of it though, I'm just going to look at this as a standard. They're going to walk mid and Ranger's going to win, so this could be a 3-game series from that perspective.
Okay, well, RA winning game number 1, that would mean that FPX, no flips in this game, but no shenanigans to speak of from RA either. Hung versus old team, FPX looking for their first series win against RA in the split, remembering that they only verse each other once, so that narrative can be applied to everyone. Importantly enough, 4 and 5 for both these teams, and yeah, got to rinse and repeat some narratives sometimes, because we have a lot of them in the LPL, and we got to make sure you stay informed. Welcome to Summoner's Rift once again. That is a tier start from Strive in a lane that he knows he doesn't have to care about.
Yeah, tier start, playing into the Galio, should still be able to space the Galio, get some autos off, clear the way pretty evenly, or with an advantage, I should say. So, and then maybe looking to fight topside, because I think that the top lane matchup can be fairly volatile, but who am I kidding? We have iBoy Yuyanja versus LWX. The action is going to happen around the bottom lane.
That's true. When you have players like this, you got to expect it. Hung as well. It's Tahm Kench, level 1, still as dangerous as ever. So even though Yuyanja with the glacial augment here in this game, you're right. I should be down towards the bottom lane, especially when Hung is waiting in a bush, ready to set up for an early level 2. So we'll watch FPX's bottom lane, because once again, they actually picked up early blood in the bottom lane themselves in the 2v2 yet again. So it was nice to see that they continue to remain strong with their identity.
And this is kind of what more I expect from Hung, just standing in this bush, daring Yandra to walk in to see if he'll opt into that trade. But looks like iBoy and Yandra are going to walk fairly evenly together, and Hung is just going to see that.
Like that at the moment for junglers as they start on opposite sides of the map though. H1 is spotted on a ward by Rare Adam that was deep put in by Cube, so they know exactly that he's pathing towards the bottom side. Another one on the Raptor camp as well, placed down by Strive. So RA's vision control in game number 1, giving them a lot of benefits as well. As for FPX, don't really know where Loyen started. He's pathing up towards the top side, and the Volibear for now a little bit ahead of the camp. So will be moving up towards Raptors. So, you know, Kelsey here for RA, what is Loyen's job? Like, where do you kind of hit first?
Yeah, so I think in this case, Loyen wants to look for that mid lane skirmish, right? Okay. I think that's the key here. The Rise setup gives Gory a little bit of a taste of his own medicine.
Oh no.
As I say that,
Hung, he's dead. He flashes away. iBoy gets him with a Cattle from Severum. And after that flay in the turret, you kind of saw that he stepped too far forward.
Great to see Yandra capitalize and bounce back on that, but Rare Adam going to make an additional play on the top side.
Yep, it's level 3 here for Loyen. I guess if you don't want to skirmish around mid, bring mid around you. Hung's going to move up as well.
Ooh.
Not sure what he took level 2, but the knockup could be massive here as Shallow, who's buying time, teleport burn. And RA are just going to try and take that away from Gory. Hung is going to hit them on the flip side. A 2-man knockup, there it is, but the rest of the team not there. Sky Splitter damage going to be massive. Hung at half HP, Cube moving into position. And now that the support's out of lane, I guess he doesn't lose too much at the bottom side, but at least for now, teleports down for Gory.
Yeah, I mean, just great read from FPX on what they're expecting to happen in the game. They see Rise and Volibear, they know that that's a very strong 2v2. They're probably going to play for mid-prio and then rotate to the side lane. So they basically seeded the wave contest on mid and had Tom Kench off of, I'm going to say backing, but dying, and going to the top side. Making sure that Jace gets the wave, which should be relatively easy to do, right? You win the HP trades, and Graves is a lot of times just auto-push the wave into the tower, so easy to combo and get the wave in one fell swoop. So, not really a play that should be able to be made too easily over that.
Unlucky timing here. Beitron was going to go all in on the Cube. Loyen was nearby, but as he moved into that brush, about a half second earlier, he was spotted out with Beitron moving into lane vision. So unlucky there for RA for a bit of a counter gank, but it does send Beitron away back to his own jungle. Loyen not spotted out for long, but is going to back away himself. So we got a pretty proactive early game here, Kelsey, and once again, it just feels like junglers kind of battling it out to influence some of these solo laners once more.
And it feels like Loyen's just really trying to force something on this top side, which I think should only happen if Xiaolao really messes up. And meanwhile, I think Gory heard us talking smack, Hysterics, because it looks like he took a favorable trade mid on Strive, just potentially getting the taunt off and executing on that. So he will get a back off first, which is very favorable in this matchup, right? Because the wave, this cannon wave coming in right now is going to be the wave that typically solo laners hit level 6 off of. So a play available when you have a matchup like Rise versus Galio where both mids have globals on their ultimates.
Yeah, true. I mean, the level 6 mark is going to be huge, you're right. So spot on here is Strive is going to teleport back to the lane. Gory had to burn his towards top side, so it does mean that he's not able to move back, but a couple of minions denied, nothing too big. It'll just even out the wave state that was built up when Strive moved to the top side with Loyen. They now move to Dragon to set up for this first neutral. Gory's going to stay in lane for now. His ultimate up and available as well, while Cube looking pretty dirtily at Xiaolao, who is going to be contested though. FPX want to get on him, but Dragon's going to be gone. Loyen with a smite down, it's early, but at least he gets it. Sky Splitter needs to come in though for the shield as Hero's entrance there to choke Yuyanja. Knocked up as he gets a hook upon dying. Hung won't die here, but look in the top side. Xiaolao, who about to die himself, running to his saving grace, and that's going to be one of these brushes. But for now, RA, they're going to lose one member for the cost of the Dragon, and maybe Xiaolao, who's laning phase.
And importantly, right, we talked about that wave that mid laners typically hit level 6 on. Strive only
That's
had
Ignite.
level 5.
That's Ignite down, Unsealed Spellbook. Strive himself had the flash
no.
available. Doesn't burn it. And meanwhile, on the top side, Bear select.
Oh, no.
Yep.
Xiao who not having the greatest game so far, did manage to manage the wave properly.
Got the Dark
on top
Passage.
side.
Hang on. Bait one's dead. Yu Yan Ja. Maybe he heard us talking smack as well in the past.
Of course. I mean, as I was saying before, shifting gears on the 3 different topics that we were on, but didn't have a chance to hit level 6 on Strive. Obviously, that's not going to necessarily make his combat better because it is a Realm Warp and doesn't really do additional damage, but the heroic entrance from Galio coming up pretty big, able to create enough space there, and then just the fact that they're close range, Corey has a lot of basically impact in that situation with the taunt available, so I'm not really sure if going for the dragon was the best play that was available. Looking for the level 6 from Ryze and then trying to play to a sideline, I think, would probably be a better use of time for Ryan.
Yeah, because that Realm Warp's still up and available, and, you know, speaking of one of those sidelines, we just saw in an action replay that it was Cube who flashed in, Shallow who burning his own, only just survives with a nice hammer blow back. As in the top side, look, Loyan and Beichuan hitting it out once again, Cube on the way. But that Realm Warp used from Strive very aggressively, he doesn't have flash. He burnt it before, but he managed to get out with the movement speed here from the Hallowed Path, so we'll be able to get in the comfort of his top laner, while RA now have an opportunity to start off this Herald.
So, we're at him looking for the Rochelle start, finally able to capitalize on Strive being able to get out of lane first for a neutral properly, and then Strive, of course, not overstaying and doing damage to the Rift, managing to maintain the wave mid so that Galio can't necessarily join.
Rory's going to move down, and his ultimate not available.
This is a nice trade play.
Yeah, it is. The dive coming through. Beichuan's ulti available. RA need to respect it. Hung goes in for the Abyssal dive himself. Beichuan now, only option going to be onto the Grom. So, dive negated. You mentioned the Lantern there, Kelsey. Strive's going to try and take that away from him, while Herald was absolutely destroyed top, and Le Yen setting Cube up. Cube on this Grave. It's funny because Shallow, who has now been bludgeoned by Graves, I think 2 series in a row.
Yeah, and typically you won't really see that happen for the most part, right? So just not necessarily the greatest game coming out of Shallow who at the moment, but you have to think, even though this might be like 2 turrets going over to Cube, who gets the most out of this gold? I would say that if we end up fighting mid 5v5, right, that's going to be the Jinx, because Graves won't necessarily be able to get on
They get this. Yan Charge is dead. Over to Beichuan it goes. Iboy left by himself under the turret. He's cleared the minion wave though. As flash forward from Hung. The hook doesn't connect from Beichuan. Flash away from Iboy. This is bad. 1v3. Iboy takes 2 with him. Hung runs away. Do not dive. Aphelios with ulti.
Yeah, Aphelios had ulti and blue gun, which means there was basically no wave available. So effectively, they dive Aphelios without a wave as melee champions. They just die instantly to the turret shots. So not quite the best decision that could be made, as we're looking for a play onto Galio now.
I mean, Gory almost dead. He goes back in with the Justice Punch as the flash away. A bit of a mistake, and he pays for it almost with his life. Replay time, Kelsey, because this was just sick from Iboy.
Yeah, Iboy gets the wave very quickly, and that's really important here, right? Because I was thinking, okay, Hong could take like 2 or 3 turret shots effectively with the gray health, and then everything else is, wow, just look at having the red and blue combo is really effective versus a dive. Because not only are you getting some sustain off, you have the AoE coming from it as well, so I don't know, maybe they wanted to check that a little bit before they committed to diving him.
Yeah, well, I mean, you know, giving him credit, nice flash away from the ulti of Beichuan, and, you know, the hook from Beichuan as well, tied it away, nice footsteps, but or feet work, I should say. Iboy, because of that dive, though, it all goes wrong for FPX. 5 kills to 2,
Yep.
2k gold lead at 11 minutes in the game. iBoy is now the one you should watch out for. Moments before we saw that dive, he was saying all gold's going on to LWX. You knew who you'd prefer in a 5v5. Well, as Patron flashes forward, I have to say, FPX, what are you doing? Thundering blow comes down. Luoyan with the Stormbringer, and on the other side, Strive having a great time against Gory. This Galio blocking him out, but Strive is running him down. FPX again, another dive failed, and Dragon looks like it could just be Luoyan.
Yeah, FPX really trying to force this dive onto the Aphelios, trying to accelerate LWX as much as possible, and LWX is more or less the win condition, especially since the Jage lane is not panning out as much at all. Graves already with the Hull Breaker. So yeah, I think they're really just trying to make sure that LWX has the gold available to carry in these front-to-back team fights. And it's backfiring with the amount of dive that they have versus iBoy's Aphelios.
And look at the rest of the map. I mean, they're committing so much into it. We've got a Hull Breaker Graves who picked up almost 2 turrets in the top side. Gory now with the CS lead. Excuse me, Strive on the rise here, if only just. And, you know, Strive's ultis have been better so far. Gory with one great hero's entrance, but apart from that, now stuck a little bit in this lane, and it doesn't feel too good to talk about RA right now. Shallow who going for the 1v1, but remember, Hull Breaker Graves and Luoyan is nearby, so looks like Shallow who's going to keep that up, and Kelsey here at 13 minutes. 2k gold lead still exists. There's 2 dragons on RA. This is looking like a pretty good second game.
Yeah, looking like a pretty strong second game from Rare Adam. However, I can't completely count out FPX.
Or Yu Yanja. You can't count out Yu Yanja, that's for sure. Patron with reset onto iBoy. Hook is not going to connect.
Oh.
And he's out. Okay, well, Yu Yanja falling into similar patterns, it seems.
Yeah, just getting picked out, trying to look for vision before the wave. Happens every once in a while, but I would say in general, even if that pick hadn't happened, can't completely count out FPX because they will do very well on these midway contests, right? Which, I mean, I would say it's a little bit of a false confirmation there to say that was a demonstration of that, but generally speaking, you can envision how that would work out, considering the Tahm Kench, how much space he can create, the long range for the Jinx. Even Jace being this far down, close to completing the Miramana. Not terribly close, but close enough. We'll still be able to get a lot of poke off versus a lot of these squishy targets, because even with tank items, Follow Bear doesn't become that resistant to.
That's true. I mean, enough to consider them a threat. I like is, you know, around these next couple of objectives, we'll see Luoyan going in for Shallow Hu, but also just wants to continue denying away these creeps right on into the Gromp. Yu Yanja's there though. He flashes away and straight away scared of the Threshers. It's not a Gravitum on iBoy, so Luoyan can't go closer, but that's a tier 2 turret already down in the top side. Second Herald's going to be spawning in 3 seconds. Strive has immense wave clear in the mid lane, and I'd be scared if FPX want to challenge this, because still, you talk about the damage here, Kelsey, but RA are obviously in control.
And RA also, not just the Rift Herald, but he was threatening his 3rd turret of the game, right? Trying to pick up that gold. Sensing that there might be a counter flank or a trade happening, considering that they're taking Rift Herald, so try to get out of that one.
H1 think he's going to walk into him. He might be right. It's level 11 versus level 9. Though remember, Hull Breaker, and H1's like, okay. All right, well, Shallow who didn't want a piece of that, so he just backs away, and that's a trade for the Rift Herald. Strive picked that one up, and with the way the game's going, gold keeps stretching out. 3,000 now, 15, 16 minutes into the game. Next Dragon in a minute 30 as well, and that Herald will be there to displace the members of FPX.
And I don't know if Shallow quite wants to take this, but he does get a nice little trade-off there, considering that Cube was effectively CCing himself by auto-attacking the wave, as we like to say. So basically, in that particular situation, just a small, cute little trade there, and does have to back out at this point, just because RA are ahead on the map everywhere, right?
Absolutely everywhere. iBoy taking a small trade. Walks up to LWX. Confidence in Yu Yanjia as 3 versus 2 will be here. But look, Le Yen, enemy jungle. He's very deep, and RA have full control of vision down there as well. So you can see the map littered red as TP's burnt in the face of Cube to get ready for this next dragon. This will be Soul Point, but in 30 seconds. That's how long FPX have to wait, as RA in the perfect position to sandwich on anyone in River.
Yeah, and they're basically just going to clear these wards out. If FPX try to walk in, it should be fairly easy for RA to drop this Rift Herald and then force them to answer and then retake the vision.
Yanjia just setting up for a hook in the meantime, though. Herald's going to get the charge here. Won't take down the turret, but iBoy willing to step up. Smite helps secure it down. Now for LWX, look at the poke damage coming through. You mentioned Shallow and his impact he's going to have. Already we're seeing it as a hook. Doesn't connect. Once again, Cube runs in, but he's a Hullbreaker Graves with a Mortal Shield Bow. Feels like 1.5 items as he gets out with the collateral damage. But for RA, trying to poke them down hasn't worked. Look at this. Cube has to go back, get some healing, while the rest of RA look to keep them at arm's length. But the poke is massive. iBoy, though, sets it up with an ulti. Gravitum comes through, though. It is not the Infernum, and the poke continues to be threatening, but for FPX, they're not going to risk it. Here comes the rocket, and Loyan dodges it, gets the smite down. Soul Point now for Rare Adam.
I think at this point, it's just one of those situations where Rare Adam drop the Rift Herald. Very easy for them to then walk in, make it so that FPX can't control the river vision for free. They have to show on the wave to deal with the Rift Herald, and then really easy dragon from that point.
Well, come back up to Dragon. Cube's actually just going to walk into H1. Good avoiding of the poke. It's Hullbreaker again, getting its money worth at this point. Cube is up 45 CS, by the way, and yeah, it won't take less than 3 people apparently to stop this Grave. So even after we come back, even after FPX show us some of their hope in game number 2, they still can't deal with Cube. And that's a really good sign, considering that, you know, Cube has rarely had games where he is the big bad carry.
Oh, yeah, I would say that Cube is probably the most unexpected improvement that I've seen on this Rare Adam roster.
Yeah.
I was still a little bit skeptical, even after the RNG series, because he was playing Gwen. Gwen's kind of a broken champion, and then I would say that Finn has a tendency to opt into that Jax matchup and look for those very aggressive all-ins that Jax likes to go for.
Yeah.
And then it doesn't always pan out depending on what side of the lane you're on. So I think I was still a little bit cold on Cube, but definitely showing up versus
iBoy having to flash away. Hang on, Loyan ulting out. There's the ultimate for iBoy. Now, he had Yu Yanjia with him, but again, iBoy, always a bit of a suspect in game.
Yeah, very willing to position far forward. That's why I always say, you know, if I'm playing with iBoy, I'm going to prioritize something like the Top Dash, like the Thresh. So, it does have that for him in this series.
Okay, well now they're going to try and Cube, but Loyan's there as well, getting damage on Shallow, who he might not even need Loyan. Honestly, Beitwan's dead. I feel like Loyan comes in as moral support, as Strive on top of this Jace is looking for another kill, and just as RA make me doubt with their AD carry, the rest of them bring it all back.
Yep, and then crucially, right, they took pressure off of the mid wave, so it's easy for iBoy to get that in. Just stay up in tempo on the map overall, and for them to start controlling the vision thoroughly in this bot side. So now that they have that, they're gonna recall, push out top, retake the Baron vision there, and still have a little bit of time before Dragon.
Oh no, on a ward, flashes away Hung. Maybe a bit of a ruse here as Gory's rooted up again by Strive. And RA reacting quite nicely to that little play there, remembering they have Soul Point on the board. A minute 55 until Ocean Dragon comes through. Every single play makes it harder for that Ocean Soul to be denied by FPX. As we look again, Cube just takes no damage when he's by himself.
Yep. Oh, and then they have to pull those members down to the bot side, which lets iBoy contest the midway for free. That's something that you can see on the mini-map as Drive ports in and takes down another member of the end.
So, 4 bounties now exist on RA. Game 2, looking pretty confident here. But remember, in LPL Arnold's or LPL McDonald. Hang on, that's too close to the trademark. We flip here. And in game number 1, we didn't see as many flips. But realistically, moving for Seoul, let's see how hard RA commits. Setup's important, vision control's important. FPX, a big steal would be an objective bounty as well. So worth noting that this game's not over yet as Peichuan going a little bit deep, and he has been the victim right now for FPX in this game.
Yeah, and the game's not over, right? But RA definitely look more composed, more experienced on the map in the mid-game. Plus, having the lead that they have that continues to extend as they deny waves into turrets, they threaten dives. They're just keeping the control going. And that's very nice, especially when you're choking your opponent out of farm, right? A lot of the gold isn't necessarily even coming from kills, of course. It's coming from structures, it's coming from jungle camps, it's coming from all sorts of other advantages. So definitely feeling the pressure on the FX side. If it looks like they're flipping, if it looks like they're inting, it's because they need to make something happen, and if they don't, they're probably just going to get choked out.
Relies on Peichuan feels here as he goes to engage on top of Luoyan, but ulti, they pivot backwards, and now they've got the poke. This jungler the target, but for FPX, now in a choke as Yuyanjia gets the hook for Peichuan with a reset. Meanwhile, you're right, Cube decides, hey, if we're going to lose the dragon, I'm just going to take the pathway into the game. As Strive runs back in, that's Tank Rise. Another good hook here is into the enemy jungle. They don't have a smite to contest in this objective bounty, but for FPX, look at their base. They're teleporting back, a Nexus turret dropping. And RA are cleaning up the rest of the fight. FPX are just losing the game. Cube with Hullbreaker has literally run it in. Gory can't stop him alone. He flushes away in front of the open Nexus. Kelsey, he won't do it today, but he's done enough damage as LWX has just been crippled by FPX being separated. RA with a huge 5-head play to almost end the game.
Yeah, also note, 2 Unleashed teleports available, and he dropped a ward in the base, so for sure FPX are going to want to sweep that. It looks like they already have, but RA going to start the Baron regardless, so I think that at this point we're kind of talking about the nail going into the coffin for FPX. The rage advantages aren't really going to pan out when you're just playing side lanes as well as RA at the moment.
Yeah, it's played stuff. It's hilarious to watch, and all around, just a great experience to see RA, do FPX like this. In game 2, we're seeing what is practically a stop. Nice from Hung to get the blue buff, but it's a small win at this point.
Okay.
When FPX, look, their entire top side is broken. Their Nexus exposed. Yuyanjia wants a hook onto Peichuan. He's not going to find it, unfortunately. Fireboy was in position to close in, so it's now just going to be the Baron play, and Kelsey in a turret in the mid side. Bottom side only has a tier 3, but Cube is running down at this Graves, who is close to Flame Horizoning, who has 3.5 items in his inventory.
Yeah, when I say side lanes, I mean side lane. Yep. Because it's effectively just Cube rotating around the map, drawing pressure as the rest of Rare Atom groups and sieges on their end, or threatens dives on their end. So definitely a lot of good just map play in general coming out from Cube, even more than anything else that he's bringing to the table.
I mean, it's good to see. Again, we talk about Cube not being focused on the RA draft, or at least RA team quite a lot of the time, but yeah, Cube carrying this game quite literally as Strive realm warps towards the mid lane, or at least, excuse me, he just moved there. And the rest of RA pivoting between this mid and bottom lane. Top lane needs to be responded to. LWX continues hovering around, taking down the super minions, while the rest of the base is going to be destroyed. Luoyan on top of Peichuan. He's going to find the stun. Yuyanjia with the hook. Again, short as Cube runs forward. Look at this Grave. Fireboy flashing and doing the exact same thing. Luoyan wants to end it as the hero's entrance. It's not exactly that. Cube this game has acted exactly like we wanted to see. As Peichuan, it might not matter. Realm Warp in. Yuyanjia on top of Peichuan. They're going to try, but Cube is in front of the Nexus, and he wants to make the game his own. 2-0 against FPX. Rare Atom came to play, and Cube came to PvE.
I'm just really loving seeing these teams punch above their weight and improve so much in a short amount of time. Hysterics, Rare Atom showing dimensions that I did not expect from them as they continue their win streak. I remember last year in spring, they had a win streak, but it didn't really feel that genuine to me because they didn't have good map setups. They didn't necessarily play neutrals systematically at all, but Cube coming into his own, I feel like once we start to see him play against some of the strongest top laners in the league, some of the more reliable and consistent ones, he's definitely making a statement for himself, and I'm really excited to see this RA roster continue to level up.
It's good when, for RA, you know, it's been a little bit shaky over the past couple of weeks. I think Luoyan has always been the talked about person on this roster. There's Strive coming in, and, you know, iBoy is iBoy. Yu Yanjia is quite suspect, let's be real. But Cube is always the person that is like, Cube's decent, you know? Cube's good. Cube always plays well. He's never like, oh, the shy levels of class and you know, that top tier caliber. But Cube has been consistent enough where he's a reliable member for RA. So it feels like in the past couple of series, Cube has been playing more up to those levels. And it's nice to see in this game that they just had such a simple understanding of what FPX wanted to do that they could side lane and leave Cube in such a comfortable position all game long.
I feel pretty confident in suggesting that he is going to end up getting that MVP this time around, but not to undersell some of the performances from his teammates, right? We, again, saw more effective realm warps coming out of Strive than Gory. Very strong play in general of the Aphelios dealing with those dives from iBoy. I like to think of Aphelios as like the Kaisa person's basically front to back AD carry, because in those situations you can kind of play the Aphelios like the Kaisa. You use the Gale Force instead of the R to run at people. You use the ultimate to catch people out and blow them up. So a champion that iBoy is looking very comfortable on here.
Yeah, and should be after all this time. For iBoy, Yu Yanjia, you know, there's a lot of development needed for the duo, but it was really nice to see the dive negated, punishing FPX, and kind of a sad story after we opened up this series talking about FPX almost being favored to win, right? Or FPX and their quality of play. H1 in the second game tried to dive bot over and over again, and each time it just kept failing, and it's sad when game number 1, in the first 15 minutes, H1's return was glorious. But from there, for the rest of the series, it was just downhill.
Yeah, I mean, I do think we can't undersell the fact that FPX did demonstrate relatively strong early games, right? We see a little bit of a peak in that gold graph because I do think that they were looking for good 2v2s. They were capitalizing on the fact that Gory had level 6 before Strive in the Dragon fight. They had Jinx Tom Kench, right? Yep. So I think that those types of situations are commendable from FPX. There's definitely some signs of life here. Just need to work on a lot of the game plan in general after you get an advantage to see if they can close out some games.
Yeah, it's a real issue at this point. I think FPX, in my books, were a playoff team, especially at the start of the split when they were getting wins against, let's have a quick look, Ultra Prime, you know, against anyone's legend, LGD, even beating RNG in week number 1. This was a team that we were really excited by, and it's just gone downhill. Coming back from Chinese New Year, they've had a harder schedule. Granted, EDG, Weibo, LNG, JDG now, you know, being a good team, are worth mentioning. But FPX are now 4-6. And, you know, their upcoming schedule is TT, BLG, WE, OMG, IG, V5. Like, they have some hard teams in there. And the safe number's always been 8, Kelsey. You know the LPL, you know, better than most. 8-9 wins is usually the cutoff for playoffs. So FPX really needs some big wins on the board. And I'm not sure if I believe in this team in current form versus, you know, like a team like OMG, even struggling but getting there. JDG, top esports are getting there. So spots are limited, and FPX with this loss to RA might come back to bite them in the near future.
Yeah, I think, right, this is definitely a different FPX than people from the 2019 World Championship are used to. Yep. There isn't as much of a clear identity. I think that a lot of their wins came off of not just them playing against, I guess, lower top table teams, but also a lot of quirky priority, right? That's a champion that, if not punished in the early lane phase, kind of takes over the game for free on the package timings. So not having that available for them to just have a straightforward way to get into the dragon is kind of showing gaps in how they're going to end up climbing the table.
Yeah, it's going to, again, change of identity, change of feeling here in week number 6. But I've just been told that we've got Strive on the line, so we're going to hand it over to Wendy, who's in Shanghai, ready to talk to the RA mid laner.
Hello everyone, welcome to the post-game interview in Shanghai studio. This is Christina. Now we're joined by Strive, the mid laner from Rare Adam. Congratulations on your win. You guys got 4 consecutive wins so far. So what is the key for you guys to maintain such a great performance currently? 让我们欢迎中单选手 Strive 来到我们的赛后采访。首先想要问一下，目前你们已经是获得了4连胜了，能保持这么好一个状态，最关键的原因是什么呢？
在于团队之间更想赢的吧，而且我们现在配合很好，所以就感觉很好赢。
Everyone in our team is very eager to get this victory, and we have a better communication and collaboration than before, so we can maintain such a good performance. I also want to touch on the in-game content. It was very close in early stage of the game 1, but you guys can got more leads around the river team fight, especially your Ariana's ultimate and can got the 2 enemy opponents. Share us more details about that team fight. 接下来想问一下关于游戏中第一局前期可能还是比较势均力敌的，但是你们在 team 排龙团的那一波的时候呢，你发条的大招是非常成功的，大到了2个人。想问一下当时的情况是什么样的？
当时我们好像都感觉可以打，然后就操作一下，然后就很好赢，感觉很好赢的龙团。
I feel like we are so easy to get this victory on that team fight because we can deal a lot of great mechanics around there. So my next question is about the game 2 because you guys can show the dominance performance in game 2. I'm a little bit curious about your team's communication when you're having team fight around the Dragon Peak, but your top laner Cube who was pushing the waves into the enemy's opponent's base. Share some more details about that game, about that team fight. 第3个问题想要问一下，在今天第2局的时候，当时你们4个人正在小龙坑处跟 FunPlus 进行团战，但是你们的上单 Cube 选手一路从上路基本是推上了高地，快要把水晶拆掉了。当时你们队内的沟通是怎么样的？怎么会做出一个这样的决策呢？
因为当时对面已经很难打了，我们怎样做他们都很难打，所以我们选择了一个更好的办法。
Actually, we have chosen a better strategies to win because FunPlus Phoenix is hard to win. In that case, we can did a lot of strategies into like that, just like Cube, he was pushing the waves on the top laner. My final question is about your team's form. So how would you evaluate your team's performance currently compared with the beginning of the spring split? 想问一下最后一个问题的是，你们队伍现在根据赛季初相比，你觉得在哪些地方会做得更好，或者你觉得现在的队伍状况是怎么样的呢？
现在是一路连胜的状态，然后我们队伍磨合跟配合之间做得很好吧。
Actually, we are in a winning streak currently, and we have better synergy, better communication, and collaboration currently, so we can maintain such a great performance. Thank you so much for joining me. 再次感谢 Strive 选手来到我们的赛后采访。Back to you guys.
Thank you to Christine and thank you to Strive. Kelsey, it feels like, RA is still working on the building blocks in their team, and as a mid laner, his assimilation into the league is going to be intimidating, considering the players he's going up against and the team experience that he has. As iBoy picks up MVP for that game, by the way. There's a lot of experience in RA, and I feel like, Strive working in is really, really difficult.
Yeah, I can kind of see the angle where iBoy picks up MVP, just in terms of ability to completely ruin all of the plans that FPX had that game over and over again as they attempted to dive him. I just thought that in general Cube also had a gigantic impact on the map in general as the game went on, so nice to see iBoy pick that up for himself on the Aphelios, and we're going to see again the dive, the unfortunate situation there, but okay, nice. Picking up the kills on that position. Oh, also, when he just flashes forward in this team fight at the end of the game.
Yeah.
The highlights.
Yeah, good stuff. You
Definitely.
know.
Oh, go ahead.
I was gonna say definitely alongside the likes of Hung, right? You know, going up against his old 80 carry and iBoy flashing in his face, kind of feeling that momentum. So it's nice to see, especially since iBoy in this game, like it was a pivotal member when the dive went so wrong, picked up 2 kills himself, and suddenly 3-0. So iBoy, another big working piece in that series, I should say, where both games he did quite a lot.
Yep, and I think his impact was definitely flashier and more obvious, I think, than the impact that Q did, because Q didn't necessarily even interact that much with champions other than to draw pressure. So both players definitely standing out that game, and it gives Adam a bit more dimension than we gave them credit for going into the series.
That's right. We didn't give him much credit for that as well. As we look at today, you know, it's been a pleasure having you join us, but in a quick 2-0 to finish off, which we don't get much in the LPL, let's be real. We summarize what today was, and today was the right side standings. And, you know, for JDG, a must-needed win. For RA, the same deal. LGD, they're on a really hard track at the moment, and I have to say, like, I don't know what you do if you're an LGD fan, but you really hope that they continue to win every series from here on. It's going to be a hard ask, and Kelsey, you know, our top 10, still pretty OP. Look on the standings.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I think definitely still seeing a lot of excitement, even in the 7th to 10th place mark, right? We saw JDG and RA play today. TES and OMG are both teams that are very exciting to watch in general as well. So really excited to see how playoffs shape out, because I also feel like our top teams are not even that solid or that defined, right? So anyone can really punch up and take some games off of the top in best of 5 stages as we get into playoffs.
True. We're getting closer, aren't we? Week 6, lolling about to an end. Tomorrow, Saturday's Super Week continues. Every week is Super Week, so I can't really call it that. Ultra Prime WE, Weibo Gaming, OMG. That's going to be a good one. Even the last one, EDG versus Top Esports. Top Esports kind of ramping up a bit, and, you know, EDG have shown they can bleed. So I feel like both those last series are going to be a good test to see if we can get some teams rising to the top 2 or at least holding their position.
Yeah, I'm very excited to watch those. I will probably be co-streaming that. Thanks for having me on for today. It was great casting with you. Hysterics did a great job carrying me in my first LPL official broadcast experience. So.
Hey, pleasure to have you on board, especially since, you know, for LPL 7 days a week, not only have you given our color casters a bit of a break, but you've also come in and dropped some knowledge. So appreciate that. Big thank you to Kelsey Moser for joining us here at today's broadcast. A big thank you to our English production, as always. We'll be back with you tomorrow, 3 series day once again, to end out week 6, or at least get close. It's only Saturday. It's bye for now, but not forever. We'll see you tomorrow in the LPL. Thank you.